welcome you guys. Merry Christmas, everybody. We had an extreme. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear this? I'm not sure. Skipjack Cindy, welcome to the stream. Merry Christmas. All right, awesome. All right, so we finally made it to the water body. We had a snafu this morning. It was black ice everywhere, so we got stuck on the side of the road for 2 hours while we waited for the sun to rise. So the ice would melt a little bit. It's gonna be a cold and windy day here today, but welcome everybody. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us on Christmas. I am just trying to get everything set up here. I need to get my first pole rigged up and into the water. We are here today at Holter Reservoir, Holter Lake, central Montana. And we are after rainbow trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, Northern Pike. There's a whole myriad of things in here. Wisecracker, welcome to the stream. Meow, welcome, welcome. Roy, morning, Merry Christmas, much luck to you. Thank you, Roy. Welcome up. Welcome, Grumpy Bass. Rod, good morning, Merry Christmas. Thank you. How's the water temperature? 39.4. I'm actually surprised it's not colder than that. But we're gonna get set up here. We're using some of these Gulp maggot. Let me get our first pole out here. We can't catch nothing if we don't got nothing in the water. And we're gonna run today our lake troll. This is a cowbell lake troll, hammered brass. And below that we have my hand-tied double wedding ring that we've been using the last few times we were here. It's done real well for the trout. We actually caught the kokanee off of it last time here as well. All right, so this is our double wedding ring. It's 2 wedding rings, some fluorescent orange beads. We have a silver hammered willow leaf. No, it's a Colorado blade, sorry. And we're running that behind our lake troll and a snubber. We're gonna get this guy out in the water. Oh, shit, I didn't set up our pole holders yet. All right, I'm just letting some line out there while I get my pole holders set up. Give me a sec here, guys. All right. shit. Get off of there. All right, first pole in the water. Rod, good morning. How's everybody doing today? Merry Christmas. Everybody having a good day? I hope so. We've had one hell of a hectic start to our day, but I think we're gonna have a good day here. We got our first pole in the water. We are going way too fast. I'm gonna cut our speed down and get our second pole rigged up here. Cold fish. Oh, all right. I'm gonna end the members only live here. We are in the real live. All right, but thank you all again for coming and hanging out and fishing with us on this very cold winter morning. Merry Christmas. Let's get some damn fish. We got sidetracked for 2 hours, stuck on the side of the road in the ice. So we got to make up some time here. All right, on this side we're running a Moon Jelly Dodger with, again, a double wedding ring. This one white and pink with a hammered brass. We're going to tip it with the same pinks. We're about 90 foot back on the pole that you guys see there. You guys can see that, right? Yeah, okay. So we're basically just long lining. It's we don't have any weights on yet. We might add some drop weights if we start marking fish deeper. But for the time being, we are just gonna fish off the surface here. Santa ate your cookies? Well, that's a shame. What kind of cookies did you have? Some damn fish, that's right. What was the best fish you caught? Cam, we just got started here. We just got our poles in the water, so we have 0 fish so far. We are after rainbow trout, kokanee salmon. We might get into northern pike, maybe walleye. There's mountain whitefish in here. There's barbet. There's yellow perch. There's all kinds of stuff in here. But get comfortable, hang out. We're going to be here all day. I think the last time we fished here was just right before Thanksgiving. And we ended up with, oh, what did we have? I think 12 trout, 12 rainbows. It's either 12 or 16, and then one kokanee salmon. Oh shit! I'm like, why is my fish finder all wonky? And it's because it's pointing. It's not pointing down. It's pointing out the back of the boat. All right, maybe now we'll see some fish. Merry Christmas from San Diego. Thanks, Mr. Largemouth. Merry Christmas from Montana. James, what state is this? Central Montana. Merry Christmas to you as well, Hammer Time. Yeah, this is Holter Lake, central Montana, just outside of Wolf Creek, Montana. All right, man, what a frustrating morning. We almost didn't make it here, guys, but we are here. Let me get our last camera set up here. I gotta get the GoPro up and going. Me and my wife had a place in Stanton, but lost it to the bank. Oh man, that sucks, Mr. Largemouth. Stanton's a nice area. No space between the dot and the where, Roy. Beautiful country. Oh, it's breathtaking here. I love it. All right. It's gonna be a little bit windy here today. Shouldn't be too bad though. We're going at 1.5 miles an hour. We're fishing over about 90-foot right now. We have our lake troll out, Cowbells, hammered brass, with a double wedding ring. And on the other side we have a, I believe it's a moon jelly colored Dodger, followed by a white and pink double wedding ring. And these are just flat line. We're about 90 foot back on this guy. The one behind me is about 75 foot. So when I say long lining, that means no weight. We're not using leaded line. We're fishing in probably the top 5 column right now. Fairly shallow. This time of the year with the water temperature, we're running at about 40 degrees. There's fish all over in the water column. And a lot of them towards the surface. They come up, once the sun comes up, the surface of the water gets a little bit warmer. So they're coming up into the slightly more comfortable water temperatures. End of December, open lake fishing wild man, right, Creamy? This is probably our last fishing trip of the season, for the boat at least. Here in the next couple of weeks, all this is gonna ice over probably. So we are squeaking in one more live here at Christmas Live. And go figure, at Christmas and there's no snow. It's all coming tonight. It's snowed here. I haven't been live since Thanksgiving. We've had snow and just horrendous wind on and off. So I have not been able to fish. It's been killing me. But we finally got a break in the weather. Got the day off work. So we are gonna take advantage of it. See if we can pull in a few fish for the end of the year. Grumpy Bass, what's up, Fishy Things? Welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? To Izzy, good luck today. Thank you, to Izzy. Good luck, Boxcar Willie. Boxcar Willie, are you from around here? There used to be a junk shop in Great Falls called Boxcar Willie's. He sold a bunch of Army surplus crap and just odds and ends out of a bunch of old train cars. No joke, man. Winter is serious weather in Montana. Oh, for sure, Mr. Largemouth. Looks cold. You getting anything, mate? It is currently right around 40 degrees. It's not bad. It looks worse than it is. We got a little bit of a breeze tossing us around here in the 16-foot flat bottom John. Not really built for lakes, but you fish with what you got. We're gonna tuck around into this cove over here and try and get out of some of this wind. We have not caught anything yet. We've had poles in the water for about, I've hooked up on a handful in the past. So we might get We might get a bite here momentarily. Damn it, trying to quit. Oh, I'm sorry, Wise. Pike fishing, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Pike is my favorite species of fish to target. We last time we were here, we got bit off by a pike. Bit straight through my damn 30-pound fluoro leader that I'm using. No, that was the time before last. Last time we had one right at the end of the boat and I lost it. Put your life jacket on. Ah, shit. You know what, guys? My life jacket's in the truck. All right, well, we're gonna make a loop around here and head back to the dock so I can grab my life jacket. Thank you for reminding me. Target species. Yeah, you just type .target. And you can also type .help and it'll tell you all of the different Nightbot commands that are in here. Merry Christmas, the Fishing Felon. Welcome to the stream. Merry Christmas to you as well, Eric Cochran. For those of you just joining, we are at Holter Lake today. This is central Montana. Very popular trout fishery. A lot of people come here to fish for walleye, kokanee salmon. There are some pike in here. They're pretty few and far between. Yellow perch you'll catch every once in a while. There's some really nice burbot that come out of here. I've never caught one. Not normally a fish. There's a myriad of different things in here. Nice kokanee though. That's what I usually try and go after when I come here. All right, we're passing over quite a few fish right now, 20 to 50 foot. So we are a little shallow right now for those ones. I'm gonna dig out, and I think I am gonna throw, I mean, one off camera here, I think I'm gonna throw a 2-ounce weight on there. We'll throw a little clip weight on there to get that down a little bit deeper. All right, so I've reeled it into 30 foot. I'm gonna clip on this weight. And we'll get her back out there. There's lots of different ways you can get down without a true downrigger. not selfish. Come back to the damn truck. As I was looking under the bow here, just coming up to the surface here, checking out the boat. All right, so I got new mics this time. These are the DJI Mic 3. And the clip is not very sturdy on them. It's got a magnet on it. I just looked down and my mic was gone and it's sitting on the bottom of my boat. Can you hear me now? Yes or no? Thank you. Yeah, I was sitting in the bottom of my boat. Can hear you good. All right, great. For those of you guys who are normally in my stream, how does this mic sound compared to the other one? I know it's hard to say. It's been a month since you guys have heard my mic, but any noticeable difference? I was running the DJI Mic 2 previously. I upgraded to the DJI Mic 3 recently. Get a torch light. I really need one. I do. I need a designated boat lighter that will light in the wind. Sounds okay? Thanks, Jordan. I think it sounds good. All right. Yeah, this is my first run with the new mic. I like the DJI Mic 2. They Bluetooth issues though. They would connect and disconnect randomly. But I lost one the last time that I was here at the boat ramp. And they only last, 4 or 5 hours. And when I stream 10, 15 hours usually, one mic wasn't enough, so I picked up a new set of them. This is the clearest sound I've heard yet on YouTube. Oh, really? Nice. Well, I'll have to, I rewatch oftentimes the videos lives after I post them, checking to see, camera angles, mic, stuff like that. So I will definitely check it out, but that's good to know. What's up, Mason? How you doing? Any mic that keeps the wind noises, good mic. That's good. Yeah, these ones, they're smaller than the DJI Mic 2s that I was using previously, and the battery life is supposed to be a little bit better. So I'm supposed to be able to get like 5 to 8 hours out of each one of these now, but we will see. Merry Christmas, right back at you, Joey. Welcome to the stream. Hope you have a great day, you as well. We're out here fishing. We're always having a great day when we're fishing. What up, Rod? Hey, Lake Erie Lee. Merry Christmas to you as well. We had a real hell of a time getting here this morning. The roads were just black ice. We got stranded on the side of the road for 2 hours on the way here. Oh, we just had something smack it. And we almost got taken out by a plow truck, barreling over the top of the frickin' mountain where I got stuck. He was inches away from creaming me. Yeah, we're getting some drive-bys on this, I think. Unless we sped up there, maybe. What's up, Longbow Luminary? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Merry Christmas and many more. Thanks, David. Right back at you. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Christmas morning. Hope Santa brought you everything you wanted. We're out here fishing. We're having a good time. We made it here in one piece. It's a good start, right? Now we just gotta catch some fish. I need to put some gloves on here, you guys. It is a tidbit nipply out here. What did you say to the wife to get out there today? Oh, she knows I've been jonesing to get out and fish. I haven't been able to fish since Thanksgiving. That's almost a month. And I was not going to end the year like that. So this will probably be our final boat stream of the year. I don't think we're going to have any nicer days to be able to get out here. Just noticed I have my hat on backwards. So we're going to fix that real quick. All right. Alright, somebody just typed weather. Great, SoCal suggestion to check you out. Oh, nice. Yeah, SoCal's a good dude. He's out, I think he's live right now. He should be hunting, I think. Trying to fill his deer tag before the end of the year. If you hop over there, somebody tell him I said hi and good luck. How's the weather been the last couple of weeks? Lake Erie, it's been just terrible. Our wind has been just crazy. It was the other day was one of the windiest days I think I've ever experienced here in Montana. But we've been having pretty consistently 20 to 20, 30, 40 mile an hour winds. Just not conducive to fishing. So I've been jonesing to get out here since Thanksgiving. Our last marathon stream was on Thanksgiving. So apparently we're streaming holidays here. But thank you guys for coming and spending your Christmas morning with us. We haven't caught any fish yet. We've been on the water about 20 minutes now. We're taking a small loop around here, and I forgot my damn life jacket in the truck. So we gotta head back over to the dock here in a little bit so I can go grab my jacket. Last time we were here was a little bit before Thanksgiving last month. I think we ended up, it was either 13 or 16 rainbow trout and one fat coke. Nope. Sorry about that. Stream crapped out for a second. Is that a joint? Nah, we're just smoking a cigarette. Saltwater Life says, Merry Christmas, Rod. Been missing your live streams. Merry Christmas to you as well. Yeah, sorry, I've been trying to get out here. The weather has just been so crappy. We got a break in the weather. I had the day off work because it's Christmas, so we are out here. This will probably be our final boating stream of the year. We're gonna try and do some ice fishing once everything freezes over. That'll probably be mid to late January though, so about a month break between this stream and the next. Hopefully not, but I might be able to sneak out and do some shore fishing. But after today, the icy roads and getting stuck, and I don't know if we'll be dragging the boat down the icy road again this year. It was sketchy this morning. For those of you guys who are Rod Squad members, you can check out this morning I streamed members only stream on the way here to the lake, and you could see how scary the roads were. There were cars all over in the ditch, people fishtailing all over the place. We almost ended up in the ditch. We got stuck on an incline. Even four-wheel drive and my meaty tires, there's just no traction, just black ice. And once I got the brakes on, we slid back about 50 foot, jackknifed the boat trailer, and almost ended up in the ditch. It was just real slick. And then a snowplow coming over the peak of the hill was, man, he was probably doing like 50 miles an hour, and he almost took us out. He started fishtailing and was just inches from swiping us. So it's been an interesting morning so far. Fish overboard. Redneck Amusement, 4 months in the Rod Squad. Thank you for your continued support, my friend. I appreciate it. Any of y'all that send super chats or, you know, subscribe to the Rod Squad, it all just goes to help pay for the Starlink Mini that we use to run the stream. We're out in the middle of nowhere. There's no cell signal here, and that's most of our streams. We are getting our internet connection from this guy right here. Our wonderful Starlink Mini, powered by our DeWalt 8 amp hour power stack batteries, and it is bringing us to these remote Montana locations out here in the beautiful wilds of north central Montana. Give you guys a quick pan around here, get you back in the phone holder. All right. Real Midwest Outdoors, Merry Christmas to you as well. Will you be taking us ice fishing? Yeah, I'm gonna try to, Wisecracker. I've never ice fished before, but I do have a couple of friends that are into it and have invited me out. So we're gonna try and do some ice fishing streams once the ice is over. Usually I believe that sometime in mid to late January, so we have a few weeks before we probably get solid enough ice to do ice fishing. We got iced in, it lasted 2 weeks, then it thawed again. I expect to freeze again in a few weeks. Oh, okay, Real Midwest. Yeah, we have the local river, the Sun River that's near my house, froze over, but I don't think it got deeper, thick enough ice to actually safely fish on. It just hasn't been cold enough long enough. We've had cold then warm, cold then warm. It's been cycling back and forth. What's up, Eric Cox? Welcome, welcome. Christian Nielsen, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Frank, good morning to you as well. Merry Christmas. No studded tires? No, I don't have studded tires. I need to pick up a set. I just hate swapping them every year. I have nice meaty tires. Last year they did real well in the snow, but nothing does well in ice. Redacted with the 20 bones. Let's go. Thank you, my friend. Merry Christmas. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Starlink. So you can, the base plan is a $50 a month plan. It gets you 50 gigabytes. Streaming though, you average anywhere from usually 1 to 3 gigabytes per hour of data usage. So 50 will get you 50 divided by 3. So, you know, 20 hours, sub 20 hours. So for me, that would be 1.5 streams. So normally, I go with the unlimited plan, which is $165 a month, but you get unlimited data. When the weather is nice, I usually try to stream 2 to 3 times a week. And usually my streams are anywhere from 8 to 16 hours. So the $50 a month plan, it's good for, you know, 1-2 streams, but that's it. It's just not enough. Thank you for being live on Christmas. I'm alone, we'll be spending it with you. Well, thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us, the fishing felon. We will try and get some fish in the boat here. Guess who's back? What's up, Bryson? How you doing? Feed is lagging, probably just a couple of minutes behind. Oh, you can swipe find the little, oh, there we go. Fish on, guys. First fish of the day. Doesn't feel like a monster, but we got a fish. Let's see if we can get her in the net. Feels like a little rainbow, probably. Oh, it's fighting kind of weird. That's got to be a rainbow. Oh, is he still there? Please tell me I didn't lose it. Oh, he's there. Got ourselves just a little shaker. See if we can get him in the boat. That's not a bad one. That's probably a good 14 to 16 inches. Pretty little trout. Just a little stalker. First fish of the day, y'all. Let's go. We're not, I'm not even gonna measure it. We're gonna just shake this guy off. One more quick look here. Oop. That's enough. Very pretty. Nice coloring, very healthy fish. It looks like he's got a clipped fin back here, so definitely a stalker. Let's get him back in the water. There we go. Fish on, fish on. That's what I like. There's our first fish of Christmas. Came for a Christmas meal, that's right. All right, and we are again running our, let me get this baited up and I'll show you our rigging, our setup here. Very basic, very simple, but very effective for trout. Kokanee will hit off this as well. We've caught walleye off the same rigging. We've caught Northern Pike off of the same setup. It's a quite versatile setup. So some of you guys may know this as a pop troll or a pop rig or a lake troll. It's called a cowbell. It's 4 Colorado blades, hammered brass, and these just spin in the water. They create a, we're getting really shallow here. Try not to snag our other rig over here. But they spin in the water, they create a flash, which imitates a school of fish, and they also create a nice vibration, a thump, as they spin. So they act as an attractant. And from there, I'm running about a 24-inch, maybe a little bit longer leader on here. These are a worm harness rig that I tie up, custom tied. It's a double wedding ring, so you see there's 2 shiny diamond rings on there. Some fluorescent orange beads and a silver hammered Colorado blade. And we are just flatlining this. So it's running pretty close to the surface, within the top 5-10 foot of the water column. And we're gonna let that pull out some drag there. Came for a Christmas meal. We'll have plenty of trout today, I'm sure. And that's not a fish. I'm just, I have the bail open, the clicker on, and I'm just letting it kind of drag out. And we'll let this out to probably about 90 foot is where we just caught that one. We're running 40-pound Suffolk Advanced braid. So no leaded line on these poles that we have out currently. I did bring one lead core pole with me today. We'll probably throw that out a little later if we don't get any action. But for right now, we're just long lining. Thank you for whoever added the catch. I appreciate you. Hi everyone, Merry Christmas. What's up, Muddy Waters? Welcome, welcome. Merry Christmas to you, buddy. Let's go. Good luck. Merry Christmas. Thanks, Adam. We just caught our first fish of the day. It was about a Probably about a 14, 15 inch rainbow trout. A little skinny, not a very big one, but we got the skunk out. We have fish in the boat. Thanks, Santa. What Rod wanted for Christmas was a fish on his line. That's right. Roy with the 100. Thank you, Roy. Beef Supreme, I'm sorry to hear that. Getting older is weird how things change when you've had normal for so many years. What a rig. Why don't you have ice cream there? We have 9 inches in Wisconsin. It snowed here 3-4 times, but it's only lasted a day or so, and then it melts. It's been, the temperature has been up and down, but we've had pretty constant, just crazy wind this last month. It's supposed to snow again tonight. Good start, more to come. Are you seeing them on the finder? Oh, they're all over the damn place. I'll show you guys the finder here in a little bit, once we get this rig set. And for those of you guys that have noticed, I've had, the last month I have not streamed. Again, sorry I miss y'all. Thank you for coming and hanging out today. It's purely just been weather. The weather has not been good to get out and fish. But I have not been doing nothing. I am getting set up. Next year's streams are going to be different. We're going to have multi-cameras set up. I found a new piece of software that I've been using, and I'm setting up all the components for it to be able to switch between multiple vantage points in the boat. I'll have a chest camera, we'll have a bow camera. We will probably have one of the phones either mounted right where you're at or maybe at the back of the boat looking forward. I can switch scenes, I can add overlays, kind of like OBS if any of you guys are familiar with it. But it's a mobile version of it that I can run remotely. And I'm going to add at some point in time functionality for you guys that are in the stream to be able to type and switch the camera yourself. So you guys can switch the camera to be able to look where you guys want to watch from. I haven't figured out all of the details of it yet, but just to give you guys a heads up, there are some cool things coming to the stream here in the near future. But again, it'll probably be next season. We're going to try and get maybe a few ice fishing streams in here this year, but I don't think we're going to ice over until mid to late January. Good start, more to come. Oh, and that's another thing. I figured out how to push my fish finder screen to this app. So instead of me having to take the camera out and show you guys the fish finder, I can literally just switch to the scene and show the fish finder on screen. I don't have it all set up and running today, but that will be coming for next year. You went ice fishing on your river. Nice. Merry Christmas to you as well, Purple Avatar. I don't know how to say your name. Thanks, Real Midwest. You're absolutely correct. They were 86, so no surprise, just an inevitable sneaking up. Oh, yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, it sucks losing family members. Wind will hinder ice development. Yeah, it gets cold at night, but then it warms back up above freezing most days. So it just hasn't been enough to keep it frozen. Merry Christmas to you, Fat Cat. Earl Cox says, wow, that sounds cool. Yeah, it's complicated, but it should be fun. And it's right up my alley. I'm a nerd. I love messing around with stuff like that. I'm currently coding up a wrapper for FF MPEG encoding server, which most of you guys probably don't know what that is. I hardly know what that is, but it's something that I need in order to do this setup. But yeah, some cool things are going to be coming. And I want to, again, try and implement through this software and some custom programming, the ability for you guys to actually dynamically change the cameras. So again, if the stream wants to watch the bow cam and see 2 pulls, the stream can change it. If you guys want to focus in on my chest camera, you guys can change it. But that will be coming. And that's what I've spent the last 3 weeks messing around with. Waiting for YouTube to fix their damn dual stream feature. But welcome everybody who's joining. Merry Christmas. For those of you that just got here, we are fishing today at Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir here in central Montana. We've put one little rainbow in the boat so far. We've been on the water for, stream's been going 46 minutes, so we've been fishing for a little over half an hour. So not bad for our first catch. A little bit slow, but we're after rainbow trout and kokanee salmon here today. We might get a guest appearance by a walleye or a northern pike or some of the other species that live in these water bodies. The rigs that we're running are pretty versatile. Lots of things will bite off of them. But I would expect most of what we're going to be catching here today is probably rainbow trout and maybe an occasional kokanee. But thank you guys for coming and spending your Christmas morning with us fishing. I hope you guys are all nice and warm at home while I freeze my balls off out here for your viewing pleasure. We have a bit of wind here today. It's not too bad. Spending time with my parents. Yeah, Bryson, do it while you can, man. Pike over by the gates. The gates boat launch. So that's the southeast corner. No, gates. That's way over there. I've never launched from there. That's where you're catching pike, huh? We got bit off by one right over here, not last time, but the time before, and then over right next to the dam. We caught one and lost it at the end of the boat, but those are the only 2 pike I've hooked into this season here. But yeah, I've never fished gates of the... But I have to try launching over there sometime. Was wondering where you were. Oh, the weather's just been crap, Clyde. We got a break in the weather for today, though. It's been super windy, you know, earlier this week, and tonight it's supposed to snow again. So we got one Christmas Day special here. So we're taking full advantage of it. It will probably be our last live stream of the year. We probably won't be back live possibly until mid to late January once everything actually ices over. We're kind of in that transition period where it's too damn cold to fish on the boat, or from shore for that matter. But not cold enough for ice to be able to set up, you know, an ice tent and fish in, you know, decent protection from the weather. Appreciate the sub there, Woody. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Southwest. Yeah, okay, so I've been to the gates of the mountain boat launch once. I was on the way to Helena last year and stopped just for the hell of it to check it out. I've never launched from there, though. I do hear that the fishing's good there. I'm definitely going to have to try and launch from next year, though. Had ½ inch of ice on the car here this morning. Yeah, we so that's what we ran into this morning. It was we had a slight sprinkle slash, you know, sleet, a little bit of snow last night, and by this morning it was just a sheet. Everything was a sheet of ice, black ice everywhere. On the way here there were semis in the ditch all over the place. We got stuck on a hill. My 4-wheel drive, I couldn't get up. It was an ice skating rink. And we almost, oh, good God, slippery fish on. Ooh, this one feels a little bit nicer. All right, fish on, fish on. What do we got here? Feels like a trout. We're just going slow and steady here. Again, a lot of people come into the stream and like, stop the boat. Any of y'all who troll know you don't stop the troll. So you just reel in slow and steady. Try and keep constant pressure on the line. Not a bad one. This one's actually a netter. Landed. There we go. Second rainbow trout of the stream. And again on our double wedding ring rig. Let's get this hook out and we'll let you guys take a peek. This one's a little bit bigger than the last one. Oh. All right, he spit the hook, made it easy on us. Where are you, brother? Bildy, we're at Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir in central Montana. Oh, this is a nice one. Bigger than I thought. Not a monster, but perfect eater size. Beautiful coloring on this guy. Get a quick measurement on this. I want to say he's probably, what do you guys think? What's your guess? How long? I think he's 18 inches. What do you guys think? We got 18, 14, 21. Real Midwest has it. 17 on the nuts. There's fish number 2. Absolutely gorgeous. And this one's definitely a stalker. You can see that they clip the adipose fin on them when they stalk them. Beautiful fish though. Super healthy. Probably about 1.5 pounds. Maybe a little bit bigger. Let's get this guy back in the water and let's catch another one. Beautiful. Jordan, 17.5. Are you gonna save any to be smoked? We could. I don't know, I have like 4 in the freezer right now for Randy to smoke, but they're not gonna keep forever. They're gonna start getting freezer burnt if we don't smoke them. I could keep a few from today. I should have kept that. That's a perfect eater size. We'll see. If we catch anything else in that 16 to 18 inch range, we'll throw a couple in the cooler. Alright, let's get this guy rebaited and back out there. Somebody with a happy poop. Grumpy Bass, thank you, my friend. I have good luck with bottom bouncers there. Jondrin, where are you bottom bouncing at? See, my problem with bottom bouncers usually is I don't have an actual trolling motor on the boat. I troll with my outboard. And my minimum speed usually is, 1.5 miles, 2 miles an hour. And bottom bouncing at, 1.5 miles plus usually is too fast. I need to get an electric trolling motor on here. Sorry, I forgot to show you guys the rigging that we're using. We'll show it again next time we pull it up. It's a hand-tied worm harness rig that I tie up. They're called a double wedding ring. All right, and we're gonna let it just take some line out there. I think you'll get more. It's been a good start. Yeah, we've had 2 in less than an hour. And in fact, 2 in the last 15 minutes. So, good start to the day. And they're getting bigger too. Shorten along cliffs, 1 mile per hour. Okay. Merry Christmas, good luck. Thanks, Jeff. Jeffro. Merry Christmas to you as well. How deep are you fishing for them, John? And what are you pulling behind your bottom bouncers? Just worm harness rigs? You running shallow diving cranks? And I assume if you're bottom bouncing, you're more after the walleye. I've never had much luck with walleye here. I know that they're in here. This is one of the places people come to catch damn walleye. In fact, this is where the state record walleye comes out of. I've only ever caught a couple of them here. $20 to $40, worm harness and crank, yeah, walleye are way better. Oh, I love walleye. I've never had good luck with them here. But again, like I said, it's rough. I've tried pulling bottom bouncers, and I'm going too fast. You know, I'd have to run a 4 or 5 ounce bottom bouncer to get down to 20 foot. We could try though a little later. We're up just south of the dam right now, and we're kind of in the little cove that's southwest of the dam. Out of the wind, it is going to be fairly windy here today, so I don't know how much exploring we're going to get to do. But we do have some shallows over here. This is a good spot for walleye, I think. And perch, okay. Pick a number from 1 to 67. Blizzard, 1. Yeah, I've caught a few perch out of here. Normally I catch, the perch have mostly all been to the southeast of the dam. There's that rocky wall over there. And there's always just big balls of perch over there. Every once in a while I'll go anchor up over there and fish for the perch. I would love to get into the walleye though. Again, all the strategies I've tried for them, you know, get down on bottom, I'm going too fast. That's 6, 7. That's a gift now, really? That's a thing? Thank you, Blizzard. Appreciate the support. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful Christmas. Thank you for coming and hanging out and fishing with us here today, Central Montana. It's a little chilly out here. Will somebody type .w, just period W, no space, and that'll spit out, Nightbot will spit out the weather. I want to say it's probably a little over 40 degrees right now. We probably have 4 to 5 mile an hour winds. Thank you, John. Wind is supposed to pick up a little later this afternoon, but hopefully not too bad. There we go. So that's Wolf Creek, which is near here. 37 degrees, feels like 32. No rain, 6 miles per hour from south by southwest, gusts up to 10. Pressure's a little bit low. Doesn't seem to be bugging the fish at all. They're biting. Oh, you guys, little Jimmy. We got little Jimmy some friends. You guys gotta check this out. Where are they? There's one more. Where are you, buddy? Shit. I lost my mic again. Please tell me I didn't drop it in the water. Oh, come on. Can you guys still hear me? I assume you can. Fucking mic fell off again. Does it sound like it's coming from the camera, or does it sound like it's coming from somewhere distant? Like, when I tap on this, do you hear, is it coming from my camera mic? If it is, I dropped my mic in the water. Oh, wait. There it is, in the pocket. Good God. See, it has the clip, but the clip is a battery. I don't like that. I really don't. That's the second time this stream it's fallen off. Randy Miller says, told you. What did you tell me? Looks okay. In your catching, it's been good takes as well. Yeah, I can hear you. It'll be there somewhere. Yeah, it fell off in my pocket. I don't know how that works. It's in your jacket. When you were pushing on the jacket, you could hear the movement. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the last time we were here, I lost one on the boat launch. $150 down the tube. The stream just kept telling me we can hear your truck running, but we can't hear you. Like, goddamn it. I spent like half an hour looking for it. I couldn't find it. It's what happens when you fish in the dark. All right, hold on. We were looking for something. There he is. That's what I was trying to show you. So we got a little Jimmy number 2, right? He's our champ, the smallest damn crankbait I've ever seen that actually catches fish, surprisingly. And we have a perch version of little Jimmy. I don't know, that's maybe little Timmy. And then we have a black scale version, which looks really similar to the perch. I don't know what we're gonna call him, but little Jimmy caught fish, so we got him two little friends. We're gonna see if we can catch something off of these later today. A little bit more line out on our second rig behind me. At some point it'll end up in the water. Don't say that, I just bought them. Damn things are like $300 for a pair. And the DJI Mic 2, the one that I lost, those were actually like almost $400 a pair. Not fun. Tommy Stam, what's up, buddy? Merry Christmas. All right, so we let that one out to 100 foot. Just dumping a little bit deeper in the water column. How you doing, Tommy? Yeah, the DJI mics aren't cheap. Oh, they definitely aren't. Yeah, I still had one left. I still have one DJI mic too. I didn't lose both of them. But for as long as I usually stream, one mic is just not enough. You know, the battery life on the 2s are, 4 to 5 hours at the most. These 3s are supposed to last 6 to 8 hours. But this is my first time using them. So we're not quite sure how long they're gonna last. We're a little bit deep right now. I'm gonna get back closer to the shore here. Seems like the fish were marking more along so we have a flat, the bottom of the basin, and then a slight incline, and then a ledge. And where I was fishing before is basically doing patterns back and forth across the incline leading to the ledge. Not up on the ledge itself, but just kind of doing an S pattern along the along the shallow incline. You'd think it'd be more secure at the clip at that price. Yeah, right. Well, so the DJI Mic 2s. This is the DJI Mic 2. The clip is securely attached to the mic. It does not come off. And then you have a secondary magnet, and it's a strong magnet that instead of using the clip, you can use the magnet, through your clothing and clip it on, right? Way bigger, if you'll notice. So these are more like the size of the Mic Minis. So it's half the size. But this one, you'll see I just tried to unclip it and it came off the magnet. And yeah, the magnet's much weaker on this. And the clip is on the magnet. I don't know. Doesn't seem like a design improvement. Not sure which model DJI I have, but the case, 2 mics, and receiver was a little over 400. Yeah, you probably have the DJI Mic 2 then, Real Midwest. Is there a fish whistle today? Yes, there is, and it is about that time. Adapt the old parts to the new one? I don't think so. Again, the clip on the old one is integral to the case. It's actually attached to the case. What I could probably do and what I will probably do, being as I've lost this now 2 times in 70 minutes, I'm probably going to glue the clip to the mic. Because the clip itself is strong, it's just, it comes off the damn mic. The battery, or the magnet on this one is not nearly as strong as the other one. I love Flat Out Friday. I got a PC. Like a computer? What do you mean a PC? What's up, Friday? Welcome. Fishing for steelhead. Robert, we're fishing for rainbow trout, kokanee salmon. There's walleye here. There's Northern Pike. Burbot, I believe there is whitefish in here, yellow perch, there's all sorts of things. But we're in central Montana. It's landlocked. We don't have steelhead here. A steelhead is a sea-run version of a rainbow trout. So yeah, basically steelhead, but we don't have a path to the ocean here, so they can't be steelhead. Trolling is the best style of fishing. Evan, I enjoy it. It's one of my favorite ways to fish. A lot of people don't like trolling. They'd rather stop and cast, and which I like to do too. Don't get me wrong, that is a fun way to fish. But oftentimes if I'm in the boat, I'm trolling more often than not. Tend to catch more fish. You cover a lot more ground. Ooh. I think we just had a nibble on the pole behind me here. Not big enough to pull drag, but okay, cool. I'm in Washington. Okay, so yeah, you have a path to the sea there. You can just kick back and relax. Yeah, Evan, I tell people it's like bank fishing, but from a boat. You know, your pole's in the holder. You're driving around chilling. You can pay more attention to the fish finder. Where's the best area to throw through in that body of water? The very middle of it, down the center. The basin is the deepest part here. We're kind of up. You guys can see in the distance here. Let me pan around a little bit. You'll see some orange buoys back there. Yeah, it's a little hard to see. The dam is right back here. So we're in the big belly of the basin right here. It gets down to about 120 foot so at its deepest point. It holds a ton of fish. It really does. I don't get as many hookups in the super deep as I do more towards the shallows. Not in the shallows, but again, the bottom of the basin, you have an incline and then a ledge. And I like to hit that incline, you know, that's off of the bottom of the basin. I do run patterns through the deep from time to time, and I have caught fish, but I tend to get better when I'm closer to the access to the shallows, because a lot of the fish are coming up in the shallows to sun, to get warm, you know, to eat. A lot of the vegetation is, you know, closer in the more shallows rather than the super deep. But there's fish all over in here. There's honestly not a spot in this lake I don't think you wouldn't catch fish. You live in Helena area. I'm actually closer to Great Falls. I'm out of Vaughan, Montana. I do fish this area frequently though. Holter, Hauser, I started fishing this year. Canyon Ferry, I've been up to a couple of times this year. But yeah, so I'm about an hour from Holter and about an hour and a half from Hauser. I think it's 90 miles or so from Helena. Can't turn the cam to view the engine so we can see both rods. Unfortunately, let me show you guys. Soon, next year, so we have right here, so we have a GoPro sitting in horizontal, so it's wide. This one sees both cams, right? But where you're mounted here is just a phone. We're a phone that's sitting in vertical. So how I'm streaming today is from the phone in vertical format, portrait format, instead of horizontal. Stream in this orientation is because YouTube pushes this, and the reason, as well as the shorts feed. So you get a ton more traffic in your rooms when you're fishing in a portrait or a vertical orientation. Unfortunately, though, that cuts off your sides. You don't get a full view of the boat. Next year, though, I found an app similar to OBS that allows me to switch between cameras. We will be running for next year's stream, and YouTube is also working on releasing it's called a dual stream feature, to where you stream in horizontal mode, but it trims the edges automatically and creates a second live. Whether you're visiting from a desktop or a TV, you get the nice wide view. If you're on, a mobile phone, you get the more compact view. But they've released it, but it's not working right yet. But next year we will be running that, so you guys will have a better view. You guys will be able to see both poles. In fact, the way that I'm setting it up, Nightbot or RodBot, I'm gonna create some functionality that's gonna allow you guys to type, you know, dot bow cam, and it'll switch to the bow cam. Dot, you know, FPV, and it'll switch to my chest cam. So you guys will actually be able to switch the cameras around while I'm fishing. And next year I might also add a 360 camera in. So you don't even have to do it through the chat. You can actually just scroll around and view a whole 360 view on the boat. So you guys stay tuned. There's some cool stuff coming to the channel next year. I'm working on it. But for right now, unfortunately, no. You get one pole. There is a second pole behind me. You guys can't see it. You've been to New Mexico. Hubert, I've only been through New Mexico. I've never stopped there. I drove through there. I might have stopped for gas. How many feet of water are they holding up in? I'm marking fish. I haven't seen much today below 50 foot. Most of them are in like 15 to 50 foot range. Last time we were here, we were seeing them all over the bottom too, though, you know, 80, 90, 100 plus foot. But thus far, I haven't really gone through the, you know, the deeper part of the basin. I've skimmed the edge around as we've come in here. I'm headed back towards the boat ramp right now. I forgot my life jacket in the truck. So we're gonna head back over that way, take a quick pit stop at the dock. I'm gonna grab my life jacket out of the truck, and then we'll head back out. Are you using a crankbait type lure or one with a lip, a deep diver? Evan, currently we are running my hand-tied worm harness rigs. They're a double wedding ring. We will switch to some crankbaits a little later in the day. Let the fish celebrate without you trying to put a hook in the mouth, you big meanie. Tree Rogie, there's a billion other YouTube channels. If you don't like fishing, find something besides a fishing channel. Oh, freaking cool with the multicam feeds, 360. Yeah, there's going to be some improvements next year. It's a whole lot of working parts that I still have not fully figured out. I've got bits and pieces working, but not all of it yet. An umbrella rig. I do have an umbrella rig. I've never actually caught anything off of it, though. You're only legally allowed to have 2 hooks per rig here in central Montana. And it's always seemed like an odd rig for me. You know, you're running it, it's got, what, 5, 6 little fish off of the end of it, but only 2 of them have hooks. So, yeah, it's been a while. It's been a couple of years since I ran that, though. Never caught anything on an umbrella rig, the same thing as an Alabama rig, right? I would dig it, it's buried right now. I'd dig it out to show you, but it's essentially, picture 1 leader, you know, a steel leader that's got then arms that stick off of it. And I think there's 6 on the one that I have. And on each arm of the leader, it has a little, you know, plastic or rubber fish on it. And then 2 of them have hooks. So you're basically dragging a school of fish, but only 2 of them have sharp pointy things on the end that are gonna catch you a fish. Fishing for Christmas crazy. We aren't all frozen up, dang Christmas. And yeah, the weather is real weird here in Montana. Normally this time of the year we'd be quite cold and snow and icy. So this is a bit of a treat here for me. All right, but we are, oh God, we came from behind this shelter and now the sun is blinding me. How you doing today, the real mouth breather? How's everybody doing today? Merry Fishmas, y'all. Hope Santa brought you everything that you wanted. For all of you that have been good boys and girls. Santa brought me 2 fish so far. 2 nice little rainbows. We're gonna be fishing here till probably sundown. I don't know, I would stay until later than that. I don't know how late I want to stay because of the roads. It was a nightmare getting in here today. We got stuck on the side of the road for 2 hours because it was just too slick. I had to wait for the sun to come up and start melting some of the ice. I couldn't make it up the damn hill. And then a snowplow almost murked me. For those of you guys who are members to the channel, check out the members only supporting the trip here. Right around probably the, I don't know, hour and a half, 2 hour mark into the stream, you can see my life almost ending. Plow truck came over the top of the hill that we couldn't get up, that we were stuck on the side of the road, and he was going way too fast and started fishtailing, and he came inches from just creaming me. Catch a record breaker. The state record walleye comes out of this water body. Somebody type .record space walleye. I want to say it was 32.5 inches and like 18 pounds or some shit. Big walleye. Fat. Was it 33? Yeah, type .record space walleye, and Nightbot, I have it set up that it scrapes the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park website to pull in our record catches for the water body. I think it's 32.5. Now you gotta type .record space walleye. So you can look up any record for the species. I'm putting up my Christmas tree. It's a little late for a Christmas tree, isn't it? I mean, whatever works for you. I guess some people keep them up for a long time after Christmas. Oh, that sun feels nice though. Ah, shit, no space between the dot and the record. Well, I know it's autocorrect, it does that. It's 6 days before New Year. Well, I guess Mia put up our Christmas tree yesterday, so you're not doing too bad. Almost, Randy. Again, you did the same thing. You did a space between the dot and the record. There you go, John. 32.25 inches, 18.02 pounds. Caught out of Holter Lake by Trevor Johnson. I have some of the jigs he makes, the glass jigs. The only thing I've ever caught off of them was pike. I never actually caught a walleye off of them. The guy's a guide. Yeah, him and his dad are a guide, and they own a Kit's Tackle, I think is what it's called. Yeah, he's got a channel on YouTube. Not very many subs. He doesn't post all that much on here. But he's got a few posts of some really nice walleye and some fish that he catches. I think he fishes more over towards the dock right now. So I can go grab my life jacket. Oh, YouTube, the connection spazzed. I don't know if it was, can you guys see me now, or is it still... Somebody give me a thumbs up if you can see me. I just restarted the stream. Starlink crapped out, or YouTube was just being funky. Thank you, Evan. Yeah, if there's ever any problem with audio or the video, somebody just holler in the chat. Back to norm. Okay. Dejan, we do have the casting rod in the boat. Starlink? Yeah, we're running Starlink Mini. That's the only way that you would be able to see any of my streams. We run Starlink Mini attached to the front of the boat here. And then we're just running her off 8 amp hour DeWalt power stack batteries. I get about anywhere from 4 to 6 hours of streaming time per power battery. And I usually carry 4 of the 8 amp hours, a couple of 4 amp hours, and a couple of 5 amp hours. So I run various things off of them, my lights, my cameras. I do have some stuff wired into the boat battery, but this old outboard, it only has a frickin', what is it? A 6 amp stator? So it don't put out a whole lot of power. It wouldn't, I mean, the Starlink itself would drain my battery in no time. All right, we're coming over an area where I have caught a whole bunch of fish in the past. So I wouldn't be a bit surprised if one of these poles gets smacked here for fish number 3. When are you gonna do some casting? If the weather stays nice, we might anchor up somewhere and cast for a bit. Now, so it's in these old outboards, you don't have an alternator per se. You have a stator and a rectifier, and it's actually the stator. The stator is basically your alternator. I mean, it's a 6 amp stator, and then it goes into the rectifier. And I just had to swap out to a regulated rectifier because the voltage was way too high now that I switched to AGM batteries instead of the wet cell lead acid. But it's too low of output to be able to power a whole bunch of electronics off of it. And there's no way to upgrade it without swapping out to a different motor. So most of my electronics, all my, my recording gear and stuff, gets powered off of external batteries. What mountains are behind you? I believe this is the Helena National Forest. It's part of the Rocky Mountain system. I don't know if this is technically the Rocky Mountains, though. I'd have to look at a map. That is a good question. I should know that. Merry Christmas, right back at you, Coastal. Justin Hill, not much snow. No, we've had, it gets cold, it gets warm. It gets cold, it gets warm. The snow that we've had this year hasn't lasted more than a day or two at a time. It's supposed to snow again tonight, though. From here on out, I think it's going to get cold and stay cold. Today will probably be our last our last boat stream of the year. It's twitching. Now that's just again, we're running a lake troll on here. It's 4 Colorado blades, and they spin in the water, and they don't spin all in unison. So you have one spinning and then another one spinning, and it creates a rhythmic thump in the water. So the pole, you'll see, has kind of an erratic thump to it, and that's from the lake troll that we're pulling. When we catch something, you'll hear it. You'll hear it zip you'll hear something like that. Coaster says, I'm using flivers? The hell's a fliver? I just seen how you power your Starlink. Awesome, I'll be contacting you about it. Looks pretty simple. I'll need to know exactly what cords, plugs, cables. Yeah, hit me up, Arizona. And in fact, if somebody types .amazon, I'm an Amazon affiliate, and I do have on my Amazon store basically all the stuff that I use for recording gear. You don't get a discount or anything from buying through the links that are in my store, but it does kick me a small commission back for every sale made through it. But yeah, feel free to hit me up, wannaseemyrod@gmail.com, or you can join the Discord that I have, and I'm happy to tell you about all the setup that I have for Starlink and the recording gear and all that stuff, and I can help get you set up. I've run it half a dozen different ways so far since I've got it, and my current setup, this particular adapter and batteries that I'm using have been the best so far, the most reliable. I'm gonna go ahead and reel in here. We're getting fairly shallow. Getting right up to the boat ramp. I just need to pop over to my truck real quick and grab my life jacket. We forgot it in the truck this morning. And I swim like a stone, so not a good idea for me to be in the boat without a life jacket handy. So we're gonna drag these in real quick. Oh, calm down there, buddy. All right, we're gonna leave this one out a little bit longer. We're still a quarter of a mile or so from the boat launch. Old spinning flashers from the 80s, 90s. Okay, so we're, the pole that I just pulled in, we're running a small Diamond Dodger, moon jelly colored, followed by a double wedding ring harness, worm harness. This one we're pulling a lake troll. I do have probably 5 or 6 flashers though. I don't run the flashers as often as the Dodgers. But I do have them and I do run them from time to time. And some days they're not bad. Merry Christmas, champ. Thanks, Loki. Merry Christmas to you as well. I'm also doing all-day crabbing marathon for Christmas. Nice. Oh God, crab sounds so good. I haven't had fresh crab in frickin' ages. Yeah, so this is it's a hand-tied worm harness rig. This is what I catch most of my trout off of these days. They love this. This particular rig outperforms almost everything else I have in my tackle box on any given day. And it's interesting because I don't just catch trout off of it. Caught kokanee, walleye, Northern Pike. It's a pretty good all-around rig. What are you running behind your flashers? All right, we're gonna bump over here. Hang on, don't y'all fall out of the boat. Double wedding ring, yep. Yeah, it's a hand-tied worm harness rig with 2 wedding rings. And a hammered silver Colorado blade. I'll be in Eureka in like a year. Oh yeah? Eureka, Montana, JR Buds? 18-inch leader with Panther Martin or wedding ring. Okay. We're gonna sneak over here and I just gotta hop up to my truck and grab my life jacket real quick so we can be 1, legal and 2, safe. I forgot it in the damn truck this morning. So if you guys will be patient for just a couple of minutes, I will go grab it. We will be back out to fishing in a very short period of time here. Give me, in fact, I could take you guys with me. Hold on, let me strap the boat up first. All right, I know we're in shallow water. Stop it, fish finder. In fact, I can't. We'll be too far away from Starlink. Shut up. I'm just gonna run up there real quick. Give me 2 minutes and I will be right back. Well, it was a good plan, but apparently it's not in my truck. So, let's just try to stay out of the water, I guess. Well, let's get back out here and catch some fish. What crab is better, sea or fresh? Trying black this weekend. Woolly booger, huggermite, all those little black jigs. Okay. Where are you fishing? Brian, we're at Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir in central Montana. All right. Let's get our stuff back in the water here. We'll show you guys one more time what we're running here. This is what's caught both of the fish so far this morning. This is a hand-tied worm harness rig, something that I tie up. It's a double wedding ring. We got two hooks running off the end. We are just running Gulp Maggots, pink, and it's a hammered silver. Most effective setups for. All right, we'll just let it pull some drag out there. Here in Southern Oregon, many docks have. Oh yeah, no. This particular water body doesn't. I don't know why. Most of them around here do as well. I've never seen them here at Holter though. Don't lose the mic. I will keep an eye on it. Thanks, Roy. And that's just, we're letting out line. I love fishing, especially with my father. Heck yeah, Bill. It's one of my favorite things to do. I find it incredibly relaxing, rewarding, and exciting all at the same time. What's up, Robert Kearley? Welcome to the stream. Merry Christmas, everybody. Thanks for coming and hanging out on your Christmas morning. Coming and hanging out and fishing with us. We have 2 fish in the boat so far, 2 decent-sized rainbow trout. The first one was probably 14, 15 inches. The second one was 17. They get much bigger than that in this water body. But we are just long lining on this particular pole. No weights, no leaded line. That's what we've caught both of them off of so far. On our second rig here, running a really similar lure. Again, another worm harness. A double wedding ring, but this one's tied just a little bit differently. Pinks and fluorescent yellow with a brass hammered Colorado blade. And again, we're tipping these just with pink Gulp Maggots. Which do have a little bit of scent added into them. I like to add in crayfish, and a kokanee oil, which is actually it smells so good. If it didn't say do not eat on the package, I would probably eat it. It smells like vanilla, and like the most like delicious vanilla ever. Most attractants are just god awful. They smell terrible. This particular one, it smells awesome. But on this one, we're running. In fact, I didn't show you guys this. This is a Dodger, a spade Dodger, and I believe it's called Moon Jelly. It's got kind of a purpley, teal, silver, kind of an iridescent color to it. And what this does in the water, it sways back and forth. And so whatever you have running behind it, it imparts its action on your lure. So this particular lure running through the water by itself doesn't really move much. It just spins. It's got a flash and a thump to it. When you run it behind something like this, not only is it spinning and flashing, but it's swaying through the water while it does. So just a couple of different presentations. Every time I'm here, this particular rig outperforms exponentially. But I don't like running two of the same rig usually. So we're switching it up a little bit. This particular one, we're running a little bit deeper in the water column. Currently, I have it, I'm using snap weights. I don't run a downrigger on my boat. My boat's just simply too small. So this acts as basically a poor man's downrigger. At 1 mile per hour, for every ounce of weight you add, you get about 10 foot of dive depth. So we're running about 1.5 miles an hour. So the 2 ounces is going to get me maybe 10 foot instead of the 20 foot. Water column. And if I start marking some fish deeper today, we might bust out a little heavier snap weight, or we might run a dipsy diver or something along those lines. Any bites? Jep, yeah, we've caught two rainbow trout so far. Just want to say, when I was younger, I won an ice fishing competition. Nice, Veiled. I've only ever been in one fishing tournament. That was back when I was like 14 or 15, though, and I definitely did not win it. Merry Christmas, but it's all over here in 1943 hours. Oh, it's your nighttime already. You'll be back later. All right, Errol, we'll be here all day. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Merry Christmas. Hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. If you do want to come back, we'll be here probably till sundown. So another 7 hours-ish, maybe longer. We'll see. You guys know me. I like to stay until there's a reason not to. So we'll see how the weather is. We're coming up on a spot where I have hooked up on a bunch of fish in the past. We're gonna pop over that spot. Unfortunately, I have a wonderful glare on the screen here, so it's a little hard to see what we're marking. Okay, so it was like a kids fishing derby. Nice. For those of you who are just joining, we're fishing here central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's outside of Wolf Creek, Montana. It's a very popular rainbow trout fishery, as well as the state record walleye comes out of this water body. 32.25 inches, 18 pounds. There's a myriad of different species in here. Some of the biggest, not just in Montana, but some of the biggest Kokanee salmon in the world come out of this stretch of the Missouri River here. This water body in particular. The Kokanee kind of hit and miss here, especially this time of the year. You never know where the hell they're at in the water column when the water starts getting cold. Our surface temperature is just under 40 degrees right now. We're fishing over about 80-foot bottom on an incline leading up to a ledge. One thing I hate about fishing is the darn sun keeps blinding me. Oh yeah, some days it's bad. We do have a gnarly glare off the water here. All right, this is the spot. We should feel like we should hook up on something here. Maybe not, we'll see. Merry Christmas, everyone watching from Mississippi. Nice, fishing with Kirdra. We're central Montana here. Welcome to... How's the weather in Mississippi? We're having a real weird winter here. Normally this would be over at this time of the year. So we're having a particularly warm winter so far. Which I'm not complaining. We're out here fishing on Christmas, y'all. I honestly, I don't remember a previous Christmas in my life where I have gone fishing. So this is a first for me. What's the most interesting fish you've caught? Today, I mean, we've caught 2 rainbows, but in general, I don't know. I would say my PB Northern Pike is probably my most interesting. An over 40 inches and 22.5 pounds. Nice fat Northern Pike. Though I guess if we're talking most interesting overall, when I was 17, I fished southern Florida for a few months. I was down there visiting my parents with a buddy of mine, and we did a bunch of fishing. And I pulled up we were fishing out of the ocean, the shore, and I pulled up probably a 4.5 foot wide stingray. That's probably the most interesting fish I've ever. That was probably the most interesting fish I've ever caught. Last time I fished on Christmas, I caught 3 salmon. Tight lines, man. Oh, nice, Jamie. Yeah, the last time we were here, we caught one fat Kokanee salmon. They're in here. Juggalo says, I'm in Florida. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was in southwestern Florida on the bay side, so Cape Coral, Fort Myer area. Well, that's weird. We just went through that spot where I've hooked up on a ton of fish in the past, and I didn't even mark a fish. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We've landed 2 fish so far. We just had to take a quick pit stop at the boat docks. We're back out fishing again. Hopefully we can hook up on some more fish here. We're coming over the area where last time I caught a Northern Pike here. And we're right close to the area where a whole bunch of yellow perch I've caught in the past as well. But if you're enjoying, feel free to subscribe to the channel. When the weather is nice, I try to stream 2 to 3 times a week, sometimes more. Being as it is winter and we're here in Montana, the weather is a little bipolar at times. It's much fewer and far between this time of the year. But hit that sub button, come back and fish with us sometime. We got a good group of people here and we love to fish. If you love to fish, you like to hang out, you like live streams, come back, hang out with us. We'd love to have you. Abigail said something and then retracted it. What's up, Abigail? Welcome to the stream. What type of bait do you find works best for catching fish in this area? So like this particular water body, worms, night crawlers, or as you've seen me using today, these Gulp Maggots. Certain times of the year, the walleye really like leeches, live leeches. And a lot of people catch fish off of just small crankbaits here as well. But in general, night crawler is probably one of my most used baits. I know people think night crawler, oh, that's so uninteresting, but it's one of them baits that almost any species will bite off of a worm. Lucky you, I live on a frozen lake. I catch northerns off my dock, Cross Lake, Minnesota. Oh, nice. Fishing with Nate with the 6-7. Thank you, Fishing with Nate. Yeah, Northern Pike is actually, that's my favorite species to target. They do have them in this water body, far between though, in this area of the lake. Somebody was just in here earlier and says that south from here, there's a boat launch called Gates of the Mountain, that the pike are more prevalent down there. But normally when I fish for pike, I go to a reservoir near here called Pishkin Reservoir. And man, we've been on fire at that water body this year. The last stream we did from there, I think we had an 11-hour stream, and in 11 hours we landed 31 or 33 pike, and we lost probably twice as many. It was just all day long they were blowing up the poles. We had a terrible landing ratio, but we put some fish in the boat. Muckish. What's up, Muckish? Welcome to the stream. Merrick, welcome to the stream. Merry Christmas, everybody. God, I can't even look at that pole. Every time I look over there, the glare just blinds me. So we're out here, we're trying to catch some more rainbow trout. I'm gonna bring a few home to throw in the freezer to smoke. And I would really like to catch another Kokanee salmon today. Northern love perch. I use a golden colored lure since we can't use actual perch. Yeah, so we're not allowed to use live bait here in central Montana either, other than a few select water bodies. But perch pattern and trout pattern are two of my most productive northern pike lures. I like to run deep diving crankbaits. The Rapala original floater, Berkeley Dredger in perch is a really good one. The Reef Runner 800 in rainbow trout is a super effective one. But yeah, perch and trout patterns do real well around here for pike. Veiled Knight says I'm in Montana. Where you at, Veiled? Going to the lake tomorrow. I'm excited. Haven't been in a while. I'm up western North Carolina. Nice, Jan. Good luck tomorrow on the lake. What are you fishing for? How's the weather there? You guys, I'm assuming it hasn't frozen over or doesn't. Merry Christmas, chat. Hope everyone's doing well. Thanks, Josh Reelan. Welcome to the stream. Merry Christmas to you as well. We're having a fantastic day here. We're fishing. It's Christmas. I could not think of a more perfect Christmas than being on the boat and fishing. Missoula, okay. Oh man, I'm jealous. You have such wonderful fishing around the Missoula area. Last year I went up to oh, what the hell is it called? Salmon Lake. All those lakes, the Clearwater series of lakes, all fantastic fisheries. Lots and lots of pike in there. Yeah, you have incredible fishing around the Missoula area. I'm out east of you. It's a bit dry out here compared to your area. I'm kind of in the plains and you're in the mountains. I got to drive up into the mountains to find the fish. And I'm seeing a whole bunch of fish surfacing up here. We got a bunch of rainbow trout feeding off the surface. This is right where we hooked into our first fish. We're coming right back over that same spot. Cutting out a bit. The mic or the stream quality? It's gonna be 65 tomorrow. I'm gonna try trout and crappie. Hello, the way pan-fried fish tastes. Yeah, I've never eaten crappie. They don't really get that big around here. We do have white crappie, we have black crappie. I caught my first black crappie earlier this season. 8 inches, 9 inches. I mean, they're not. I don't like having to harvest 3 or 4 fish for one meal. I typically like to keep, 18 to 22 inches, 2 to 3 pounds. That's kind of my sweet spot for fish that I like to eat. Both? Yeah, it's probably just Starlink being a little funky. Again, please keep in mind we're in the middle of nowhere. There is no cell signal here. We are powering the stream straight from Starlink Mini. And while Starlink Mini does give us the ability to stream from these rural locations, and oftentimes is an excellent quality stream, you got a picture that satellites are going over, and the satellite is following it until it gets too far, and then it switches over to the one coming in. So at those passes, when it's switching from the one that's going away to the one that's coming towards, you kind of have a service degradation. So it's real good, and then it kind of dips, and it gets real good, and then it dips. And I think any wonkiness you're seeing in the stream right now is probably due to the fact that we're switching satellites. Panfish are the best. Lots of little fillets though. Yeah, see, I don't like eating fish like that. I'm too slow at filleting them. If it takes me longer to fillet a fish than it does to eat the fish, then it's too small. Yeah, it got better just now. Okay. Thank you for letting me know though, Veiled. That's so sick. I've caught one this year. I love bluegill also. I haven't tried crappie yet. Yeah, we have bluegill, we have pumpkin seed, but again, they're, itty bitty, 5-6 inches, just, tiny fish. It's the same thing with a lot of people love to eat perch. They're real good eating fish, but the biggest perch I've ever caught was 9 inches. That's half the size of what I would keep to eat. We do have decent sized largemouth bass. The biggest largie I've ever caught was 2.5 pounds, just a dink. We do have a couple of ponds in my area that they do stock them, and they get to be 5-6 pounds. In fact, there's a pond in Helena that I've seen on Fish Brain. People post like 8-9 pounders. But I've never caught a big one. They bite for the bigger fish. Thomas Ford sent clapping seal. Thank you, Thomas. Welcome to the stream. Merry Christmas. I think it's about fish whistle time, y'all. What do you think? What are we at? We've been streaming for 2 hours now. So we caught 2 fish in the first hour and 0 fish in the second hour. Granted, half an hour of the last hour was spent going over to the dock to get my life jacket that wasn't in my truck, so I feel a fish coming on. Let's blow the fish whistle and see if we can call in a monster here. You got open water? Yeah, David, it's hasn't frozen over yet. Some of the smaller, the ponds, the slow-moving creeks and rivers have frozen over. These bigger water bodies, though, are still, as you can see, not iced over yet. In fact, the water temperature is still 39 degrees. It's not even close to freezing yet. We probably won't get an ice over here until, I would suspect, mid to late January. There we go. Is it fish? If it is, it's a dink. We might have been dragging bottom there. No, we're at 90 foot. There's no way we were dragging bottom. Is that a fish? It was a bite. I don't know if there's still fish on there. We'll check. Doesn't feel like it. No. Shit. We lost it, I think. Let's check our bait. Right as I'm about to blow the fish whistle. No, we still got our bait too. All right, they're just taunting us now. So we're gonna let this go out about, let's do 40 foot. We'll throw on our 2 ounce weight here. That was our first hit on the snap weight though. All right, we're gonna let that pull out some line there. Our huge reservoir has 10 inches. Good Lord. Hey, look, there's another boat. Oh, they're going back to the dock. All right, well, that was disappointing. We lost our first bite in an hour. What's the freeze mark there? 32 degrees Fahrenheit is freezing. And our water temperature is about 39.8 right now at the surface. Fish whistle engaged. I like to cook yellow perch like trout. They taste good also. They make good fish tacos. Yeah, every once in a while, like if I'm out camping, the last time I went camping, we caught a bunch of perch and made fish tacos. I just said I'm so slow at frickin' filleting them. It ain't worth it, the hassle usually. All right, so we are coming over an area where we have caught quite a few fish in the past here, so hang in there, y'all. I think we might get into the fish here momentarily. We're back in our area where I like to troll. Where I have been most productive. But we're trolling. We're a little deep right now. I kind of got off course reeling in that last line. We're at about 100-foot bottom right now. I'm going to get slightly more shallow here. We're kind of just fishing the basin. I am marking some fish quite deep here though. I'm seeing here and there some marks at 80 foot. And as usual, quite a few in the like 15 to 40 foot range. The rig that you guys see in front of you, we're just flatlining. We're out about 100 foot, 110 foot a line. Running our lake troll with a double wedding ring in fluorescent orange. The pole behind me that you guys can't see that we did just get a bite off of is running a spade-shaped flasher in moon jelly color, followed by another double wedding ring worm harness. That one is in white and pink. The two fish that we've caught so far have been off of this rig here. The fluorescent orange behind the lake troll. For whatever reason, it's just that setup is really effective at this water body. The last time that we were here, I think we ended up with 15 or 16 trout and one fat kokanee. Trying to get out on the ice tomorrow. Nice, David. Do you just use a portable shelter, you know, a collapsible shelter, or do you have a permanent one? What's the max depth there? Errol, a little over 120 foot in the basin area here. So this is a lake that is basically a lake because they've dammed the river. This is technically the Missouri River. They built the dam here. I want to say this one was like in 1930s, 1940s. So they built the dam and it flooded the whole valley. But the deepest portion is down here by the dam itself in the basin, and it goes down about 120 foot. This water body is full of fish though. There's almost any depth you will mark fish here. This time of the year, they're all over the damn place. With the water temperatures being so cool, it's not like in the late spring, summertime, early fall, where you have the different stratification layers, and fish are kind of down in those deeper depths looking for a specific temperature. Everything right now, everywhere in the water body is colder than what the fish prefer. So oftentimes they'll come more shallow this time of the year. They come up to warm. Are you gonna try and do a Christmas fish fry? Leslie, maybe. My mom asked for me to keep a few trout to smoke. So if we catch, some 16, 18-inch trout, we'll probably bleed them and throw them in the cooler. If we could catch a nice walleye or two, I'd definitely keep them as well. I prefer eating walleye. I'm not a big fan of eating trout. They're all right smoked. I'm not a big fan of them otherwise. They're a fairly gamey tasting fish, for lack of a better term. They're a very cheap fish compared to some of the other species that are available. Walleye, for much more mild tasting fish. Northern pike, when prepared properly, are a much more mild tasting fish. They are good eating though, the rainbows. They're fishier than the other ones, and I prefer not a super strong fishy taste. You have a flip over, okay. Merry Christmas, thanks Chris Berry. Merry Christmas to you as well. What's up, Mr. Minnesota? Rob Fox, we're in Montana, my friend. Some species of fish like salmon can actually remember the exact routes they took to return to their spawning grounds after being away for years. They use their keen sense of smell to navigate back. Yeah, it's crazy. Some of them travel for ridiculous distances, like hundreds of miles upstream to get back to their spawning grounds. Around here, they can't travel that far because, again, they're in this particular water body. There's a dam, right to the north of us. There's another dam, 10 miles to the south of us. So they're kind of locked in a shorter area, smaller area. Hello there from South Africa. Welcome to the stream, The Real Fisher. We're in central Montana in the United States. Yeah, they checked the level with the scope, I think, the civil engineers. Okay. To the same river they were born, yep. Yeah, there's, from what I understand, so again, the salmon that's in this water body are Kokanee salmon, which some of you guys, if you fish in coastal waters, may know them as a sockeye salmon. A sockeye salmon is a sea-run version of a Kokanee salmon, just like a steelhead is a sea-run version of a rainbow trout. So, and then there's now a self-sustaining population of Kokanee in here. So while they do infrequently stock here, there's enough of a buildup of them here that they're thriving without the stocking. The real fisher says radical. How's the fishing over there in South Africa? Patrick Day said hi. Welcome to the stream, Patrick. All right, come on, fish. Stop teasing us. We need another one. I'll make a deal. The next one we catch, you can go back. If I catch you after the next one, though, you're going in the cooler. So now's your chance to make a brief appearance on the Wanna See My Rod show, and I will put you back, I promise. You think that'll work? Think we can coax one in? I'm still blown away you have open water, right? Yeah, it's just the weather's been super erratic. It starts to freeze and then we get a few warm days and then it starts to freeze. Like I said, the ponds in my area are all frozen over. The shallower, slower moving streams and rivers, like Sun River, for example, has frozen over. Missouri River hasn't yet, though. There's enough moving water and the temperature has been erratic enough that it's staying solid. I don't know how abnormal. I don't think that's particularly abnormal here, though. I was looking for fishing here in central Montana, and most of the ice fishing tournaments that I saw looked like they typically start mid to late January. And a lot of them have, an asterisk next to the start date, and it says, provided there's safe enough ice to fish. So while we do usually have cold and brutal winters here, there's enough of that, up and down that happens. Over. Yes, that's a good day. Christmas. Heck yeah. Hi there, SA up the spring bucks. Merry Christmas, Stacy. Brook trout is a type of salmon. They're native. They're only native trout. Yeah, we have native brook trout here in Montana. That's one species of trout I've never caught. In fact, there's probably brook trout in this water body. There's brook trout in almost every water body I fish around here. I've never caught a damn brook trout. I've caught tons of rainbow, quite a few browns. I've caught, a cutthroat. I've caught a handful of different variants of trout. Never the brookies, though. Most of the people that I see catching brookies in this particular area fly fish. And they are often, they're wearing hip waders or chest waders and wade, for miles up the various creeks and, small streams. I don't fish like that very often. I don't fly fish in general. But if I'm fishing a river or a creek, I like to sit down and fish. I don't like to wander all over the place and slosh through the water. And I ain't hating all y'all that do. More props to you. That's tough fishing. I'm a lazy fisherman. If you guys are familiar with the channel, I do say that from time to time, and when I say it, I mean it. I'm a lazy fisherman. I don't like to exert effort if I don't have to. Did you know that the world record for the largest fish ever caught is a 2,654-pound great white shark? Good Lord, 2,600 pounds? It's like the size of a Volkswagen Bug. It was caught off the coast of Australia, 1959. Fishermen often find it fascinating. Yeah, that ain't a fish, man. That's a small whale. Yeah, I wasn't sure how much ice we'd have. I walked out yesterday and checked some guys who had a side-by-side out. I took my tape measure, 10 inches. Yeah, that's 10 inches is ice road trucker thickness. Run a semi across that shit. Cranking is often called lazy man's method. Yeah, so if I'm fishing a river or a stream, or in the spring, I throw crankbaits quite often. I'll anchor up or I'll drift and throw cranks. Oh, there was a bite. I think we got one. Feels little. Yeah, that's a fish. Down there, little guy. Not a big fish, but it's a fish. I think we've caught our smallest fish of the day here if we can get them in the boat. All right, so we have. That's what I hate about these snap weights is it takes that extra step. Fish on, fish on. This is fish number 3 if we can get it in the boat. What is it? Oh, he's... Oh, hey, hold on a second here. Nope. Oh, calm down there, buddy. Yep, we got our... Oh! We were trying to avoid that. There we go. Our itty-bitty little baby of the day. Little rainbow trout. That's our first one on the snap weight. Our first landed. Let's get him back in the water. Them little ones, they're way more sensitive. If you guys catch smaller fish, I know everybody likes to weigh and measure and take pictures, and the smaller the fish, the less hardy they are. You really gotta kind of get them back in the water as quickly as possible. If possible, don't even touch them. So like a fish that size, you'll often hear people refer to them as shakers. And you'll notice often when I catch smaller fish like that, I don't even touch them. I bring it in, I take the hook out over the water, and we let her drop back in. You simply shake it off your hook. That one was probably about 10, maybe 11 inches. And what we just caught that off of, again, these are hand tied. I make these. It's a double wedding ring rig. It's the second bite we've had off this one today. Some glow beads mixed with pink, and then these shiny things you see in here are wedding rings. If you move it around, you'll notice that it's got a flash to it. It's literally like cubic zirconium, like with the fake diamonds. And then we have a Colorado blade here and hammered brass. And we're following that behind a spade moon jelly dodger. And we had that one out about 100 foot. And we're using a snap weight, a 2-ounce snap weight on that one. So that one was probably about 15 to 20 foot in depth. So we're gonna let out about 30, 40 foot of line here. Yeah, that was a little rainbow trout. Fish number 3 was a rainbow trout. So I let out 40 foot of line. I then take and snap on, directly onto the line here. A 2-ounce weight, and then we let her out another 60 foot or so. So we'll have about 100 foot of line out total. All right, so we're gonna just let the drag pull some out there. Yeah, so if you're going at 1 mile per hour, 1 ounce of weight gets you down about 10 foot. 2 ounces of weight, 20 foot. We're doing about 1.5, 1.6 miles an hour. So you don't get that full 10 foot per ounce. It's closer to 50 to 75%. So instead of 1 ounce being 10 foot in depth, you get from it, it's 7 foot or 6 foot. The other line that you see over here, we're just straight long lining this one. And when I say long line, that means we're not using any weights, no leaded line. It's simply the lure dragging, 100 foot behind the boat. It's within the top 5 to 10 foot of the water column. But that's two bites and 2 catches on this pole, and we've had 2 bites and 1 catch on this pole over here. So they're fishing at the surface and 15 foot down is kind of performing about the same. Most of the fish that I'm marking are in the 20 to 30 foot range, some down 40, some a little shallower. So I would think this one should be performing better, but as usual, this particular, I don't know what it is about this color. It just must pop underwater. The fish, however they see that, it's good stuff to them. But we're gonna spin back around and make a pass right back straight through that area where we just caught that last fish. Do you know that some fish can detect electric fields in the water? The ability helps them navigate and find prey. Yeah, their lateral line is super sensitive to a lot of different things. They use it basically to smell. Yeah, I mean, it's basically, it's like all of their senses combined into one other than sight. Oh, can somebody add? That was number 3. Do we have a mod in here? Any mods? Oh yeah, man, some Christmas trolling, right, dog? There ain't nothing I'd rather be doing on Christmas than fishing. I am so stoked that we have a decent day of weather here. Aloha, what's up, D8? Welcome to the stream. All right, so there's no mods in here. Let me fix that. Hold on. There we go. Fish on, fish on. Stay on. Oh, he's on there. All right. Feels like another small trout. Oh, shit, we lost him. He's off. Fish off, fish off. Let's check our bait. Stole our bait. Telling you, every time I pick up a phone or a camera and try to do something, we get a bite. All right, so we're now 3 bites, 2 catches on this rig. Again, same thing I just showed you from the last one. It's just orange and silver. And we're running that one behind a lake troll. Hammered brass. We're gonna just let it pull some drag there. Yeah, they got off. Trout and salmon have, people say, soft mouths. They pull the damn, they don't spit the hook. They oftentimes, when they jerk, when they do their runs and dives, they pull the hook straight through their lip. They just tear their lip straight out. You'll notice when I put those out there, there's a rubber section in the line, a shiny section before the lake troll, or excuse me, after the lake troll. That's called a snubber. So it's meant to, being as we're using braided line here, which has no stretch to it, no shock absorption, you add a snubber. In fact, I could show you guys one. I have one handy here. They're called a snubber. So they go in line, and it's basically think of it like a bungee cord, but inside the bungee cord is a hard line. So it'll have either fluorocarbon or braid inside of the rubber. So it's got a stretch, some shock absorption. So when those fish first hit it, and you know, they do their dives, their runs, the jerkiness, it gives your line a bit of give to it. But again, they have such soft mouths that there's usually not a day you go out trout fishing that you have an excellent landing ratio. Next fish is coming. Oh yeah. Again, like I said, we just caught that one. I flipped right back around and we almost immediately hooked up on a second one. So they're in this area. I like to troll this area. I have caught quite a few trout, kokanee, and the couple of walleye that I've caught have come right out of here as well. And not the last time, but the time before that we were here. Some shelves, there's some weed patches back here. There's a couple of, you know, humps and bumps. There's just a lot of interesting terrain back here, and it tends to hold quite a few fish. Little fish darting left and right with fins so bright, scales so gleaming, underwater world, the dancing beams. Are you trying to serenade me there, Veiled? Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. It's a song? Yeah, I figured. All right. .AC rainbow trout. All right, so there's the third trout that we missed. So we've landed 3 rainbows so far, and we've lost 2, 1 on each pole now, I think. All right, we're coming right back over that area where we just hooked up twice. I'm seeing fish. There's quite a few fish surfacing. This water has just kind of turned to glass. It has gotten real nice. What a gorgeous day out here. All right, one more fish whistle and we're gonna catch a big one next, I think. What are you using for a camera? Veiled, so I have a few different cameras that I use. The primary camera that I use for streaming is an iPhone 16 Pro Max. That's what I'm streaming from right now. And again, that's primarily because I'm streaming in vertical format. GoPros are a pain in the butt to try and get to actually output in a vertical format, which is what YouTube prefers for streaming. I also I have 2 GoPro Hero 13s. I usually will, in fact, I should put it on. I keep forgetting to, and I miss the coolest shit. I usually wear a chest cam, a FPV GoPro, and then I have another one mounted right up behind. That's kind of just my overall. That one gets a view of both poles on the boat, so you can see both. You can see the whole back end of the boat. Next year when I stream, that's probably going to be the primary camera right there, so you guys get a full view of both sides of the boat. But for today, right now, YouTube, they don't promote horizontal lives unless you have, you know, hundreds of thousands of followers. If I stream from that instead of the phone, over the course of a 10-hour stream, I might get 200 to 500 people come through the room, versus if I stream from the phone over that same, you know, 8-10 hour period, I might get 20 to 50,000 people come through the room. So it doesn't make sense to stream horizontal until they fix their algorithm. They're in the process of releasing a dual stream feature right now that your primary camera is horizontal, and then it cuts the edges to give viewers a vertical feed. And then they are supposed to then push that into the vertical live stream as well as the shorts feed. But right now, even though they've released it and I have it available on my account, it's still in beta and it doesn't work. Mobile viewers who view that stream still get the horizontal, the wide view, which just looks terrible on a cell phone. Missed the last catch, I'm back now. It's all right, Real Midwest, welcome back. It's 1 year today, I last... Dang, Errol. Man, it was, thinking to myself as I was planning to come here, it's almost been a month since I fished. Something is wrong. So I had to come out here. I had to. We're getting deeper here. I'm babbling here and getting off my course. But then, Errol, I also, like my live stream that I streamed this morning, the members only stream driving here, I did from my iPhone 13. So iPhones have really good cameras. They're great for mobile streaming. The 17 Pro Max is kind of the ultimate right now. It, out of all phones that are on the market, from what I understand, has the best thermal abilities. They don't overheat like a lot of the other ones do. And it also supports 8K video, which nobody streams in 8K. But if I were to get another phone to stream from, it'd be the iPhone 17 Pro Max. The 16 Pro Max, which I have, is excellent for streaming, but again, it doesn't have the 8K quality, and it doesn't have the thermal efficiencies that the 17 Pro Max does. Merry Christmas, bro. Catch some fish. I'll see you in Helena. Hey, Robert, thank you. Yeah, we're at Holter right now. We're pretty close to Helena. I almost went to Hauser today. I prefer fishing Holter or Hauser, mostly because I catch more fish here, and also because it's twice as far to get to. It's an hour-and-a-half drive to get to Hauser versus, you know, a 50-minute drive to get to here. Though this morning's drive turned into a 3-hour drive because we spent 2 hours stuck on the side of the road because of black ice. That's all right, Veiled. I like by the dam near Hauser. I've only fished under Hauser Dam once and I got skunked. It was a really windy day though. It was not a good day to fish. And I did not like the hike back up the hill. Oh my God. Carrying, you know, 40, 50 pounds of gear, my backpack, my tackle, my net, my pole, my kid's fishing pole. I had to stop a couple of times on the way back up the hill and remind myself I'm getting too old for this shit. Black guys stopped your travel? No, not black guys, David. Black ice. It rained it sleeted. It was, you know, just at that temperature where rain isn't really rain anymore, but it's not really snow either. So it sleeted last night, and this morning there's just a layer of ice on everything. And we got about 8 miles from the lake here to the first real hill, and I made it about, I don't know, a third of the way up the hill and completely lost traction. Four-wheel drive wouldn't get any traction. I don't have studded tires. And as soon as I put the brake on, I just slowly slid back down the hillside, straight towards the 40-foot embankment on the side of the road. Stopped probably about a foot from falling over the edge. Trailer jackknifed in the road. So I ended up stuck on the side of the road for 2 hours waiting for the temperature to come up and for the ice to start to melt, and a snowplow came by and threw some gravel. He almost killed me. He came over the top of the hill and started fishtailing, and it was inches from creaming me. Oh, we are coming over an absolute pile of fish right here. I'm gonna do a hard turn one way, and then immediately trying to get some action on the baits. Oh yeah, we're in an absolute cloud of them right here. I use Suffix Advanced Superline. I switched to it last year, and I've traditionally fished with Firewire, Berkeley Firewire, or God, now I even forget what I used to fish with. Spiderwire. Spiderwire is really what I fished with for years, but I started having problems. It's just wind knots, so many goddamn wind knots. And since I've switched over to the Suffix Advanced, this is 40-pound braid that I'm running on these guys. So fewer wind knots. The brake strength on it seems much better than the Spiderwire I used to run. It's been good line. I've liked it so far. Cheers, night. All right, Errol, thanks for coming and hanging out. Holy crap, that was a big trout. He came up right next to the boat. I could have grabbed him with the net. That was twice the size of the trout we put in the boat. Fucker's taunting me here. Nice, I just put Suffix Advanced 832 on my new catfish rod. Okay, yeah, I run it on everything, and in fact, the braided line that I use as well is Suffix. I've switched to Suffix for all of my line. I use their fluorocarbon, I use their braid, I use their lead core. Oh, and we are coming way shallow here, way shallow. I'm over here babbling, and we're gonna lose our rig. I'm gonna bump up our speed here slightly. We're in like 12 foot of water here. A little too shallow for running a 2-ounce weight. All right, so we're gonna pass back over that pile of fish we just went over that did not bite. And we're gonna see if they hit from this direction. And you guys try that. It's freaking weird, and I don't know why. But sometimes you'll get bites going east to west, but not west to east. So if you find a good school of fish and they just didn't bite that first pass, make another pass over them. Make a couple of passes over them. Try switching direction, changing your speed up a little bit. Fish are weird. Fish are picky, and it seems like even throughout the day, you know, I'll start the day and they'll want a 2-mile-an-hour troll, and halfway through the day, you know, they ain't biting at 2 anymore, or they'll only bite at 1.5. So just switch her up. That's exactly what we're doing here. We just ran that from east to west, so now we're running it west to east. West to east. Sorry, I was saying cheers to Veiled. Oh, okay, Earl, sorry. Oh, here we go again, going way too shallow. God damn it. Yeah, there's tons of different line out there on the market. I mean, if it works, it works. I don't think you really have a super big advantage one over another. I think more important is using the right size of line, which I think oftentimes people, they screw themselves. They undersize their setups. Everybody wanting to catch, you know, trophy fish on 5-pound freaking mono. And I think they're insane for doing so. Honestly, at times it's like, why don't I just run 100? Like, the diameter on it ain't that much different than 40. And I really don't like losing lures. And I just boo-booed there and we went way too slow. Table Hill or mountain? This actually is a plateau. There's a farm field up there. There's one rancher who lives on this side of the lake, and he owns, I don't know, I want to say probably a couple thousand acres up here. So on top of this mud cliff over here is flat, like wheat field, but mountain in the background there. Oh, dragging through the damn rocks. I think we saved it though. Live Outdoors, how's the bite been? We've landed 3 and lost 2. Been a little, not super good, but we've landed 3 fish so far. We're not doing too shabby. Having a blast out here. The weather has just gotten absolutely incredible. There was like a 30-minute period there where I honestly thought about taking off a layer. I was starting to sweat a little bit. I had to let SoCal know about your adventure this morning. Oh shit. Yeah, he was there for a short while. He saw it. I mean, the whole way it was slippery as shit, but it wasn't that bad until we got stuck. It's not a good feeling sliding backwards when you have a cliff on the side of you. It really is not fun. In fact, that's the opposite of fun. Really, truly. Missed the final boss hill slip and slide. Yeah, that was just sketch. So the sliding, the getting stuck, that part sucked. But even worse was when the plow driver barreled over the top of the hill and started fishtailing at me. And I fucking called it. I said that was gonna happen as soon as I saw those lights in the distance. Sure as shit. So over the years, the water eats the cliff with the rain. Yeah, so that's, oh, so you're just asking about why it's like that. Yeah, so you get the rain, you get the water coming up against it. We have a lot of clays in our soils around here. And when clay gets wet and waterlogged, oftentimes huge chunks of it just slough off the side of the hill. So you get those sheer mud cliffs, mud walls. But yeah, that's I think what primarily causes that is just the rainfall. Somewhat the lake. water, you know, it's sucking up some water from the surrounding water, so it's always a bit soggy. But we have, you know, torrential downpour rain here at times, and it takes chunks of the hillsides with it. How's SoCal stream going? He all set up for hunting? Yeah, you got a few shorts to make out of that one. Yeah, I'll have to pick through there. There was definitely some sketch that happened. I did grab the camera and try and pan around to show you guys as he was fishtailing past my truck. I don't know how well you guys could see it or not. I wasn't super focused on what the camera could see. I was more so focused on trying not to shit my pants, because legit that was sketchy. That tow truck driver's eyes were that big as he stared at me as he was gliding past. Not fun. Wind has picked back up a little bit. I'm way out in the basin here. I need to get back closer to the shoreline over here. What time is it? We got 11:51. He's out hunting, typical SoCal, hadn't seen anything. Got passed out after the kids wound down. Bed at 2 a.m. Came up at 5:30, made for a tired dad, yeah. Oh, I hear you, man. I haven't slept yet. Most of the time, I tell you guys this almost every stream. Most of the time when I stream, I don't sleep the night before. I have so much shit going on, packing up the boat, setting up the stream, planning everything out. My brain is going a million different directions, and sleep is just not part of that equation. But I hope he gets something out there today. I know he posted the weather forecast, and it looked like it was going to be sketch. On and off rain, 40+ mile-an-hour gusts. Not really ideal weather to be sitting out in a blind. Now, I would love to go further south in the lake. It's just, again, with the forecast for the wind, it's supposed to be kind of all over the place. Gusts up to 18 miles an hour for a couple hours today. And that just kind of, with this tiny ass little boat, it kind of locks us over here in this sheltered area. It's just unpleasant going out in the open water when you got, 1 foot, 2 foot wakes. Especially when I'm not wearing a life jacket. Dewey, welcome. How you doing? We're out here living the dream. Having a merry Fishmas. We've landed 3 rainbow trout so far. We've lost 2 decent strikes. We're having a pretty good day. The water surface temperature has actually risen. We're up to 40.2 degrees right now. It was low 39s when we put the boat in this morning. So it's come up over half a degree. Fishing right now, we're at about 90-foot bottom. I'm gonna head back closer to 80, 75-foot bottom. That seems to be where we've been getting the bites today so far. Merry Christmas to you as well, Dewey. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing. But we're having a good day out here. It's a nice place to fish. I really like Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. I do wish I could get on some more kokanee though. It's just not the time of the year to do it. They're so spread out in the water column. When you fish for them earlier in the year, you know, when the water temperature at the surface is warmer, you can almost assume that, you know, those fish that are down at that 30 to 40 foot mark are almost always going to be kokanee. This time of the year, you don't know. I mean, they're mixed up with all the rainbow trout, with the walleye. Everything's just kind of jumbled in the water column. You can't really target a certain depth to get to the kokanee. How much are smokes in your state rod? Dewey, the American Spirits that I smoke are 12 and some change, like $12.50, almost 13 bucks a pack. Not cheap. At my local dam, there's a footprint of an elephant in the clay, but they're not in the reserve anymore. Well, that's both cool and kind of sad. That's such a cool animal. Mean though, it's so many people every year are killed by elephants, like a ridiculous number of people. Like people think of, you know, animals that kill people and they think bear, they think shark. And I think elephant kills more people than all of those other species combined. They just trample the shit out of people. Why not run shallower just one time? Try 12 to 20 foot, maybe ticket for walleyes. Last time we were here, we were doing quite a bit shallower. We could try. I'm adverse to super shallow trolling because I lose so much more gear. We would definitely have to get rid of the snap weight. Usually, if I were to shallow troll, my preferable method to do it would be to bottom bounce. I wouldn't be running the rigs, the setups that I'm running right now. I would take off the lake troll and I would throw a bottom bouncer on there with, you know, a small crankbait or, you know, the worm harness. But the problem with bottom bouncing in shallows is I go too fast for it. You end up needing so much damn weight to get down on the bottom where the walleye are. Because this time of the year, a lot of them, they're hugged to the bottom. They're in the shallows, but they're sitting on the bottom. And while you can get them to come up off the bottom, I've had way better luck, you know, bringing the lure right to them, running it, you know, straight on the bottom, 2-3 feet off the bottom rather than, you know, 10 foot off the bottom. But yeah, that's the reason why is I tend not to troll as shallow because I lose so much more gear. That, and you see how often that, like, I just get wonky. I'm like spinning around, I'm going the wrong direction. Deeper water is much more forgiving for those oopsies, those moments of, you know, either the wind came up or you just weren't paying attention. When you are trolling super shallow, you got to be much more on your game. Because you lose a troll like that, you get off, you could end up, you know, either in the shore, into the rocks, or again, you're dropping your shit on the bottom and giving it, you know, exponentially more chance to get hung up on something. And I don't like losing, you know, $20, $30 plus of rigging every goddamn time I lose something. Run some cranks with no snap. 70 foot will get most cranks over 12 foot. We could. Let's give, let's say at 1 p.m. we'll do some shallow. So let's give it one more hour of running our current setups here. And if we don't start smoking them, we'll switch over. We'll do some shallow trolls for you, David. Oh, that's very true. Yeah. Now, if I were running a trolling motor, you know, where I could set, you know, to run on a contour, or I could set to run a specific pattern, you know, between set points, you would see me trolling shallower much more often. It's just, again, as hard as I try, I lose focus of the direction we're going sometimes and end up wonky, and more often than not, it's just, you get that rogue wave that comes by, or, you know, a 30-second gust that just totally throws you off. And you see how often I'm like, oh shit, I'm way too shallow. And that's because either I'm not paying attention or the wind blew me into something. And it happens so often that I lose so much gear doing it. It drives me crazy. Bow mount helps a lot. Oh, absolutely. What's up, MHD? Welcome to the stream. No, if I could get down, you know, 0.8, you know, 1 mile an hour, and do so consistently without being blown all over the damn place, I would throw my bottom bouncers on. I've kind of this year I've stopped running bottom bouncers in lakes. I've just stopped. It's not effective for me. I don't catch anything. Instead, usually what you'll see me running bottom bouncers when I'm trolling in rivers, when I'm trolling upstream, because that stream coming down at me slows me way down, and I can get to those slower speeds that the bottom bouncers actually hit the bottom. When I'm rolling through a lake like this, I'm usually 1.2 is kind of the lowest that I'll ever be at. Is he on there? I think we lost him. God damn it. Well, there's another loss. What was that one? So we're at 70-foot bottom right now. There's our third miss on that one. Petra, surprised there's no ice. Yeah, it's completely open here, Petra. Unlike you in reverse, I need to break out snap weights to try deeper more often. Yeah, I like the snap weights, deep diving crankbaits. I much prefer deeper fishing. Again, it gives me that extra caution. I don't lose nearly as much shit because you're fishing over, 40, 50, 60 plus foot bottom. And I tend to do better. I'm more productive. But again, I think if I had a bow mount troll motor, it's with contour follow, or a feature like that, you'd see me fishing shallow way more often. I spend so much money on this hobby as is. I don't like throwing down it 30, 40 bucks every time I lose a rig. I mean, even a simple crankbait these days is so ridiculously expensive. What was it? The lure that I lost the last time? Berkeley Tail Dancer. $20 goddamn dollars for that lure. $20 for a crankbait. And that's not uncommon. They hit so hard that they hurt their teeth. Maybe. Honestly, I've been setting my drag a little bit light, and I think like that one, for example, I just don't think there was a solid hook set on it. All right, we're coming over a pile of fish right here again. Disillusioned, learn to fish. Can you teach me? I've never caught a fish before disillusioned. What am I doing wrong? Tell me, please. Merry Fishmas to you as well, hard to please guy. Welcome to the stream. Fish here, what are we at? 72-foot bottom. And again, they're just on the incline coming down from the ledge. We got a much shallower ledge over here closer to the shore. And then we have kind of a drop off, but it's not a steep drop off. It's, you know, a shallow incline, or decline rather, with some humpies. You know, some bumps and some saddles, and there's a lot of fish holding in here. And a lot of these look like walleye, honestly. Lots of shit hugging the bottom. It's a lake, not a stream. Reservoir, if you want to be technical. Our walleye are usually in shoreline structure, sometimes 5 foot or less. When running bottom bouncers, I usually hold one pole to get less snags. Yeah, that's another thing is oftentimes you're much more productive holding. You can feel bottom, you can pull it off a bottom, you don't get snags as often. And I get myself into trouble when I hold a pole. Again, you see how just off I get, you know, in my navigation here. When I got a pole in either hand, it gets just way worse when I'm focusing on that. Walleye would be good. Yeah, like I said, at 1 p.m., so in about 50 minutes or so, we're gonna swap over and try and do a little shallower trolling, and see if we can maybe get into some of these walleye. What we're running right now, I've caught walleye off in the past. They will bite this stuff. We're running substantially deeper than where I would expect the walleye to be holding right now. Appreciate the sub there, Minnow Dunkers. Welcome to the channel. Clay, we're in central Montana. You wouldn't be doing circles if you had a prop. Oh, yeah, David, it's a jet boat is, there's especially at low speeds, how you're steering it is more of a suggestion than a command. And again, stupid stuff like, you know, a few weird waves, or, you know, the gust picking up from a direction, a few seconds of not paying close attention to where you're pointed, you get way off real quick. I love trolling. Me too, hard to please guy. It's one of my favorite methods to fish. Used a lot of trolling stuff. I wish I could use it. I don't know people willing to go trolling. Yeah, Erego E-Hero Gaia. I'm probably butchering your name, but I know where you're coming from. A lot of people, they just don't like to troll. It's they like to more actively fish. A lot of people, you know, they want to cast. They want to cast often. They want to jig. They don't want to watch a pole or listen for a reel to scream. I think it's one of the most exciting ways to fish. Beaver State Fishing with the $4.99. Merry Christmas. Would love to see some walleye on the board. Hammer them. Thank you for the support there, my friend. We are, yeah, in roughly 50 minutes, we're going to switch over. We'll try running, you know, in the maybe 15, 20 foot bottom. Again, there have been a couple of these shallower passes that I've done that I am seeing some fish holding up in the shallows. So we'll try. If you hang out for another 50 minutes or so, we'll switch up. Probably throw we might throw a little Jimmy on one pole. We might throw a shallow diving crankbait on the other pole. Are the fish a little lethargic? Clay, yeah, they have been. Again, the water temperature is 40 degrees at the surface, so it's fairly frigid. It's well below most fish, all of these fish's preferred temperature zone. other than maybe burbot, but they're all down at the bottom anyway. Why no ice in Montana? There are in some places, hard to please. I'm in north central Montana. And our weather here has just been real weird this year. We've had cold snaps, and then it gets warm for a couple of days. Then you get another cold snap, and it's warm for a few days. So it snows, it ices over, and then it melts. But it just hasn't been long enough to ice over anything other than the ponds and, you know, the slow-moving rivers and creeks. I would expect this water body will probably ice over mid to late January. Would topwater behave the same way if you trolled it? I've tried trolling topwater, and I think I've caught a fish once trolling topwater. It's fun, it's cool to look at. I would imagine you would catch some fish eventually doing it. But out of the, you know, numerous hours that I've run topwater, like true topwater, like a, you know, a walleye popper, or excuse me, not walleye popper, oh, brain, would you please work? Oh, Jesus, I'm having a brain fart here. The little bubblers, you know, the little spinny guys. Why, I can't remember what they're called right now. Your guess is as good as mine. Well, lures that truly stay on the top of the water. Because technically how we're fishing right now on this line is basically topwater. We're in the top 5 to 10 foot of the water column, which for me is pretty close to topwater. But running lures on, you know, the top itself, I've never really caught much. I caught a pike once. I have much better luck running true topwater when I'm, you know, actively casting and retrieving. Trolling, I think, is too much of a static cadence. It doesn't change enough for topwater. Whereas when you're actively casting and retrieving, you're jerking, you're slowing your retrieve, you're speeding your retrieve up. And those things trigger the strikes. You don't get as much of that when you're trolling. 15 degrees warmer this year, according to New Kid on the Weather Rock predictions. Dang, Clyde, that's crazy. Whopper plopper, there you go. That's what I was looking for, thank you. How deep? We're running over, we're too deep again. I'm at 90 foot. Where I was marking and where we've been catching was closer to the 75 to 80 foot, so we're about 10 foot too deep right now. And we did just pass over a huge pile of fish at about 70 foot bottom. Why you fish to water? Why you fish to water in winter? Honestly, wintertime fishing is some of the best fishing time of the year. Fish are super active this time of the year, trying to fatten up for the cold winter. And some of the best tasting fish also come during winter time. So while it is much colder and usually not as pleasant as, you know, summer or fall fishing, winter fishing, some of the biggest fish I've ever seen pulled out of the water were during the winter time. Put a weight on and drop it to 20. Yeah, so we have 2 different setups here. So this one we're flatlining. This one, again, we have about 100 foot out. And it's running in the top 5 to 10 foot of the water column. It's just got a pop troll on it and a worm harness. The pop troll does have some drag to it and pulls it down slightly in the water. The line on the other side that the last 2 bites have come off of is actually a small dodger with a worm harness, but we have a 2-ounce weight clipped 30 foot up. So we're running closer to, you know, 15 to 20 foot on this one. So we're kind of hitting, you know, closer to the top and a little bit below the top. You think that's way too high? Depends on what you're fishing for. Again, this time of the year, they're all over in the water column. I am marking quite a few, you know, 30, 40, 50 foot deep, but I'm also marking just as many, you know, in that top 15, 20 foot of the water column. I tend to troll deeper, usually. Like last time we were here, I was running a 4-ounce weight most of the time instead of a 2-ounce. We started with the 2-ounce. And again, it's been hitting more often than this one for the last hour. But we could definitely, let's say we'll give it another 15 minutes. If we don't get something on this line, I'll throw a 3 or a 4 ounce on that pole. Bring it down a little bit. Zwaj. Wow, we're gonna call you Z. Z, what are you fishing for? Rainbow trout, Kokanee salmon, there's walleye, there's Northern Pike, there's brown trout, there's brook trout, yellow perch, there's all sorts of things in here. We've caught 3 rainbow trout so far though, and we've lost three other solid bites. I'd love to see what a blade bait the size of a 6-inch gizzard shad would do. Blade bait 6 inches. I'm trying to think what I got in the tackle box that would meet those specs. Get them. We're trying, minnow. Minnow dunkers. We've caught 3 so far. The last 3 bites we've had, we've lost though. What is the bait? The lure that's on both of these rigs is a worm harness rig that I have. It's a double with a Colorado blade on top. This one we're running behind a hammered brass lake troll. This line over here, we're running it behind a spade moon jelly dodger, and a 2-ounce clip weight on this one. And then on each of the hooks, instead of using crawlers, we're using pink Berkeley Gulp Maggots, and I have those scented with crayfish oil and kokanee oil, which is a really vanilla smelling attractant. Meherdad, welcome to the stream. I only speak English. I don't know what you just said. Keep any yet, Clyde? We have not. We did catch. One was 17 inches. Nice fat little football. Would have been perfect eater size. Right as I was throwing it back, my mom asked, "Are you keeping any today to smoke?" As I'm throwing it back in the water. So if we catch any more in the 16 to 20 inch range, we'll probably throw them in the cooler to bring home and smoke. Montana rocks. It does hard. I love Montana. You would love the California Delta. This location reminds me of it. I actually just moved back to Montana from California a few years ago. I lived in Southern California for 12 years? 13 years? I didn't fish while I was out there at all though. Here in California, that setup you're using is great for German browns when the lakes are open. Huh. Yeah, I've caught the stray brown trout off of similar rigs to this in the past. Never had super great browns though. Brown, I tend to catch more when I'm actively fishing, throwing small crankbaits. Feed is cutting out a bit. Yeah, it's probably this cliff we're up against. I keep forgetting that it's blocking line of sight. Good luck. Thanks, man. Okay, Rod, cheers. See you in the next year. Bye. All right, Errol, thanks for coming and hanging out. We'll see you on the next stream, buddy. Merry Christmas again, and hope you're doing well. I actually think you need to drop a Carolina dark worm rig, 30 feet, very slow. You guys are moving slow. Yeah, so hard, you might have missed it when I was explaining earlier. So I don't have a bow-mounted electric trolling motor. All I have to troll with is the 75 horsepower 2-stroke jet in the back here, and it's an old beast. And I struggle to maintain speeds of less than 1.5 miles an hour with this. And especially when it's windy like this, it becomes almost impossible to steer the boat. So most of the time you see me trolling, I'm trolling 1.5, 1.7, sometimes upwards of 2 miles an hour. And that's simply because of, the trolling motor that we're using. I'm using what we have to work with. It's a beautiful spot though. It is, isn't it pretty here? Good fishing in SoCal. Yeah, I lived, I mean, I was in Costa Mesa, Newport Beach area. I was, you know, a 10-minute drive from the beach, which I went and hung out at the beach quite often. I'd go watch people fish at the pier, but it's just not my kind of fishing. Fishing shoulder to shoulder with people and weight coming up. They spend half of their time untangling their shit from the 10 guys next to them. Just not my kind of fishing. Cool watching them catch stuff though. Garrett Hotchkins, Merry Christmas to you as well. Me and the kid go King of the Hammers just below Barstow every year. Okay, I've been through Barstow. I didn't know that there was much water through that area. Float, water okay. My kid's a four-wheeling maniac. He builds crawlers here. Yeah, I haven't done much of that in a long time. Water is good. Yeah, it's we've had decent fishing. We've landed 3, we've lost 3, and we've been live for about 3 hours. So that's not bad. It's not super productive. He loves fishing also. I understand. I think it's too fast. Yeah, no. For trout, will bite upwards of 2 miles an hour. Usually, no problem. Kokanee prefer. It would be preferable to have a slower troll. But again, I'm working with what I have. There's no reliable way to slow down any further, so it is what it is. Most of my fishing's in NorCal, Cal Delta, Aqueduct, Sacramento River, Bethel Island. Okay. Yeah, Black, so a channel that I follow, and you'll see him in here quite often. In fact, he's live right now hunting in Southern California. Oh wait, what is it? So_cal.outdoors, or it's so.cal_outdoors. I think it's that one. And a lot of aqueduct, the man fishes a few lakes, some ponds. He's more in the San Diego. I have one kid in Montana, Deer Lodge. Clyde, Deer Lodge the city or Deer Lodge the institution? But I'm jealous I can't fish in Montana these days. Oh, why can't you, Art? I'm 43, never caught a fish. Oh yeah, Jay Frank? Oh man, it's one of my favorite hobbies. I don't know, I find it super relaxing, super rewarding. I do enjoy eating fish from time to time, so that's also a plus. I love it though. It's a great way to pass time. Get out there, try and catch yourself a fish, man. I lived on the American River in Sacramento. Okay, I'm not familiar with that, Clyde. What about just floating and slow casting? The problem with that is, again, you end up only being able to run one pole, and I tend not to do it because it's just not as productive for me. I don't catch nearly as much shit. When the water, I will do it from time to time. When we get like, glass water where there's no real wind. The problem is okay, so you see that cliff behind me? If I were to shut the boat off and cast, I would get probably one cast before I'm too close to it and have to fire the motor back up to jet out. It's not productive. I'd have to push myself out into the middle of the water body and cut the engine and jig over 120-foot bottom. It's not as productive for me. Once I get a bow-mounted, an electric trolling motor, you would see me doing a lot more of that. But with the constraints that we have running with the jet, being in a flat bottom john on water bodies that are windy, it's not conducive. It's not my type of fish, and I don't enjoy it as much. Yeah, he's hunting right now, Black. I think he's out in the deer woods, set up in a blind, trying to fill his deer tag. If you do join his stream, let him know that I sent you over there. Tell him I said hi. Castmaster Silver and Gold Spoons are one of my favorites. Garrett, to cast, actively fish with, or do you like to troll them? We did have decent luck last time running a few different spoons. Going through cancer treatment. Oh, sorry to hear that, Hard. That's rough. Hang in there, buddy. I'd rather run one good pole. Yeah, to each their own, Hard. Trolling cowbells ever? Yeah, we're actually, on this pole right here, we're running hammered brass cowbells with a worm harness behind it. It's usually my most productive rig here at this water body. Windy, yeah, so right now it's not super bad. We're kind of in a more sheltered area of the lake right now. We probably have gusts of 8 to 10 miles an hour right now. And as the day moves on here, it'll be moving up closer to 15 to 18 mile an hour gusts. So I gotta kind of stay sheltered back here. I'm in a 16-foot flat bottom John. It's a river boat. Once me around like a rag doll out here. Suburban mom, so jealous. I wish I lived near the Gulf or lake. Otherwise, I fish every weekend. Suburban mom, I hear you. I moved back from California, and I didn't really fish when I was down there. So I'm so happy to be home. I try and get out on the water as often as I can. Grab an outside rod and pump the rod, get the bait variable speed. Yeah, I do that sometimes. We're not really marking any fish right now. I'm turning back around. I'm kind of doing a wide loop to get back over our pattern that we're running, and also to get out of some of this wind to get to a little bit calmer water. You're my fishing trip today. That's why I'm giving so much advice. Oh, I don't mind advice. But again, you'll oftentimes find that I have an explanation or reason for why I fish the way that I fish. I have a friend that has a YouTube and does a lot of fishing. His channel is It Gets Real. I'm not familiar with that channel. I'll try and remember that and check it out. I used to fish all over the world with fly rod and a 6-foot flat bottom boat. A 6-foot flat bottom? Yeah, the fly fishing is super big here in Montana. I've never tried it. Again, I'm a lazy fisherman. And it looks like way too much work. Not to mention I have so many thousands of dollars into conventional fishing gear, and I don't want to spend thousands of additional dollars in. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, fly fishing is a completely different sport. You achieve the same end goal, catching fish, but almost none of the same gear passes over. All right, fish, let's do this. We need to land one here. You've never used a motor? Oh, okay. Yeah, I see a lot of people fish, the smaller, the kayaks, the canoes, small boats like that, and, either paddling or, the pedal paddling, and it sketches me out. I don't swim well. I don't like being in the water. And small crafts like that, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when you end up in the water. That's just, again, not my style. In fact, this boat, I'm comfortable in it most of the time, but I would like a little bit bigger boat. I'd like an 18 or a 20 footer, a mod V instead of a straight flat bottom. It's like using super light tackle. Yeah, super light tackle on basically like leaded line. It's a weird style of fishing. It's fun as hell to watch people fly fish. And oftentimes, I'll be fishing on a bank next to, a guy or two that are fly fishing, and they'll outfish me all day, every day, most of the time. But again, I've had shoulder injuries, back injuries, and that. I'd be throwing my back out, throwing my shoulder out. Not for me. Love to feel like I'm in the water, that's why. Yeah, some people it doesn't bother. I'm not a great swimmer. I can swim, I'm not great at it. I don't have good endurance when swimming. A lot of because of this, and because I don't have an ounce of fucking fat on my body. I sink like a stone. And I've had a couple of experiences where I've, nearly drowned, and it's just, I don't like it. I don't like being in the water. I love being in a boat or near the water. I don't like being in the water. How does the fishing license work in Montana? Don't you have to have a second rod enhancement to use 2 rods like here in California? No, Black. The number of rods that you're allowed is not based upon the license you have. It's based upon the district you're fishing in. So we have 3 fishing districts: Western Montana, Central Montana, and Eastern Montana. Central Montana, as a rule of thumb, in a river or a stream or a creek, you're allowed 1 pole, 2 hooks. And you can't buy any licenses or anything to increase that. In a lake, a reservoir, a pond, you're allowed 2 poles, 2 hooks. Except during ice season. During ice season, a lot of the lakes and reservoirs, instead of 2 poles, 2 hooks, you're allowed up to 6 poles in some water bodies. In eastern Montana, it's kind of all holds barred. They remove a lot of the restrictions. For example, on the Missouri River in eastern Montana, you're allowed 6 poles, 6 hooks. Whereas you walk 10 feet into the Central Fishing District, same water body, you go up above Maroney Dam, it's 1 pole, 2 hooks. You go below the dam, it's 6 poles, 6 hooks. So it depends on where you're fishing and whether you're fishing a lake, a river, a stream, a pond. Mom, I went back to the truck. It's at home. I left it at home. So I tried, but I'm not cutting the fishing day short because I don't have the life jacket. The water's fairly calm. We're not out here getting blasted. We're fine. But yeah, I must have taken it out of the truck. Normally I take it out of the boat and put it in the back seat, and then I just leave it there. But I think when I finished the Thanksgiving stream, I assumed that was going to be my last boat stream for the year, so I put it in the garage, or in the shop. No one else out there? I did see when I pulled up here, there was one other truck in the parking lot. It looked like they had a small boat. Boat or a kayak. It was a fairly small trailer. I did see one boat pull into the ramp since we've been here, which might have been the one from the trailer, and I saw one guy fishing from the shore. But no, it's there's nobody else out here. So much different from California. Yeah, it's there are a lot of differences depending on where you're fishing. Like for example, you go down to Tennessee, and they effectively have no limit on their poles. 99 poles is their limit, which I mean is basically a non-limit limit. Who the fuck is gonna fish with 99 poles? How physically would you fish with 99 poles? Justin Hill, catch. We're trying, but that's why they call it fishing, not catching. Today we are definitely fishing. We've caught 3 so far. We've lost 3. We're coming right back up on the spot where we've caught 2 of the 3 though, and lost 2 of the 3. This point over here is just piles of fish. Amazing to be so empty. Is that typical? This time of the year, yeah, it's I mean, this is the first time I've ever fished on Christmas. Most places are iced over this time of the year. And I think typically this time of the year there would be some degree of ice here. We've just had a really warm winter so far. But earlier in the season, no, this place turns into a zoo. A lot of these water bodies around here, and I mean, there are a lot of fishermen, but it's more so, people out on pleasure boats and jet skis and pulling, knee boarders and people on, you know, pontoon boats that are just out on a pleasure cruise. This time of the year, though, there aren't many people as crazy as I am, I guess. Who puts a boat in the water when it's 30 degrees outside? I do. But that's where we're out here, Merry Fishmas. You guys get to fish for Christmas. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us. Now we just need to put some more fish in the boat. You realize you caught 3 more fish than me? Yeah, I was shocked it wasn't iced over. Oh yeah, I'm not complaining. We've not caught a whole bunch of them. Justin, if you type dot catches or so far in the stream. East of you, 15 degrees colder. West, 15 degrees warmer than average, right? All right, so here's our pile of fish, and we're marking anywhere from 5 foot all the way down to 50 foot. So they're all over. I'll show you guys. This is what I mean, this is why I'm saying it. It doesn't really matter where we're fishing at is, oops. It's so hard to show you guys on here. They're all over in the water column. Oh, see, here we get turned around. I'm completely wrong direction. But if you see all these blue dots, that's where we've been hooking up. But we're over all sorts of fish. A bait ball right there, big fish going through them. But again, that's at, you know, 20, 30 foot. We're at 100 foot depth right now. Oh, good Lord. I gotta put this phone down. We're gonna end up in this. Oh, shit. Hey. I gotta turn back around. We just went up real shallow. It goes from 100 foot depth to 10 foot depth in like 20 foot. It's just like a sheer cliff right there, and we just got up onto the ledge. Just bumping the speed up there a little bit to bring our stuff up as high in the water column as I can. Till we get out of that super shallow. There we go. All right, now I'll bump her back down. I'm trolling in neutral. There we go. We went from 10 foot to 50 foot. Oh, my dad would take me out hunting and below zero on iced over Columbia River every year for ducks and geese. So I'm ice fishing, froze my ass off every year, right? Merry Christmas, yo mismo, yo mismo. Do you have a map of the reservoir? Yeah, I heard so with CMAP Genesis maps. And 95% of the water bodies I fish, well, maybe 90%, have maps, and they're decent maps. This particular water body did not come with a CMAP Genesis map, but I've fished the crap out of this lake, and I've created my own map with there's a feature on there called CMAP Genesis Live, where you basically record your sonar and then you can upload it to CMAP Genesis and create your own bathymetric maps over time. So almost this whole area here where we're fishing, I've mapped in great detail. I just I wasn't paying attention. Hello, Merry Christmas from Spain. Merry Christmas. We're in central Montana. This is Holter Reservoir. What type of fish are you looking for? We are fishing for rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, and here in a little bit we're gonna move a little bit shallower and see if we can maybe pull in a walleye. There's northern pike in here, there's brown trout, there's whitefish, there's yellow perch, there's mountain whitefish. Did I say that one already? There's a whole bunch of different species in here, but we've caught 3 rainbows so far. At the ledge. Yeah, so that's, again, you'll see where all those marks that I have on the map where we've hooked up previously. All of them are either on the flat right below the cliff or on, you know, the decline from the cliff. With the rigging that I'm running right now, I can't go on the cliff itself. We would be snagged up in 2 seconds, which is why I keep freaking out when we hit the cliff. Appreciate the sub there, to please guy, hard to please guy. Is that Columbia River? What are you fishing for? Active leisure. This is actually the Missouri River. It's a reservoir on the Missouri River. We'll be panning over this way a little bit. We're maybe a mile from the dam right now, but it's a reservoir on the Missouri River, and we're fishing for trout, salmon, pike, walleye. Yet no fish. We've caught 3 fish so far. We've lost 3 fish as well. We haven't had a fish landed in about an hour. Yeah, there's the state record walleye comes out of this water body. 32.25 inches, 18 pounds. Fat bastard of a walleye. Wish I could do streaming like that when I was young. So cool to share your adventures. Yeah, that's why I do it hard. A lot of people stream on YouTube trying to make money. I'm not trying to make money. I'm not trying to be famous. If the camera were on or off, I would still be out here fishing. But when I'm not fishing, I love to watch fishing channels. That's most of the content that I watch on YouTube. And I figured I'm out here for as much as I fish. I might as well throw on a camera, you know, somebody might come hang out and fish with me. Oh. Fish on, fish on. You still on there? I think he's still on there. Nope. God damn it. All right, let's check our bait. We lost another one. He was on there for a few seconds, and as soon as I picked up the pole, I jerked the hook out of his mouth. Got a little overzealous, I guess, in my my hook set. All right, again, what we're running, ouch! Oh. Goddamn hooks. So that's the rig that I tie. It's a double wedding ring. Oh, just a worm harness, and we're running pink Gulp maggots off the end of it, behind a cowbell lake troll. I would hang out and fish, but I'm not a camera fan. Different strokes for different folks, right? All right, so we're just letting some line out there. I'm running right back over where we just missed that fish. I'd like to come fish there when I recover. Yeah, you hit me up. I'm always willing to fish with people. My email's on my profile, wannaseemyrod@gmail.com. Good for the immune system. All I saw was lake rats. What's up, Justin? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we just lost another bite. These damn fish. Their weenie lips. All right, so we're out 100 foot on that one. It's about where we've been at, where we've hooked up on the rest of them. We're taking one more swipe at this area where we just missed the fish, and then I'll turn back around and head back up this coastline here. wannaseemyrod@gmail.com. Good for the immune system. I like those flaky cigarettes. That's the kind of rig I would use. Bro, count me in for real. Beers, nicotine, rods, baby. Heck yeah. Now, one of these days, I don't know if it'll be next season, but at some point in time, again, for those of you guys who are new to the channel here, I only started this channel like 5 months ago, 6 months ago. Hasn't been that long, but I'm getting close to retirement. I'll probably work for another maybe year, 2, 3 years. I've set a goal to retire by 45, which I've got 2 more years still at. And I will be doing, this is kind of what I'm going to be doing for my my retirement. And I plan on traveling not just around Montana, but around America and possibly some destinations around the world to fish. But sometime next season or the season after, I would like to do a meetup. You know, just set a location and have, you know, a bunch of other YouTube streamers and, you know, invite people who are watching that are in the general area to pick a destination, and, you know, we can hang out for a weekend and fish. But I still got to wrap up a few things before I can officially retire. I like your fishing adventures. Well, I'm glad you do, Clyde. That's what I do this for. I know there are a lot of people that would love to be out there fishing today on Christmas, but they can't for, you know, a myriad of reasons. So I'm happy to be able to come here and fish, and that you guys can come and hang out and enjoy and live vicarious through me. You know, some days we might not catch a whole lot, but I try and keep the stream as inclusive as possible. You know, at times we will take viewer, you guys get to pick the lure, you guys get to pick the depth. We do stuff like that. You know, it's kind of a shared adventure, a shared experience. And I don't know how unique that is amongst YouTube channels. I don't see a lot of other fishermen doing that. So I try and make you guys feel like you're not just watching, that you're part of it. And I hope you guys enjoy it. You know, at the end of the day, that's why I do this. I like to be able to share. Like I said, I don't have any grand visions of being famous or making money at this. I mean, I don't need the money. And I don't like fame, but I hope you guys enjoy coming along and fishing. Okeechobee, Florida. What's up, SWC Florida? Welcome, welcome. Any advice to retire young? The Monster. Spend your money wisely. You know, so many people buy things that they don't really need with money they don't really have. And you get into this cycle of where you never get to anywhere you want to be. I lived the majority of my life pinching pennies. You know, if a lot of the clothes you'll see me wearing, I've had in my closet for 15 years. Some shit I've had since high school. Like, you know, I don't spend money if I don't need to. And when you do that, you can save and you can invest. I wouldn't be able to retire at 45 if I didn't save my money and spend it wisely and invest it and work hard. You know, again, there's a period in your time where you can work, do it. But save your money, don't blow it. I know it's nice to have everything you want, but most of it is not something you need. But I knew that I didn't want to work until I was old and gray and miserable, so I've spent my entire life saving and investing. And a few of my investments have paid off and will continue to be able to fund, hopefully, you know, another 40 years. Cigarettes, joints, just a cigarette. We bust the fish whistle out every once in a while, but no joints. I do have one. In fact, I have one in the truck. You're a great host. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you think so. Excuse me. Merry Christmas, brother. Happy fishing. Thanks, Reverse. Merry Christmas to you as well. I'd love to be fishing today, but I'm in Massachusetts, way too cold and not enough around. Yeah, Jaybird, I'm being spoiled right now. There's most years I would not be able to be out here on Christmas fishing, you know, in the boat on the lake. I'd be in a hut fishing through a hole in the ice. So it's a weird year. I retired at 51. It's been great. Oh, heck yeah, SWC. I'd love to be fishing. I read that. Okeechobee, home of monster bass. So yeah, you guys got all the big ones down there? We run bass and crappie charters down here. Small water charters. I took a guide out of Lake Okeechobee. Huh. We run crappie charters, bass charters, and reservoirs all around it. Some great fishing. Heck yeah. No, I had, I don't know how many of you guys were on or have been on either of our Lake Elwell Tiber Reservoir streams this year, but I have absolutely got my butt kicked. We've been there twice this year. Granted, it's only the first 2 times I've ever fished that water body, but the first time we were there, I caught 1 walleye within the first 10 minutes of the stream and then nothing for 15 hours. And the second time we fished, I think for 12 or 13 hours, not a single bite all day long. But anyways, the reason I say that is somebody local to that area left a comment on one of those 2 live streams. And he's a guide, he's a charter service. And I think he's trying to sell me a charter. He's like, hey, if you want to catch some fish on Tiber, you should hit me up. Which would be cool if he was just offering, you know, to take me fishing, but I think he wants me to buy a charter from him, and I ain't about that. I will fish the crap out of that place and get my butt kicked for years. I'm not paying money for somebody to show me how. I don't know, I pinged him back. I suspect that that's what he was trying to do, was sell me a charter. But who knows, maybe he was cool. Maybe he's just inviting me out to fish because he felt bad for me. Probably not, though. Wolf Creek, 44 degrees. All right, so we've come up 5 degrees and feels like 39. Okay, that seems better, more accurate. My last bass charter caught 141 bass in 3 days, all artificial. Good Lord. That's some fishing. Do you have swivel chair or benches? I have 1 swivel chair on the boat. My boat's set up real funky. Nobody else would like this boat. I'm a small guy. I'm like 5'6". And the chair that I have, see if we can point us in a direction so we don't run into something. I sit weird, and in fact, it's just how I am. So I have a nice big chair. That's what I sit in. But normally I'm sitting like, you know, with a foot up. My feet dangle, you know, I barely touch the ground. And I need to replace this frickin', oops, sorry. Turning you guys upside down in all different directions. This helm is stupid. It's meant for sitting on the bench. It's at too low of a height for the seat. So I end up kind of straddling. And I mean, I can fit in it fine, but anybody bigger than me would not be able to fit in it. There we go again. I'm up in the shallows. Good Lord, every time I pick up the phone, you guys, I try and lose our lures. I'm vertically challenged as well. Yeah, no, at some point in time, I'm going to tear the helm out of this and build a custom one up higher, and I want to feel that is adjustable. You know, like how in your car you got a tilt? I want my damn boat steering wheel to do that. And I know they make them, I just haven't dug too deeply into it. But yeah, so I have one swivel. I have two more of them in my garage, but it's usually just me on the boat, so I figure there's no rational reason to throw more shit on the boat for me to trip over. And that's not a fish, that's just because I sped up. That's just drag tearing out. Nice boat. Oh, it's not bad. It's just an old 16-foot flat-bottom aluminum welded John boat. It gets the job done. It's really more of a small river boat, but I've taken this boat all over the damn place. Jay, no, we're not bass fishing. We're fishing for rainbow trout, Kokanee salmon. Here shortly, we're gonna switch over to a little bit more shallow and see if we can maybe pull a walleye out. But there's Northern Pike in here, there's brown trout, brook trout, whitefish, burbot, yellow perch. There's all sorts of stuff in here. You ignoring me? Dave, no, I didn't see, what did you say? I'm scrolling up, I don't see you saying anything. Oh, there it is. Merry Christmas. What are you doing fishing Christmas, dude? Well, it's Christmas. I'm giving myself a Christmas gift. Sorry, I didn't see your chat. What size is the reservoir? Holter. So it's kind of, that's a hard question to answer because where we're at right now is called Lower Holter Reservoir. There's then Upper Holter Reservoir, Lower and Upper Holter Reservoir. And they're technically both the same water body. There's just a stretch of the Missouri River between the two. Oh God, I want to say 1,100 acres. It's not super big. This is not a massive water body. The next reservoir up is Hauser. That one's fairly small. That one's like 400 acres. The next one up from that is one of the largest water bodies in Montana, Canyon Ferry Reservoir, and that one's like 12,000 acres. Deborah Potts said a thumbs up. Thanks, Deborah. Welcome. How you doing, Deborah? Been a while since I've seen you in here. Chris Mueller, that's a diverse fishery, so many species. Yeah, there's a ton of species in here. And there's a lot of water bodies in Montana are like this. There's a myriad of species in them. This particular one, the state record walleye comes out of. The next reservoir up, Hauser, the state record kokanee comes out of. But yeah, there's a ton of different species in here. $4,800. Okay, bass fishing. So that must be again between Upper and Lower Holter Reservoir. I think that the section that we're fishing, Upper Holter, is closer to 1,000 maybe. Man-made by dam wall. Yeah, hard hit. So it's a reservoir on the Missouri River. So below the dam here, it's the Missouri River for 60, 70 miles till you hit Great Falls. And then we have another series of dams there. But yeah, it's a man-made reservoir. If the reservoir weren't here, the Missouri River would still be cutting down this valley. They've just dammed it up and flooded the entire valley, and then they just let basically the river flow through. The water depth here stays pretty static. There's very little variance in this water body, as opposed to a lot of the other water bodies you see me fish. We have a ton of, they're basically irrigation reservoirs in Montana. Pishkin Reservoir, Ackley Lake, there's so many of them. You guys don't know where they are anyway. It doesn't matter what their names are. But so many of those water bodies, they fill them, at the beginning of the year with snow melt and runoff, and then they drain them almost all the way back down, watering, you know, the crops, the fields. That's like my my favorite pike fishing spot that I stream from, Holter Reservoir. That water body today is almost 15 foot below its you know, normal height. So low that I can't even get my boat in there. Merry Christmas, Rod, and all in chat. Thanks, Joy. Welcome. Merry Christmas to you as well. There are only 2 fast foods near me, McDonald's or A&W. I live near a reservoir that had a whole town on the bottom. Yeah, so that's Canyon Ferry. So we're at Lower Holter, then it goes Upper Holter, then Hauser, and then Canyon Ferry. Canyon Ferry is exactly that. When they built the dam in like 1917 or whatever the hell it was, they flooded, I forget what the hell the town was called now. But yeah, they flooded a whole existing town, and the only thing left of the town is the cemetery that was on an island, or rather on a hill, when it was a town. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You can, certain places you run over with the fish finder, and it's like, what is that? Is that like a road and houses down there? There's just weird shit on the bottom that is obviously unnatural. And it's always kind of a guess what it is. All right, I need to get some dew in my system here, and we need to figure out what lure we're gonna switch for. We're gonna switch into a little bit more shallow water here for a bit. I'm on little Jimmy on the pole that you guys can't see. I gotta tag in little Jimmy for a little while at least. He's putting fish in the boat almost every time we've used it. Ridiculous little lure. But then we need to put on another shallow diving crankbait or something on this other pole here. Catch you later. Thanks again. All right, Hard. Thanks for coming and hanging out. If you haven't already, hit that sub button. Make sure you hit the bell icon next to it, or the little drop down, and select all notifications. Otherwise, YouTube is weird and they don't actually notify you when I go live. But thanks for coming and hanging out. We'll see you on the next one. And again, good luck to you. Hang in there, man. Keep up the good fight. Do you have Duo Ryuki? I have no idea what a Duo Ryuki is. That's not ringing any bells, buddy. Let's get little Jimmy in the game here. Let's see if I can figure out, there he is. Little Jimmy. I think that's what I've settled on for his nickname. Most ridiculous crankbait I have ever fished with. This thing is an inch long. Don't catch a record because you can't certify it on Christmas. What was it? I was looking at scales recently. I picked up a new digital scale from, oh God, I forget the name of the company. They're a catfish company. I bought a whole bunch of their shit to try out. But they sell certified scales, certified digital scales that are apparently that you can use them to certify weights. You would still, though, have to contact Fish, Wildlife, and Park. There has to be a witness, but you don't actually have to take it to, like, you know, a grocery store or a whatever where you would normally bring it to have it certified. But they were like freaking, I was like $200 or $300. I'm like, I don't need a certified scale that bad. All right, we're bringing in our pole that has the 2-ounce snap weight on it, and I'm gonna swap out. We're gonna throw little Jimmy on there behind our Dodger. This particular rig, I'm not all that concerned with running. Ah, shit, I need to find a leader. This one I can drag fairly shallow. Oh, where are my leaders at? There we go. Give me a sec here, guys. I'm just gonna throw on a 12-inch fluorocarbon leader below this Dodger, and this is a 25-pound fluoro leader. And then we're gonna throw our little buddy on here, little Jimmy. See if we can get something to come out and play. Yeah, it's just a little rainbow trout patterned tiny crankbait, 1 inch. So a super shallow diving crankbait. We're gonna throw it behind this Dodger here. That is way more shallow than I meant. We're at 10-foot depth right now. Way too shallow. Can you guys hear me and see me? A whole bunch of left. Am I boring them, or can you not see or hear me anymore? Yeah, I can hear you, but the quality going. Okay. Yeah, I think that's where we're blocking the southern sky there, which is a no-no for the Starlink. Let me get a little bit further away from the. There we go. This should be good. Ah, damn it. I knew that was going to happen. I just tangled our damn lines up. Ah, Jesus. Never fails. Got to do it at least once a stream. Thankfully, this doesn't look too bad. There we go. All right, let's try this again. Snagged up or tangled? No, I crossed the line. I was turning while putting out a new rig, and I turned too sharply. So one treble hook was caught on the line. All right, now I'm going to pull in the second line and make sure that we are not tangled. Which we are. We made a goddamn mess. Give me a sec here to untangle this. And she's in a fair bit of a mess here, so this is going to take me a few minutes. Sorry, guys. All right, I just need to unclip a couple of these, get them out of the way. Jingle bells, jingle bells. It's not too bad, it's just twisted. Bunch of twisties. Okay. All right. Good Lord, y'all ever played a cat's cradle back in the day when you were little? That's what I feel like I'm doing right now. think we solved the puzzle. Maybe. Kind of. Ta-da! All right, we are untangled. You ever heard of jet divers? I use those a lot here. Yeah, John, I have jet divers. I have 2 or 3 different sizes of them. I don't use them as much. I have dipsy divers. I prefer the dipsy divers more because you get the what do you call them? Sorry guys, my brain is hashed sometimes. You get more the spreading action from them too, like you would from a planer board. We live in Coventry. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat here. Ohio Portage Lakes, ice is melting. Sometimes we'll go drag. Huddleston, the way to fish caught 7 and 8 pounders over the years. Nice. Do you ever use dodgers from shore or just while trolling? Only while trolling, Annie. Dodgers, I guess you could cast them out, but they're expensive. Most of them are like 20, 30 bucks a pop. I wouldn't cast them. You would snag up, I think, more often than not trying to cast them from shore. All right. On this second pull, let's throw a little perch on here. Let's throw a little, what is this, a Rapala jointed deep husky jerk. I think this one's probably going to get us down 6 to 8 foot. We're going to throw that out on our second line here. We'll switch to crankbaits and run these for an hour or so. And let's go hit some of those more shallow areas. Sorry if I missed anybody's chat. I'm not trying to ignore you. It gets a little hectic on the boat sometimes, especially when I snag stuff up. So we just got reset. We're switching from our mostly, trout-centric gear over to something that's a little more walleye-centric. And we're going to try hitting some of the more shallow ridges and ledges over here. We'll switch back probably to trout and kokanee gear after an hour or two. Your grandpa up the hill to the right. What? Y'all know each other? That's crazy. All right, we are rigged up, ready to go. Let's go hit some slightly shallower sections over here along this mud wall. See if we can maybe coax one or more of these walleye to come out and play. This little Timmy over here, little Jimmy, I should say, has caught us 3 different species, so that one we might still catch trout or kokanee off of it. The little perch that I threw out here is much more likely to catch a walleye or maybe pike. Looks like the water calmed down. Yeah, it's ebbs and flows. We're kind of in a sheltered area. If I were to get out past this little finger, this little peninsula that sticks out here. The waves and wake would be much heavier. But we're gonna tuck over here into like 15, 20 foot water. See if we can maybe pull something out of the shallows here. I was marking a whole bunch of fish over there that look like walleye. Hey, Steiner, welcome. Danny Scott. Yeah, small world, right? John Jakovich, yes, still have my bass boat fish tourneys every Monday. You ought to holler back. That's crazy. Heck yeah, though. It's always fun to find new fishing friends. So. What's up from Idaho? What's up, off-road trails and fishing tales? Welcome to the stream. We're fishing central Montana today. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. We started out targeting rainbow trout and kokanee. We pulled in 3 rainbows so far. We're gonna switch over a little bit and see if we can maybe get some of the walleye to come out and play. The state record walleye comes out of here. This is one of the best walleye fisheries in the state of Montana. I've never really caught a whole lot of walleye out of here, though, honestly. But they're in here, and there's some big ones. Lake Erie. No, this is Holter Lake where we're fishing. John Joe, is this USA? Yeah, central Montana in the United States. But yeah, once we get in this little cove here, the water is fairly calm. I'm gonna try and slow our troll down just slightly here. Oh my God, I need a torch lighter. How's everybody's Christmas going? Anyone get a lump of coal? I dropped Loomis and Steeds at opening of John's channel. Never gotten over it. Oh man. I haven't lost anything really of too big a concern so far this year. I'm saying so far this year as we're like 4 days from the end of the year. Last year I did lose one pole. I wasn't paying attention. I was on it was a really windy day, super choppy water. And I had my fishing pole in the holder here, and these pole holders are great in, calm to moderate water, but when you get in choppy water, they will bounce their happy ass right out of the pole holder, and that's exactly what happened. I lost, it wasn't a big loss. It was a ugly stick Carbon X, which is, a $100 pole, and a Piscafun Carbon X 2 reel, like a $60 reel. I was just sad because it was literally the first time I had brought it out fishing. I had just set it up, and an hour into the fishing trip, it was at the bottom of the lake. This year, I think my worst loss was I lost a brand new like 12-inch flasher with a brand new crank running behind it, and all of the rigging and all. It was probably about $60 worth of gear and a snag, but I've been fairly lucky to have that as my only real loss. Got poles I've lost a few times. Oh yeah, I caught 2 fishing poles last year. Not the ones I lost, but one of them was nearly brand spanking new. The other one looked like it had been down there for about a decade. I had under my armpit, fish bleeding real bad. I was trying to get back in the water and drop rod to let the fish go and Started looking, it was gone. Oh man. Yeah, that's rough. No, I don't think we need to be in 5-foot water. Probably not. There's no fish up here in 5-foot water anyway. We need to get down to that like 15 to 20 foot, I think, is where on a couple of our oopsie passes that we made earlier, I was marking a whole bunch of fish. Kind of cutting out. Ah, sorry, I keep getting so close to this mud walls. See, and that's another problem with fishing shallow, is it really screws with my stream. That's one that I didn't mention earlier and that I keep forgetting about. So many of these shallow spots that I'm fishing are next to, like, you know, rock walls or mud walls, and the Starlink starts spazzing. So I don't know how long we're gonna roll these super shallow rigs. Probably not a whole lot of time, being as it's killing the stream. Walleyes are probably 15 plus foot. Yeah, so I was seeing good stuff marketing, you know, 15, 20, 25 foot along this wall here, but it's so close to the wall that it's gonna kill our Starlink signal. Soul crushing moment. $500 7'6" jig rod, $500. Oh dang, that hurts, man. That hurts. Yeah, I don't fish with any rigs that cost that much. I think my most expensive rod and reel combo is probably sub 500 bucks. They should float, right? For that kind of money, they damn well should. You're right. Should come with a frickin' GPS homing beacon and a built-in drone to swim it back to the boat. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. 159 thumbs up. Let's go. Hope you guys are enjoying the Christmas stream here. I know it's been a while since we put any fish in the boat. We're trying. We're trying. Thomas Jefferson, how is it not freezing up there in Montana? I don't know, man. Ask the weatherman. We've had a really weird winter so far. Tons and tons of wind, but it's just been freeze thaw. I think today might be one of the last nice days of the season, though. I think it's gonna get cold tonight. It's supposed to snow tonight, and I think it's gonna stay cold for a while. We might start icing up at some of these bigger water bodies. Our smaller water bodies in central Montana have started freezing. You know, the ponds, the slower running rivers and creeks. This is basically the Missouri River system that I'm on right now, and it's, I think, one of the last to freeze. You have a megabass rods and they float. Oh, nice, Danny. Yeah, honestly, instead of going shallow, I kind of want to reach out and touch some of the stuff I'm seeing. I always do this, you guys, if you've been on the stream before. I see big fish deep, and I want to catch big fish deep. That's kind of my thing. I like catching big fish and deep fish. And them fat bastards that I'm seeing at, 40, 50, 60 foot are looking awfully tempting. Thinking about throwing on one of my bigger dipsy divers and having a go at them. My buddy in the Black Hills said it's 68 degrees. Man, that's still summertime. Here in Billings, it's 57. That's surprising. Billings is 57. And Annie, I didn't realize you were from Montana. Hello, fellow Montanan. Acoy do Brazil. Roto, I only speak English. Hablas inglés. Troy Bryan, very well. We fished on Lake. Geez, it's 78 in Florida. Yeah, that's literally still summer. Rod, Merry Christmas, brother. Thanks, Saltwater Life. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thanks for coming and checking out the stream today. Flatheads or pike? We don't have flathead catfish here in Montana. We do have channel cat, not in this particular water body. The fish that I'm seeing floating around the 50 to 60 foot mark are probably big walleye, big pike. Potentially, there are rainbow trout that get to be 20 plus pounds in this water body. It could be some big rainbows, some big browns. It's so hard to say. We don't have Lakers in this water body either, but yeah, that would be a good guess for something at that depth. I suspect that most of them are probably pike, walleye, and fat rainbows. Because they're not small. I mean, they're big, long swoops. Fishing two bodies at once. Lake while on stream. Sorry, bad jokes. 75 in Myrtle Beach. Man, y'all just don't have winters, I guess. Good Lord. Good afternoon from Fort Worth, Texas. You fishing Holter Lake at Wolf Creek area? Yeah, that's exactly where we're at, Robert. Yeah, this is pretty much the closest lake that I have to me to fish where I live. I'm at a Great Falls Vaughn area, so this is about usually a less than 1 hour drive, though it took us 3 to get here this morning because the roads were just a sheet of ice. I literally got stuck at the bottom of a hill that I couldn't get up. I had to wait for the sun to come up and melt it a little bit. So yeah, this is one of my more commonly fished locations. Pishkin Reservoir is about the same distance. In fact, it's a shorter distance, but a third of the distance is one of the worst gravel roads that exists on the planet. So it takes even longer to get there than here. I'd be fishing there. That's my favorite spot to fish in central Montana. But the water level's so low. The last time that I went there, it took me 30 minutes to get my boat off of the trailer. And I'm running a flat bottom John, you know, I mean, it was just, I thought I was gonna give myself a hernia trying to get the damn boat off the trailer. The boat ramp is, you know, 10 foot out of the water. I first made my visit to Montana June '94, love the area, St. Holter Lake. Fire bombers one day picking up water, just beautiful up there. Oh yeah, when we get the forest fires up around here, you'll see them swooping through to pick up loads of water. You don't see it very often, but it's pretty cool when you do. Beautiful area though, you're 100% right. Caught my PB rainbow last week. Almost 8 pounds, wow, second time targeting them. Very nice, Mr. Nobody, congratulations. My PB rainbow's only, it's just under 5 pounds, 4.5 pounds. I would love to hook into a monster, and they're in here. I've never managed to pull anything bigger than 5 pounds. But again, I suspect that's what I'm seeing. A lot of those bigger fish stay deeper. I know people always tell me bigger fish are always in the shallows. Certain times of the year, spawn time, yes, but this time of the year, you know, late fall, winter, a lot of them aren't in the shallows. They're deeper. He used to use his boat growing up. Well, I use fishing catfishing, catch 20-pound cats. You need to be very close to the bottom for walleyes, but you can easily lose crankbait. Yeah, no, you're right, and that's what we're doing right now. I'm in 25 foot of water right now. This crankbait is like an 8 to 10 foot diver. The one behind me that you can't see is just a super shallow diver. We switched up probably about 20 minutes ago to small cranks to target a little bit shallower. The problem is to get into the super shallow. I'm right on the edge of a rock cliff or a mud wall, and I'm streaming here with Starlink Mini, and as soon as I get close to that, I'm blocking enough of the southern sky that the Starlink signal starts to crap out. You visited Capital Sporting Goods in Helena? No, I've never been to Capital. When I stop through Helena and want to go look, at fishing stuff, I always go to Sportsman's Warehouse. John Jakovich, had the money, I'd send some jet divers, 20s or 30s. They work good on Erie. Michigan Stingers on the... What's a Michigan Stinger? Back for hooks, confusion, monkey puke perch, rainbow, forgot name. Good luck. I appreciate the tips there, John. Yeah, I do have 2 or 3 jet divers. I don't pull them out very often. Ever since I picked up the Dipsy divers, I like them better. I don't know, the jet divers always, there's so much drag on them. You never really get rid of the drag. The Dipsy divers, I mean, you pull on them and they release like a planer board does, and you're not dragging all of it with you. But yeah, I'm not familiar with what a Michigan Stinger is. Confusion, monkey puke, perch. Have a good rest of the day fishing and Holter. See you later. Bye bye. Robert, thanks for stopping through. You have a wonderful rest of your day as well. Merry Christmas. Fisherman Central, my Achilles heel, Danny. Yeah, I can't help myself. Throughout the season, in fact, I still have I have a whole box full of shit that I've bought in the last month that I haven't even had a chance to take out of the box to put in a proper tackle box. I have another bucket that's sitting underneath here that's also got probably, $200-300 worth of crankbaits, random shit that's never come out of the package. I can't go through a tackle store and not buy something. And it always ends up being, well, if I get that one, I mean, I might as well I might as well get the third one. I like my my whites, my perch patterns, my rainbow trout patterns. And shit, if I'm getting those, I might as well, I need some hooks, it's just, I can't walk out of a tackle store without dropping $200-300 bucks. It's just, drives me crazy. A long spoon, okay. Yeah, so, we did fish spoons here last time. We had decent luck. Again, anytime I fish here, probably 75% or greater of my catches this year have come off of this one single lure. I've been running the same one all season, and when I put this one on, I catch fish. When I take it out of the water, I stop catching fish. So it'll probably go back down there fairly soon here. But we did have on and off luck running spoons last time. And I don't have, I'm getting a bigger spoon collection. That's one thing I haven't fished as much these last couple of years. I used to, growing up, I fished Daredevil spoons were kind of my go-to. I love Daredevil spoons. But I don't troll spoons as often. I will throw worm harnesses or crankbaits. 4 boxes of frogs and used too. What's up, big boy rail? Merry Christmas, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I have, over the last 6 months or so, I've bought quite a few more spoons. I probably am up to like 20 spoons now, maybe 25. But I don't fish them as much. I did catch my first lake trout this year off of a spoon, though. That was pretty sweet. All right, what time is it? 1:41. So we're gonna run, I think, these, now we are over so many fish. Would you please just, in fact, I'm gonna cut the engine for 10 seconds and let the stuff kind of settle. And then I'm gonna kick the engine and it pulls them back up, and we might trigger one of these fish we're going over to strike. Yeah, we're just on an absolute pile of them. All the way from 20 to 50 foot. We're a little deeper than I wanted to be. I see so many fish here. And sometime in the next 10 to 30 minutes, the Wi-Fi is probably gonna crap out. My first Starlink battery is probably close to dead. So just a heads up, if and when the stream starts looping, or if it freezes, that's because my battery has died and I'm swapping out to a new battery. And it usually takes anywhere from 60 seconds to sometimes up to 5 minutes for me to get reconnected. So just hang out, the stream will automatically resume once I get the new battery in. And we are still on the first battery on the mic here, so we're doing pretty good on that. We've been streaming since, what, 9-ish this morning? 10, 11 to 12 to 1 to 2. Yeah, so we're at almost 5 hours on the mic, too. Jillian Gibbs, what are you hoping to catch today? We were targeting rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, and pike. So far, we've caught 3 rainbow trout. We switched over to small crankbaits about half an hour or so ago to run a little bit more shallow to see if we can maybe get the walleye to bite. I'm marking a whole bunch of fish hugged to the bottom in a few different areas here that I'm fairly certain are walleye. So we're running back and forth right now trying to get one of the walleye to bite. I'm probably going to switch back over to trout and kokanee gear here in 20 minutes or so, though. Really what I would like to catch today is another nice big kokanee salmon. Kalen's rattle eye lily stalkers. So I have Kalen's rattle eye. I have, what the hell's a lily stalker, Danny? Stephanie, Merry Christmas to you as well. Sorry, I missed your message. Good on long, Danny. You can get your hands on some doe, ham, and snakeheads. Get this brownie out. You were talking to Rob, okay. Yeah, I have a handful of Kalen's. I don't know what, I know Kalen's rattle-eye jigs, but I don't know what the hell a lily stalker is. I have some of the Kalen's search baits. They have the little metal spinner on the back of them. In fact, those are, I like running those behind bottom bouncers. I've done decently well on walleye on those. No wind in that spot? Yeah, we're right up against this mud wall here. It's blocking the wind's blowing from south by southwest, and we're on a southern exposed mud wall, so it's not very windy right here. We need to catch a fish. It's time. Yeah, wind's picked back up a little bit. Okay, bro, small world, isn't it? That's crazy, you guys. There, fishy, fishy, fishy. Oh. All right, we need to try out one more crankbait. I'm gonna switch to let's see here. Everyone had boats, but us, Troy had the lake. Man, I wish I knew somebody who had a boat when I was growing up. My grandpa had a pontoon boat, but it never left the garage. My dad had a boat, and I think I was maybe on that boat twice in my lifetime. I always just bank fished growing up. All right, I need to find a different crankbait. Let's pull something out of the brand new box here and see. $12 to 14 foot. Let's try a bandit walleye shad. I had never heard. I've fished bandit. I like bandit lures. I've never fished these before. It's a WS4. It's a 12 to 14 foot diving crank. Kind of an interesting body style. Let's try that guy. leave little Jimmy out there for a little bit longer. But let's pull this guy in and run it for 20 minutes, half hour. Our Rapala Husky jerk here, or whatever the hell this is not the ticket. Come on now. Get in your hole. Oh, come on. Dear Lord. And then when I try to pull it away, it falls in its spot. What kind of action this has. Alright. Let's let that guy go. Shut up. The fries are done, bro. 6 crankbaits. I have, I think, one 6 cents crank. I don't. Which 6 cents do you like? Merry Christmas. Thanks, Denny. Looks like a flicker shad. Similar, but it's actually got a wider profile on it, or a taller profile, I should say. $4K shad? Alright, I'll try and remember that. Or if you want to do me a favor, hop over to my channel and either on my community post or just any video, leave a comment saying, hey, you should pick up a 6 cents 4K shad. I'm quite forgetful. Oftentimes I try to remember when I get home stuff, but unless I write it down, oftentimes it does not. It never comes back out of the black hole that is my brain. So if you leave a comment, I usually will not respond to those until I've actually went and bought it. Bomber deep. I do have a couple of bomber deeps. I just picked those up. I haven't fished them very much. How the hell did your grandpa make it on any right coin? Laughing. Yeah, I had heard about bomber deeps. I just picked up I think I have 2 or 3 of them. I fished them a few times this year. I haven't caught any walleye off of them. I did catch a few pike off of them. Now, my most fished cranks are the Berkeley dredgers, the Rapala dives 2, the Bandit walleye deeps, the Bandit 100, 200, 300 series. And recently this year, I started fishing the crap out of the Reef Runners. Reef Runner 800, good God, that lure cleans up some days. Merry Christmas from Ontario, Canada. Thanks, Scott. Merry Christmas to you as well. The Alberica. Merry Christmas, my man. Thank you, buddy. Merry Christmas to you as well. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. We're out here living the dream, catching some fish. It's been too long since we've caught one though. We need to get one in the boat. We're slacking. I'm feeling good about this next pass though. We have 3 rainbow trout so far today, but it's been a couple hours since we put a fish in the boat. The last 3 or 4 bites we've had, we lost before they got to the boat. Can't believe how warm it is there today. Normal not having snow. No, it's not Lake Erie Lee. Normally this would all be blanketed in snow. There'd be some at least partial freeze over here. We have a really warm winter here this year. Just been a bunch of freeze-thaw cycles. I think we're at the tail end of that, though. I think this will I think definitely be the last boat stream for the year, and probably until everything freezes over and thaws back out again. It's supposed to snow tonight, and I think it's going to get cold and stay cold. Yeah, we had last night. It sleeted. Wasn't cold enough to keep it straight snow, and wasn't warm enough for it to be straight rain, so I woke up to just a sheet of ice. We almost didn't make it here today. We got stuck on the side of the road on the way here for 2 hours waiting for the damn ice to thaw so I could get unstuck. I couldn't make it up the side of the hill. Ice fishing season, yeah. I've never ice fished before. I have a couple of friends that have gotten into it, and they invited me out a couple of times last year, but it was right after I screwed up my shoulder and I was in no condition to fish. But I'm gonna try this year to at least try it. I think I'll enjoy it as long as my fingers stay warm. I don't have any ice fishing gear. I need to start stockpiling. I need at least a couple of ice fishing rods and reels. And I know there's a whole slew of ice fishing tackle, but as far as I can tell, all that shit looks pretty much like the same as normal tackle, just smaller. So I think I can get by without buying a whole bunch of ice tackle specific gear, other than, you know, the rods, the reels, the tip ups, you know, your whatever the hell the pole holders are that, you know, automatically set themselves. The biggest thing, though, is going to be buying, you know, a shelter, a sled, something for a heat source. Any other boats on the water? No, we're out here all alone. I think I'm the only one crazy enough to fish winter day here in Montana. There was one guy fishing from the shore earlier. There was one boat here earlier. They beat me to here, but they look like they left at like 11 or noon. I can see the parking lot over there where my truck's parked, and mine's the only truck over there. Mega Bass 6MD Gizzard Shad. I caught my PB. We'll get down to about 20 foot, but if you're cranking, it'll wear you out quick. Okay, so I have a ton of deep diving cranks, and I like to troll with them. I don't fish that often, you know, actively fishing with a deep diving crank. If I'm actively fishing, usually I'll go with a shallow diver. But I'm not familiar with that one either. Mega Bass 6MD Gizzard Shad. I know the color Gizzard Shad. I know the brand, but I've never seen that particular lure. All right, we gave little Jimmy an hour. What do you guys think? Is it time to pull little Jimmy in and throw our what we've actually caught fish on today? I think I want to throw my lake troll back in. That's what I'm leaning towards. They're like 25 bucks a pop. Yeah, it's freaking, the deep diving cranks are so damn expensive. 20, 25, 30 bucks a pop. Most of them last fairly well, though. Other than having to, you know, swap out rings and hooks on them, they hold up pretty well for the most part. The only one I've really had a problem with that I love the lure, but I hate how fragile they are is the Rapala original floater. Those damn things are so freaking fragile. They're made out of balsa wood or whatever the hell it is. And they just, I mean, especially when I'm catching pike with them, they fall apart. All right, we're back in 30-foot bottom here. I'm seeing these have got to be walleye. All just hugging the bottom here. Am I suspending slow sinking version? Well, okay. The only thing cheap anymore are people. Oh, that's the truth. It's surprisingly warm. 40.2 at the surface. We're still, you know, 8 degrees off of freezing. It was 39 when we boated in this morning, but it's warmed up almost a full degree. But yeah, I don't expect this water body's actually going to freeze over until probably mid to late January. At least well enough to fish it. It should still be really active at that water temperature. Yeah, I've seen a ton of activity at the surface. And again, though, what we've caught all 3 fish on, well, I take that back. 2 of the 3 fish this time has again been our surface troll here, basically. I mean, this year has been my most productive lure at this water body for kokanee, trout, and walleye. It's you know, just an old pops troll. What do they call these? Cowbell, hammered brass, and this hand-tied worm harness, my double wedding ring. This has caught more fish than anything else in my boat at this water body this year. And literally that one, I have another one that I tied up just like it. Literally the same exact thing. And last time we were here, we fished them side by side for like 4 hours, and still, this one caught all the fish. I have other lures like that too. I have one Berkeley dredger that I don't know what the hell it is about that lure. I catch more fish off of that one than any other Berkeley dredger in my tackle box. You know, it's 3 or 4 of the same pattern, and I could run all of them side by side, and that one catches all the fish. What's your trolling speed again? We're at about 1.8 miles an hour. A little bit fast, but not that fast that stuff's not gonna bite at it. I didn't realize you made them. Looks great. Yeah, it's one of the few rigs that I tie up. I mean, they're so simple. Anybody could make a worm harness rig. If you learn how to tie a snell knot, or, you know, an egg loop knot, you can tie this rig, and it's not hard. But yeah, all the worm harness, any of the, you know, wally poppers, the wedding rings, the squid rigs, all of those they're all hand tied. I tie them. I mean, it's the same. They're all just worm harnesses. It's 2 snelled hooks and a few whirly digs on there, and you're good to go. Confidence, why they work, I don't know. Confidence is important. Yeah, it's just it helps over time. I mean, when you fish a lure enough and you caught enough fish off of it, I mean, you know what it can catch, what it doesn't. I never feel bad about running that, and I'll run that sucker all day long, and I don't feel bad about it. You know, I'll swap the other pole out 100 times and still not catch anything. Well, that one catches fish all day. And it's like that with a handful of my crankbaits too. You know, I'll pick one for the day and it'll ride the pole all day long catching fish while I switch out one of everything else that's in the boat on the other pole and get fish every once in a while off of. Always drives me crazy though. Especially like I said, when I've got two of them tied up exactly the same and I'll throw the second one on the other pole and it'll get touched, you know, one out of times this one does. I don't know if it's scent, if, you know, the blade on there is just spinning a little bit different. Who knows? All right, time for a fish whistle and a fish. All right, fish whistle engaged. It's time. Y'all get ready. It's happening. Gilberto Torres, thanks for the sub there. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Anybody get any new gear for Christmas? Anything good? I don't know. I guess this is my Christmas. I bought two new DJI Mic 3s, being as I lost one of my mics the last time I was here. All right, little Jimmy's coming in and the lake troll's going back out. We need a fish. And of course I did. Why not? Let's just snag everything up on the way in. Perfect. Oh, we found some weeds. I don't know where the hell we found those at. Huh. Kind of crazy there's still green weeds in here. Would have figured this time of the year everything would be dead. No! Y'all see that? Did y'all see that? Oh shit. I want to cry. That was my brand new lure. And my pole. Oh good lord. I just lost a rod, yep. I tipped it with the fucking end of this pole and dumped it right out of the pole holder. Kerplunk. Well, you guys jinxed me. We were just talking about that earlier. And I said, no, I haven't lost anything. Yeah, that was my brand new, in fact, that one's not brand new. It's been on a few fishing trips. Oh, man. "80-foot bottom, she ain't coming back." Yeah, it was my Akuma Cold Water Pro, the new A series that just came out. With the brand new Bandit walleye shad that we just put on there. But I was like, hey, this one looks like it'll catch a fish. Son of a bitch. Well, there's, let's see here. Let's add this up. The reel is 140 bucks. The pole's like 40 bucks. What did we have on there? We had a snubber, so that's like another 10 bucks. 180, 190, and a $20 crank, so 200 bucks. Yeah, see, I love and I hate these pole holders at the same time. Because literally all it takes is you lift up on it and circle back, drag a treble. It's the 90-foot bottom where we were just at. It ain't happening. Now, 90 foot, it's at the bottom. Nope, you ain't gonna do it. You'd have to find a scuba diver to come down. No, she's back. Or she's gone. There is no recovery of that. Alright, let's get another pole out. I guess we'll throw our lead core out. We haven't run lead core yet today. Yeah, it's gone. You ain't dragging nothing from 90 foot down. Ain't gonna happen. Plus he had all the weight on it. No, there was no real weight on it. I mean, the pole itself. Those poles, the 300 series, I mean, it's a couple of pounds. It's not a light reel. That's all right. Shit happens. One of them days. And you know it's literally because we just talked about me not losing anything. Like, no, I haven't lost anything this year. Jinx. I haven't tried Dragon Magnet, Reels Titanium. Yeah, we're switching. That was a braid pull. There was no lead core. We're switching to the lead core line right now. No, that was totally my fault. I've almost done that like 2 or 3 times in the past, and I've managed to juggle it, grab it before it actually toppled out of the pole holder. Not today, not today. Oh, I don't even know what to put on here. That sucks. Went back and watched. Ah, it's all right. Shit happens. I was pulling the other pole in and I hit it just right and it popped it out of the pole holder, and I'm watching it in slow motion as it's fading away into the abyss. That's why I try to never spend more than $200 on a rod and reel. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's I don't really, like I was saying earlier, my most expensive rig that I fish with is less than 500 bucks, and I almost never fish with it. These the Okuma stuff, the reels are a little bit pricey. The poles are dirt cheap. They're like 40 bucks. The reels are like 120, 140 bucks. That's the expensive part of it. It is what it is. Never use, I'll send you one. Oh, I appreciate that. It's all right. I'll pick another one up. All right, I'm gonna switch to, let's do one of our squid rigs here. Our hoochie rigs. I do very much appreciate the sentiment, though. I will go grab another one. It's a matched pair. I have 2 matched lead core rods, 2 long matched lead core rods, 2 short matched lead core rods. These were my 2 new matched braid rods, and now I only have 1, so I will go order the same one again. Really is a damn shame though. That pole is, I've only been fishing with these for like 2 or 3 months. And by 2 or 3 months, that's been like, you know, less than probably 5, 6 times out on the water. Brand new. Been a tough day for rod. It's all right. We're still having fun. I don't bend out of shape easily. We're all good. It happens. That's cost of doing business. You're out here, you're gonna lose some lures. You might lose a pole from time to time. today was one of those days. What's up, Dave James? Welcome back. Your crankbait rods or your expensive rods? Hey, SoCal. Welcome. How was the hunting? All right. Yeah, I've never fished a Loomis. What happened? Oh, I was pulling in the second pole and was not paying attention. And I tipped up the front of the pole out of this pole holder. And these pole holders, they're kind of an odd design. So if you notice, I'm not, like most people, you slide your pole into the pole holder and it's, these ones aren't like that. They have just this little flapper that goes up and down. And you set it in, and that's it. And you can pull up on the back all day long and it ain't going anywhere. But if you put pressure at the front of it, it just lifts right out of the pole holder. So if you're not paying attention and you accidentally pull up on the front of it, your pole goes in the water. And that's exactly what happened. Is I was reeling in the second line over here and it got tangled on this one. And I untangled it, I got it done, and I went to step down, and I tipped it up with the other pole, and it hopped into the water. So we just lost a $200 rig in the water. Shit happens. Been a shit day, 0 deer, 277 views. Ah, man. Well, that stinks, man. We've had an interesting day, I tell you that much. But we didn't end up in the ditch, so that's a plus. The boat hasn't sank, so we're still not doing that bad. Losing a rig, I mean, it sucks, but whatever. Like I said, I'm not... I'm fairly well financially off. I'm not rich, but $200 is, I mean, I blow that every time I come out fishing in gas, so. We'll pick up another one. It don't hurt that bad. I just can't believe I finally did. I've almost done that so many times. It's just, it's time it actually happened. I've been lucky multiple times in the past. Today we missed. Contemplation on leaving YouTube. I mean, it's SoCal. At the end of the day, if you're enjoying yourself, keep at it. If you're not, then I mean, don't bang your head against the wall. Because at the end of the day, that's what we're here for, is to have fun. And if you ain't having fun, I mean, why are you doing it? But if you are, then don't worry about how many people are in the room. People come, people go. Oh yeah, it was sketchy, SoCal. I mean, you were watching for a little while there. You saw how slick it was and how hairy it was getting. But we got to about, we were within 8 miles of the lake. You know, less than 10 minutes drive from the lake. And we got to the bottom of it. It wasn't even a big hill, but it was enough of a hill that I got, you know, a third of the way up it and traction gone. I mean, it's black ice. It's the slipperiest goddamn shit that exists. And yeah, so I got about a third of the way up, lost traction. I flipped it into 4-wheel drive and tried to nudge it. And as soon as I, you know, touched the brake, I just started sliding back. I slid all the way back down the hill in the general direction of the 40-foot ravine, you know, on the passenger side of the road, my side of the road. And thankfully, there's about a foot of grass at the edge of the road before it goes down the embankment. And I slid back and it just caught on that grass and I stopped. Trailer jackknife behind me, completely in the, you know, the opposite side of the road. And I was clenching my pearls real tight there. I'll send you contact info on your channel if you change your mind. I have 2 favorite trolling rods. I think they're Shimano. Yeah, I haven't fished a Shimano in decades, man. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, if you want to email me, we can chat. But I'll probably just pick up another one exactly like this. I like having matched pairs. Could have been worse. Oh yeah, that's like, Dave, I don't like to fish with expensive stuff like that for this very reason. Again, these are, as far as I'm concerned, a trolling rig like this is basically a throwaway setup. It's about as cheap as you're gonna set up, you know, a moderately decent rig that's not painful to use. You know, they're very nice, but they're not, I mean, Okuma is not high-end gear. They're not low-end gear, they're not bottom of the barrel. But a $40 rod, I mean, that's nothing. The reels, their trolling reels are a bit pricey, you know, 120, 140 bucks. But, I mean, it is what it is. New pair of underwear. Oh, so that wasn't even the worst of it. That scared the shit out of me. But as we're sitting there, and I'm like, man, we're just gonna have to sit here till the sun comes up and thaws some of this shit out so I can move. I nudged her a few times and I got the trailer to slide back. But then the whole time, you know, I put my parking brake on and I still have my foot on the brake. And as soon as, you know, letting up even just a little bit off of the brake pedal, I started just slowly but still moving, the whole truck moving further and, I mean, closer and closer to the ditch. So I held my foot on the brake for a solid 30 minutes before finally I guess had gotten far enough to the side of the road to where the little patch of grass was holding me. So I got out, I salted in front of all my tires, behind the tires, to try and, you know, melt out a spot so at least I was stable and could sit there for a while. And after like an hour or so of sitting there, in the distance I could see a plow, you know, there are flashing lights coming, probably, you know, a mile, 2 miles away. And I'm like, well, cool, because they're coming through and they're probably sanding, salting the roads, that'll help. But not cool because I'm sitting at the bottom of a fucking blind hill, and I bet you anything he blasts over the top of that hill and starts fucking sliding, because this is a sheet of ice. And he disappeared for like 30 minutes. You know, there was nothing. I figured he turned up and was sanding the Holter portion of the road. But eventually the headlights came at the top of the hill and the flashing lights, and he starts bobtailing down the hill, veering straight at me. And when I saw him, you know, a mile away, I said to Chat, I bet you anything when he hits the top of that hill, he's gonna start fucking sliding all over the place and is gonna push my ass into the ditch. Well, he came about that far from doing exactly that. He was fishtailing the whole way down the fucking hill, and my boat, I had gotten out of the lane that he was in, thankfully, but it's still, you know, 6 inches from center line. And he, I mean, just barely missed me. He would have shoved me right down into the ditch. But he fishtailed all the way down the hill and almost ran into the car parked at the bottom of the hill, ended up sideways and then stuck in the ditch. And it took him, you know, 20 minutes, a half an hour to get himself out of the ditch. And then he backed slowly back up the road and started salting it. Salt and gravel. So yeah, it was all sorts of fuckered up this morning. Real interesting members only live for those of you guys who missed it. So yeah, we avoided catastrophe a couple of times. So that the pole falling on the water is just on par for the day we've had so far. But I'm still enjoying it. We're having fun. Need to explain fishing. If you need to explain fishing, they'll never get it, all right? I would have jumped in if it was me. Yeah, as he was cresting the top of the hill and I'm flashing my fucking lights at him like, yo, I'm sitting here. And he starts I'm thinking to myself, do I get out and try and, where would I even fucking go? He's barreling down a hill at me. The road is a sheet of ice. You can watch the video. When I get out of the truck, like I couldn't even stand in one place. I had to hold on to the truck to keep from sliding down the hill. It's like, yeah, going through my mind, how do I escape out of the truck so he doesn't push me down this giant embankment here? And I came to the decision that I can't. So I just sat there and I picked up the phone and recorded. I don't know how much of him passing me. I don't think I got the phone out until he got past me, but I stuck it out and I think I got some footage of him fishtailing past my truck and coming real close to clobbering me. Yeah, that was this morning on the way here, Dave James. We had freezing rain overnight, sleet, and so there was just a layer of black ice all the way here. And I made it all the way here to within 8 miles. I had a couple of, you could feel it sliding, but it wasn't, a big thing. Hit just that one patch of the hill and it was like, you're done. But you could just, when he was fishtailing past me, he looked at me, I looked at him, and his eyeball, I mean, mine probably were too, if you could fucking see him through my glasses here. His eyeballs were like that big, and he was just horrified as he's gliding past me. Like, man, that guy is fucked. He pulled out of it, though. It was, impressive. But I got out after he had backed up and he came back down, he stopped. And I asked him if he had to stop and change his drawers because he had stopped at the bottom of the hill for like a solid 30 minutes. And he's like, no, I got stuck in the fucking ditch, but I damn near had to change my drawers. But he said that he's been running, a plow for. And he said, I've weighed so much that they don't slip and slide. And he just said, in the over a decade he's run a truck, he's only ever slid like that once or twice. And that this was by far the scariest that it's ever been. Oh. What the hell is that? I'm confused. What did we put on this pole? No, this is our... Is that a fish on there? What is that? No. Not a fish. Why was it running funny like that? Something twisted? Missing a bait. Yeah, I think we just had a swipe at it, but they missed. I want to see you catch something, monster. your rod. Loss is worth it, right? Oh, we'll keep trying. The day ain't done yet. Like I said, don't worry about the rod. It's no biggie. I'm not bent out of shape. It happens. I did the same thing last year. Might be your other rod. No, the other rod's fine. Okay, I'm walking back to the truck. See y'all when I get home. All right, SoCal, drive safe, man. We'll be here. Hey, Deborah, welcome back. Yeah, it's not uncommon for the bite to kind of shut off here during the middle of the day. Seems like it happens quite often when I'm here. We get a decent morning, you know, mid-afternoon bite. You get a few hours of just lull. And then usually a couple hours before sundown, the bite starts to pick back up. So we should be getting back into the fish here at some point in time. $80 plus, yeah. I'm back 100 foot. Oh, how deep is the lake? We're at 100 foot right now. 100 foot depth. Deepest is 120 foot here. I'm deeper than I should be. Again, I got a little off track here because we had a bite or something on this pole. I pulled it in. I'm gonna head back. Most of the fish that I've been marking today have been over like 60 to 70 foot bottom. And a lot of them, I mean, the depth at which the fish are is varied, anywhere from, you know, 10 foot all the way down to 60 foot. So we're a little deep right now. I am still marking the occasional fish at like 30, 40 foot, but not nearly as many as I'm marking shallower. Be able to see the thermal line on your graph. No, I don't have the sensitivity really dialed in. This time of the year, the water, they're all over in the water column. I think we've already had turnover or whatever the hell you call it. So they're all discombobulated. They're all over the place. Yeah, we're fishing. This is a reservoir right in front of us. As I pan around, you'll see concrete and some orange buoys. We're fishing right next to the dam right now. So we're in the deeper part of the basin. It's like a big soup bowl in front of the dam. Earlier in the year, you'll see a lot of the kokanee out here in this basin. And they stick, you know, 30, 40, 50, 60 foot down. Right now, they're all spread out with the rainbows, the pike. They're just... Appreciate the sub there, Cassie Hansen. Welcome to the channel. Beautiful scenery. Oh, it is. So we're up here in the mountains in north central Montana. I believe these are the Rocky Mountains. I really need to look at a map. We're just outside of Wolf Creek, Montana, Craig, Montana. And it's a dam, a reservoir on the Missouri River system, which the Missouri River is the longest river in the United States. It starts in Three Forks, which is about a little over an hour drive, well, yeah, over an hour drive south of here. And then there's a series of dams. You have the first dam, which creates Canyon Ferry Reservoir, the second dam, which creates Hauser Reservoir, the third dam, which creates Holter Reservoir, which is what we're on right now. And then it goes another 60 miles or so, and you run into Great Falls, Montana, and then there's like another 5 dams. You have Black Eagle Dam, Rainbow Dam, Cochrane Dam, Maroney Dam, and I think there's one more dam in there that I'm probably forgetting about. So there's a whole series of dams and reservoirs on the Missouri River. Mostly hydroelectric generation. Definitely easy to identify when water's in 70s and 80s. Help you dial in feeding depth, be able to see. Yeah, I should tweak the graph so I could see it. I'd always heard, you know, thermocline, blah, blah, blah. And I never really had taken the time to stop and understand what it is, how it works, what it does. But last year, I was fucking with the graph because it was driving me crazy. I had the lower ants have a fish finder feature on there that beeps every time it identifies a fish. And there was, you know, this distinct line going across the graph, and it was just constantly beep, beep, beeping, and it was driving me fucking nuts. So I dialed down the graph so I didn't see it anymore, not understanding that was the thermocline, and I haven't really screwed with it since. Yeah, this year I disabled all of that crap. I don't use it anymore. It misidentifies so many fish. It's so much easier to tell a fish from, you know, debris or structure without that crap on. I mean, the fish are distinct swoops. You're not gonna miss a real fish on the down scan most of the time. And after I, you know, turned it off, I was playing with it, toggling it on, toggling it off, and it just so much crap that was not fish. It was identifying as fish. So I just turned it off. It's not as useful as it seemed like it should be. How do you know what fish are in the pond? It's a reservoir, not a pond. But the Fish, Wildlife, and Park stocks different species in here, and then they also do yearly surveys where they net fish, or they'll, you know, cast lines in fish, and then they report what's caught. So I know most of the species that are in here, and there's quite a few. We're mainly today after Kokanee Salmon and rainbow trout, but there's also Northern Pike, Walleye, brown trout, brook trout, burbot, mountain whitefish, yellow perch, common carp, probably 2 or 3 different kinds of suckers. We're at 60-foot depth. How? How would that possibly snag on something? What are we running over here? We have a Dodger, and yeah, there's no way that was 60 foot deep. There must be something sticking up out of the water over there. But yeah, we've caught so far today 3 rainbow trout. We've had 3 or 4 other bites that we lost. Army Corps of Engineers. What do you mean by that? Split? Oh, is it? I missed a whole bunch of chat here. Is it controlled by Army Corps Engineers? We have reservoirs here in Ohio. The drain. I don't think this is any longer. A lot of them are, like a lot of the irrigation reservoirs were built and are managed by DNR and other government agencies. Most of the dams, I think, here are private. The electric companies own them and manage the flow of water in and out of the water bodies, but I'm sure it's highly regulated by the state as well. Oh, there's some wind. Good Lord, this turned me completely around. If you learn how Chirp 2D, all the other features work, learn the graph, it'll definitely help your fishing game. Oh, for sure. And I will be the first one to say that I am an idiot when it comes to these graphs. I learn more every year. You know, I try and watch videos and learn about the different configurations, and you know, the more you fish with it, the more you play with it, the more comfortable you get with it. But I'm still an idiot when it comes to these graphs. I mean, I always joke with people that it's a glorified depth finder for me, because while it's nice to see fish on the finder, it's nice to see, you know, a lot of the structure and the weeds, and 9 times out of 10, all I really need is the depth and the contour map, and everything else is, I mean, it's cool to look at, but it's not what I base how I fish on. But you're right. If I learned, you know, to read it better, it definitely would improve my my catch rates, I'm sure. Fishy Fingers Jackson, Merry Christmas, Rod. Thank you, buddy. Merry Christmas to you as well. I think Turner has videos on electron. Yeah, he's I haven't watched any of them, but I know that he said that he used to teach, you know, classes on how to fish with the forward-facing sonar, and yeah, he definitely understands it way better than I do. And again, I do pick up things here and there, but to be perfectly honest, I mean, you see how much I get blown around, turned around. I glance at the fish finder as one of many things that are going on the boat. I don't have the luxury of you know, an electric trolling motor that allows me to really focus on the graph while I'm fishing all that much. I do take the recordings home, and after I upload them to CMAP Genesis, I can actually go and then replay my 2D, my down scan. So I do like to take some time afterwards to try and be like, you know, I thought I saw something, let me go look at it. You know, why are all these fish hanging out here? What is different about this spot than all the other spots? It's one of those things that there's a learning curve to it, and there's only so much you can watch from or learn from watching videos. You kind of just have to immerse yourself in it. Bryson, I'm back. Just had to do stuff like help cook. Oh, okay. Welcome back, Bryson. What are you cooking? You gotta literally drive around all day tinkering. You wanna, but you'll totally be glad you did. Yeah, for sure. Well, and I mean, a truth here is that before I started doing this, streaming on YouTube, I spent way more time looking at my graph. Now I spend most of my time trying to look through a glare and read what's on the screen so I can talk to y'all. So it's your fault that I don't know what I'm doing. Just kidding. He guided clients on boats and showed them how to use Fish Finder. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to dig out some of those videos and see. I don't think he uses Lowrance, and I think there's kind of a, all of them work in the same general way, but I think there's a lot of nuances between a Garmin versus a Lowrance versus a, you know, that they're all kind of their own beast to learn how to tune and tweak and read. Tacos, oh, that sounds good. Use them to find bait more so when fishing in deep water, more than identifying your target fish. That makes sense. Yeah, you find the bait, you find the fish. Lobster rolls for dinner here tonight. Heck yeah, oh, that sounds good. I might have to stop somewhere and pick something up to eat on the way home. All right, fish, let's do this. Pesca said hi. Welcome to the stream, Pesca. How you doing, buddy? Merry Christmas. All right, what time is it? 2:54. Man, we are running out of daylight hours. We have, will somebody type .fc for forecast so we can see what time sunset is? I want to say it's probably 4:30. 3 o'clock. We got like an hour and a half till sunset. Straight off a lobster boat yesterday, living on North Atlantic has its advantages. Oh, hell yeah. Fresh seafood is the best. I haven't had fresh lobster in so long. When I lived in California, there was one really good Italian restaurant that I used to order from, and I would get their prawns or the lobster tail from time to time. But again, you live right on the coast, you know, all that shit's fresh. But honestly, I haven't had a fresh lobster like you go to the grocery store and buy a live one and cook it, probably since I was a teenager. They're so ridiculously expensive. Sunset, 4:44, okay. So we got about 2 hours. Have you seen bait balls? Yeah, occasionally we'll roll over a bait ball. There are not a whole lot of them. Surprisingly, in this basin area, most of the bait balls, the bigger ones that I see are this mountain that you see over in the background here. There's a rock wall over there that's just a sheer cliff. And it goes from, you know, shoreline to 60 foot, you know, in 3 feet. It just drops. And along there's usually giant bait balls over there. And I suspect a lot of them are yellow perch. They might be dace or some of the other smaller bait fish that are in here. But on a day like today where there's enough gust that it just throws me around, that stretch of, it doesn't look any different over there, but as soon as I get out of this little cove here, there's enough wind, enough wake that it's, to get close enough to where they all are, I'm like, you know, 3 feet away from the rock wall. And that's all I need to do is be playing bumper car with the frickin', or bumper boat with the rocky cliff over there. Shad, trying to think what the hell else is in here. I know we don't have Cisco in here. I know we have, there's like long-nosed dace, and there's like 2 or 3 different species of dace. I don't know what else is in here though. It's been a while since I've studied the survey for this water body. I'd have to look it back up to see what other smaller bait fish species are in here. There could be shad though. shad or lake chub maybe. Yeah, so it could be any of those that you see in there are possible bait fish that are in this river system. So fathead minnow, flathead chub, western silvery minnow, plains minnow, emerald shiner, long-nosed dace, lake chub, creek chub, long-nosed sucker, white sucker. And it's hard to say without looking at the survey because I never catch any of them little bastards. And all the time I fish these water bodies, it's really few and far between that I ever catch, you know, one of the actual little bait fish, other than perch, because perch are, those things are spirited. I don't know how else to describe it. They will bite at things that are twice their size, and it always baffles me. So I'll pull one of them out every once in a while, trolling around, you know, crankbaits. Got a 3-pound shad. Yeah, I don't know how big they get here. I don't know if I've ever caught one. Here in Ohio, most lakes and res are mainly shaded crawfish. We have a ton of crawfish. Almost all of the fish. There's only been one water body that I fished in central Montana that wasn't full of crawfish. That's like their primary food source in most of these water bodies. What is it? Not Canyon Ferry. Oh. I streamed from there a couple of times. That's where I caught that fat trout earlier this year, my PB trout. Willow Creek Reservoir. That's the only water body that I fished at that they weren't full. In fact, none of the fish that I caught and harvested from there had any craw in their bellies. They were all full of snails. The pikes that I catch from time to time have other species in their belly. Some of the walleye that I catch aren't purely crawfish, but by and large, craw is in almost every water body I fish out of. It seems like that's one of their primary food source. Perch love the emerald shiners. Used to go to Maine and fish frozen tidal estuaries. Smell delicious when pan fried. Oh yeah? How big do they get? I mean, are you literally just catching a bunch of itty bitties and pan frying them, or do they have some size to them? I have so many emerald shiners by me, I catch them in the dip net. Okay. Bluegill, shad, crawfish, perch, crappie, perch. That's common these days. Yeah, we have tons of yellow perch in the water bodies here in central Montana, but they're never very big. I mean, the biggest yellow perch I've ever caught was like 9 inches, maybe 10. I think our state record is like 13 or. It's not that big. They're not long. They're pretty fat though. Like some of the big perches I've seen pulled out, like this water body has really big perch in it. Hauser and Canyon Ferry both have really big perch in them. But normally the big ones I see are pulled out during winter. All right, we are back, I think. Starlink Mini battery just died. We just replaced it. That was, I think, the quickest I've ever recovered a stream. That was incredible. We hit our, so we've been streaming since 9, so 9 to 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. So we got almost 4 hours exactly on the 8 amp hour battery there. So I just had to swap out the battery for the Starlink. Yeah, that was like sub 60 seconds, I think. But we do have crappie here, black crappie and white crappie. I've only ever caught one. There's a couple of water bodies near me that they do stock them. I don't fish them that often. I caught my first black crappie this year. They get to be fairly decent size in that water body, though. 13 to 15 inches. The black crappie, at least. I think the white crappie are in eastern Montana. Plus, it's cold. You'd think it'd drain faster. I know that the heat makes it drain faster. I don't know if we're cold enough that the cold is actually, I mean, I guess it should be degrading it somewhat. I've had them last as long as 7 hours, though. Usually it's, 4 to 6. But I don't think we're, like, cold enough that it's super degrading them. I know that when it was really, really hot out, we would get 4. That's it. But there were a couple of streams that we've done this year during the fall where we got 6-7 hours out of a battery. I don't think you're able to keep brown trout in Ohio anymore. Yeah, Danny. So, but brown trout are all over the place. In regulations here. A lot of water bodies, you simply can't keep them. Some water bodies you can, but only if you're an angler under the age of 14, and then there's a very specific slot size. It's like between 16 and 18 inches. But it's so all over the place that I've never actually kept one to eat. I never am 100% sure it's legal, so I always throw them back. They're honestly, I would love to catch brown trout over rainbow any day of the week. They fight so much better and they look so much cooler. They're such pretty fish. I remember when early lithium drills were useless in the winter. Yeah, I know that even the newer generation of DeWalt's, if you leave them out in the cold for an extended period of time, like, so for example, if this battery had chilled outside overnight and had been sub, freezing, which the temperatures last night did get, yeah, it definitely probably would have degraded it significantly. But they were warm inside charging. I didn't take them out to the boat until this morning. They rode all the way here in a warm car. They've been out in above freezing temperature, for 8 hours. So it's not cold enough that it super degrades them. But yeah, you leave one outside, in freezing temperature overnight, you might get, 30 seconds of drilling out of it before it craps. I almost didn't get the boat started this morning. That was another bullshittery that happened this morning. I finally got the boat in the water, Starlink back up, and I went to try and start it. My boat, it never starts the first crank. You gotta pump the shit out of it. This little primer button, and crank it, and pump it, and crank it. Once it starts and it's warmed up, it starts easy every time, but when it's cold, it never starts well. And I even threw the batteries on the charger this morning for 3-4 hours before I left. And yeah, 2, 3 cranks and I was getting click. I'm like, Jesus Christ, is that really how today's gonna go? But because I have the ACR, the automatic charge relay, I was able to combine both the batteries, and I got 2 more cranks out of it, and it started. So the batteries are so much better now. I use cordless drill on the ice, light and fast. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been years really since I've tried, using a cold battery. I always keep them inside now. I know my buddy, he does flooring installation, and he keeps a lot of his shit out in his van, and he always runs into that. None of his batteries ever frickin' work. Walleye have tight regulations in Ohio. They have 15 to 28 inches, nothing smaller or bigger. Yeah, so that's a walleye or another species here that it is so dependent on where you catch them. Western Montana, they're trying to eradicate completely walleye. They don't want walleye at all in any Western Montana water body in our Western Fishing District. They're a fish that if you catch it, you are legally required to kill it. And not only report the catch to Fish, Wildlife, and Park, but they want you to actually physically provide them the dead fish. They're trying to figure out where they're coming from. They don't want them in any of those water bodies. Central Montana, they're quite strict in some water bodies on the slot size. Some of them have, you know, just a minimum size you can keep. Some of them have a minimum and a maximum. Some of them just have a maximum. Eastern Montana, as with almost all fishing regulations, there are very few rules. I think the slot sizes are almost non-existent. The limits are quite high. It's so weird that in a single state that the regulations differ so much based upon, you know, just arbitrary boundaries. Invasive. Yeah, they're in Western Montana, they're considered invasive. I don't catch that many auto Holter here, but if memory serves me correctly, I don't think this water body, I don't think there's a slot size, there's just a flat 5 limit. So you could pull 5 out of here of any size. One water body up, Hauser, there is a slot size. The next water body up, there's, I think, a minimum and a maximum slot size. You go below the dam here, just straight to the Missouri River, and it's back to, you can catch, I think, 5 of any size. You know, so it's, I don't know, there so many regulations regarding wild game are so, they just seem so incredibly arbitrary. But if you'd ever, so I recently, Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park has a YouTube channel. And I stumbled across it earlier this year and I followed them, and they live stream, and they are live streaming the like the regulatory meeting. So like it was earlier this month, I was thumbing through YouTube and saw that they were live, so I popped in, and it was mostly related to hunting regulations. I didn't hear anything about fishing. But they're discussing, you know, proposals for changing the deer and elk limits, trying to do some change where they're allowing either sex, either species, only if harvested off of private land. And just some stupid shit, you know, trying to argue that it's, you know, related to out-of-state hunters coming here and only ever, like you have to buy a package of tags. So you get like a deer tag, or two, a tag, which is your buck tag, basically, either species, whitetail or muley. Then a B tag, which used to be an either sex, either species. No, the A tag was either sex, either species. The B tag was only does, only whitetail doe. And then you get an elk tag, but long story short, they were saying that the out-of-staters, because they were coming here and buying this package, but only buying it to shoot a buck and an elk, that there's, you know, all these extra doe that are left over. But they're trying to pass a law to make it different, to where public lands have one set of tags and then private lands have another set of tags. And I'm just listening to these guys argue for and against it, thinking to myself, like, how much more convoluted and complicated can you make these arbitrary rules? Like, again, how are you going to prove that a deer came from private land versus public land? And what kind of, you know, just ridiculous complications does that create? And how are you gonna, you know, have different quotas for it? It made my head hurt. I listened to it for like an hour and I'm like, y'all are fucking everything up, and I clicked out of it. It's crazy, Danny, because the New York regulations are fairly loose. They have 10 inches and a 6-fish limit. Okay. AGM in my boat have been great this winter. The trolling motors gets charged each outing, but the engine side stays perfect. Okay, so you have to shore charge the trolling motor, which makes sense. I mean, unless you're running a ridiculous, you know, solar array or something on there, there's no way you're gonna keep that shit charged. The trolling motors take too much. There used to be blue pike in Great Lakes, but they're basically extinct. Blue pike? Is that the same thing as silver pike, or is that different? I thought blue pike, silver pike, that's like a common carp versus a mirror carp. Isn't that just a genetic mutation that happens? Like common carp. If you have common carp in a water body, you are eventually going to have mirror carp. It's a mutation that is recessive and pops out, you know, every 100 generations or whatever. I always thought blue and silver, or blue/silver pike, I always thought that was the same thing, and it was basically the same thing, just a genetic mutation that if you have pike, you might make a silver pike. Is that not the same thing? Small lake here, someone introduced smallmouth to, and largemouth number dropped so bad that you don't catch largemouth under 5 pounds. Wow. Invasive and disrupted. Yeah, I've heard that happen in a handful of water bodies here. Flathead Lake that we fished at earlier this year, where I caught my first lake trout. They have 100 limit on lake trout. You can catch 100 a day per person. It's a species that has just overrun that water body, and they are trying frantically to get rid of some of them because they're making it impossible for other species to live there. As most of our government creates solutions for problems that don't exist, right? And then you spend the rest of eternity trying to fix the problems that your solutions created. That's just, yeah. That's bureaucracy at its finest. Aloha from Hawaii. What's up, Karak? Welcome, welcome. Merry Christmas. New York is getting like that. There's different rules and regulations for just about every body of water in the state. Yeah, see, that just gets so complicated. Like, I understand it to a certain extent. They're trying to implement things based upon, you know, what the biologists and, you know, the people who run the hatcheries and all of this scientific input. But at the end of the day, the decisions are made by people that either don't read or care about the scientific data, and it's more about the politics of it than the science. The pico de gallo, that's what that word is, pico de gallo. It's spicy. I've never tried it. Blue pike did used to be a subspecies that is extinct, but there are blue tinted pike, like what? Okay, so blue pike used to be a unique species, but now it's the genetic variant that just pops out every once in a while. Yeah, I've heard about them. I've never seen anyone actually catch one here in Montana. Again, the water body that I fish, Pishkin, I catch so many freaking pike there, and it's one of those things that it's in a matter of time. I have to catch one. You know, there's no way that with that many pike in there that they're not producing some of them. I mean, God, I was looking at Fishy Things, I think, on his channel. He said he's caught like 2 or 3 in the last couple of years. And the same thing with mirror carp and excuse me, Skipjack Cindy. She's like, oh yeah, that's like the 3rd mirror carp that I've caught. I'm like, what the hell? How are y'all catching these unicorns like, oh yeah, that's the 3rd one. She's like, I don't even fish for carp. Like, damn it, I fish for carp. I've caught hundreds of carp. I ain't never caught a mirror carp. I almost did once. Fairly certain it was a mirror carp. I got it all the way to the shore and it spit the hook before I got it in the net. But I've never actually landed one. Never seen a blue either. What's up, Nico? Welcome to the stream. Best largemouth lakes have huge numbers of trout. Yeah, that's something I don't understand. You know, I mean, there's complexities to that I will probably never fathom. You know, how introducing one species impacts, you know, the food chain and all the rest of the species, but that's what they pay the biologists the big bucks for, though, right? I do know that it was interesting. So Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell, that I streamed at 2 times this year. They, within like, I want to say within the last decade, introduced Cisco there as you know, a food source for the walleye, as well as the other fish that are in there. And in doing so, have that water body produces some of the biggest fish, biggest walleye now in the world, and not like a few of them, like lots of them. So I've mentioned it a couple of times in the stream here. One of the bigger walleye tournaments that comes, that, you know, it's a national circuit that goes around the U.S., stops through every year at Tiber, and this last year they produced not only the largest bag, it was either 5 or 8 fish that the tournament has ever produced, not just at that water body, but the whole tournament. It was, you know, like significantly larger, and all top 3 people who placed in the tournament, their bags were larger than the largest bag that's ever been caught in any of the walleye tournaments. So it's like that one thing that, you know, adding the Cisco just super boosted the size of the population there. I still can't catch them though. We got one and it was like that big. Weather, Oklahoma City, 78.1. Oh, you got wind though, 20-mile-an-hour gusts. Didn't we used to be able to look up records in other states? Lake Erie Lead, no, that's a custom command that I created, and now I'm scraping the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park website to get that data. I've mentioned a couple of times that I might, when I get some free time and get bored, attempt to do the same thing for some other states. It's just, it's not an easy thing to do, because as far as I can tell, there's no national database of state records. It's all tracked at the state level and all through different agencies within the states, and they don't have any kind of uniform way that they post the data. It's all in jumbled format, so I literally have to pull the page and scrape it and parse it, kick out all the garbage, clean it up. Wind has been rotten here. Yeah, same thing here, Jackson. That's why I'm so surprised I was able to even come out here today. We've had, a few days ago, it was 60-plus-mile-an-hour gusts. I mean, you couldn't go outside and walk straight. Like, you had to hold on to shit. You know, it's hurricane-force winds. And that's, I mean, the whole last month, it's been that on and off. You know, it's either hurricane or just really fucking windy. You have a nice patch of, you know, a couple hurricane winds are back again. As I can't take the boat out, you know, on a day like that. Tennessee River like that with smallmouth. Smallmouth limit rivals Florida's largemouth turnbag. Smallmouth limit rivals Florida. Oh, okay, so they're real big there too. Yeah, we have, the Missouri River system has some smallmouth in it. I know that Canyon Ferry, the Fish, Wildlife, and Park Survey, said that there's smallmouth in that. Oddly, though, there's no smallmouth in Holter Reservoir or Holter Reservoir. So I don't know how you have a shitload of smallmouth in the first reservoir, but the 2 reservoirs downstream from it don't have them. But the river right below here has smallmouth in it. Go fucking figure. How does that work? And I don't know if that's just because whatever is in here eats them, You know, if they escape from Canyon Ferry, it's certain doom for them until they get down to that stretch. I don't know what it is. But as far as I know, there's no smallmouth in Holter, Hauser, Lake Helena. It's in Canyon Ferry and it's in the Missouri, so it baffles me how that works. I'm better off without them in there. Yeah, it sounds like they can wreak havoc. John, Joe, someone introduced them. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense to me that the top reservoir flows into the next reservoir, flows into the next reservoir, flows into the river. How is it that the top one has them, the two middle ones don't, but the bottom one does? It doesn't make sense to me how that can happen. There's no way that if they're in that top reservoir, some of them aren't passing through the spillways. Imagine a 5-pound bluegill. Smallmouth are actually really good too. Yeah, I've caught a I haven't caught a ton of smallmouth, but the spot that I usually fish a few times a year, in the late spring, early summer for sturgeon and catfish, that stretch of the Missouri River below Maroney Dam has quite a few smallmouth in there. And I've got some decent sized ones, you know, 2-3 pounders, but nothing super monstrous. But I've never kept one to try and eat it. I don't like that section of the river is, I don't know, I prefer, if I'm going to keep fish, I'm going to keep it from one of these, you know, upper elevation, cold mountain lakes or reservoirs. The Missouri River, when you get down where I'm catching it, is kind of gross and warm, and I see way more parasites in the fish that I catch there, just more weird ick on them. The fish are much cleaner up here in the cooler, you know, mountain reservoirs. A lot less pollution up here as well. Caught a little 6-pound flathead the other day off a goldfish. Oh, Jacob, are goldfish legal to use for bait there? I thought goldfish was illegal to use for bait anywhere in the United States. I could be wrong, but I know that there have been multiple places that goldfish used as bait have caused lots of problems. So these lakes never freeze? They do, John, yeah, they do. Normally this time of the year there would be some degree of freeze here. We've just had an abnormally warm winter. We've had a bunch, it gets cold, but then it thaws, and then it gets cold, and then it thaws. It's just been all over the damn place. We're Colorado River, they sell them in your bait shops, okay. Huh. Yeah, I must have misunderstood or misread whatever the hell. Maybe it was just specific states. I know for you are absolutely not allowed to use them here in Montana. They're very, very strict on what can be used, even as dead bait here. Shellfish harvesting is the best in winter. I think most aquatic food tastes better. And I think that a lot has to do with that. It's the cold water. But again, I also, most of these, you know, mountain reservoirs are far less polluted than the river systems, you know, down in the city areas. There is still some pollution up here because most of these water bodies, you know, some of them are resort lakes. They have houses around them. A lot of them have agriculture, so farm around them. So there are, you know, pesticides or, you know, fertilizers. There's cattle manure, shit get into the water, but not to the same extent that the stuff lower downstream gets. They don't close down the boat ramps? No, John. Certain water bodies, the boat ramps are owned and managed by the marinas. You know, they're private companies. They're not, it's not run by the state or the county. So they have their own private boat launches, and they do close them to the public this time of the year because the marinas themselves are closed. But like, for example, where I launched from today, this is a state park, and it doesn't close. It's open year round. They pull all the docks and shit out, but the boat ramp isn't closed. But the next boat ramp up is a private marina, and it is closed. The next boat ramp up, you know, so it's hit and miss. It depends on the boat launch. Merry Christmas, everybody. Who said that? That was Chase. Thanks, Chase. Merry Christmas right back at you. It's half price launch fees during winter around me. Oh, nice. Yeah, I made it a point to have a $5 bill in my wallet to pay for the damn boat launch here today, because the last time I came I had to throw a frickin' $10 bill in because that's all I had. And I got the envelope, filled it out, put my license plate, put the money in there, you know, licked it, sealed it, pulled off my tab to hang in my car, and went to put it in the box. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, this doesn't look right. The slot where you put it in, normally, you know, there's a cover on top, and it's completely gone. There's no canister in there. So I promptly put my $5 back in my pocket. So they apparently removed the boat launch fee here because it's Christmas, and who the fuck fishes on Christmas? I don't know. I don't think this water body really sees many people, you know, late fall through until the ice freeze is over. Nobody's fishing this crap. And man, it has been way too long since we've caught a fish. What the hell? What is going on here? It's about time to catch a fish. We're marking fish. We've been over them all damn for the last 3-4 hours here. A lot of our boat ramps are not boat ramps. They're just dirt spots to put your boat in. Some water bodies around here are like that. They're not, you know, a maintained. Usually the nice boat launches, like here, it's a really nice boat ramp. It's only a two vehicle boat ramp, but it's nice concrete. It extends into the water far enough that you're not getting, you know, washout when people power load. And it's not just flat concrete. It's got grooves cut in it that angle away from, and I didn't really notice that or never really thought about it until today, because I figured when I got here it was just going to be just as bad as the road that I drove on coming in here. I mean, it's perfect. They have, you know, 1-inch angled grooves cut from the center going out to the sides. So any water that, you know, gets poured out on the ramp promptly, you know, gets funneled away from the ramp, you know, down these channels. But yeah, they're all maintained because it's a paid, it's a state park, and it's a paid managed campground. And that tends to be the case. We just had a bob there. I think we had a swing and a miss. Didn't pull drag, but that was definitely something. So yeah, the nicer boat launches come, you know, from the maintained Forestry Service or, you know, city, county maintained campgrounds, but they also, those are the ones that carry, you know, a nominal, like a $5 or $6 boat launch fee, parking fee. We're running 1.8 miles an hour, and with the wind blowing the way that it is, this is as slow as I can go without going all over the place. We're running with an old jet prop here. So our low speed here, I'm in neutral, and I have actually pushed the button in and kicked it back slightly into reverse. So we're running as slow as humanly possible right now in this boat. The only way I run slower is if I have the wind in my face, or I'm going up a river. But yeah, we're going, I mean, 1.8 miles an hour. We're not going all that fast, but you're right. It is still, with the water temperatures how they are, we would probably have better luck if we were going like 0.8 or 1.2. It's not feasible for me to do with my current setup. I need to get an electric trolling motor on the boat. The state isn't allowed to charge for public use launches, and the vehicle trailer that towed it, one of the few sensible things they've done around here. Yeah, see, that would make sense, and I've always wondered why they don't do it that way. I mean, when we buy our fishing license, we don't just buy our fishing license. We're required, in order to legally fish in the state of Montana, on most water bodies, you have to have your fishing license, your state land use permit, which gives you access to the state land that you're accessing the launch from, and a conservation license, which I don't know what the hell that's even supposed to pay for. But you have to have all three, and you would think they would just tack it into the damn, throw another $10, $20 in there for parking, whatever. But no, they incrementally charge you every time you use the launch. Unless you're military or a senior. For both of those, they have a yearly pass you can buy that allows you unlimited. Oh, we got a fish! It's a fish! Whoa! It's a fish! Feels decent too. Fish on! Yeah, this is feels like probably, man, this does not feel like a trout. Ooh. If it's a trout, it's bigger than anything we put in the boat today. We were over 80-foot bottom there. And again, this is our, what are we running on this one? This is our, didn't we put the Dodger and the hell did we put on here? The Hoochie? This is our Dodger Hoochie rig, isn't it? I think I threw our other one off the other side of the boat. Yeah, God, this one's got some weight to it. No, this is our, never mind. Oh, here's a rainbow. Not a monster, but she's not the babies that we were pulling out earlier. Landed. Beautiful. Fish number 4. It only took us 4 hours. But we got another fish, and there almost went my mic into the water. That's just what I need. Lose a pole and another mic. All right, fish on, fish on. What are you pulling out of there? The biggest trout that we have caught all day, and he spit the hook. Huh. In the net, thank you. All right, you guys, this one's a pretty one. Oh. Yeah, this one's real pretty. Oh wow, this one's an older one. He's starting to get a bit of a hook jaw. Not real defined, but this is an older trout. Look at the jaw on him. Whoop. Yeah, he's just starting to form the hook jaw. Got some decent teeth on him too. You wouldn't think trout have teeth, but these bigger ones, when they get into the end stage of their life cycle, they grow that gnarly jaw and they start growing teeth. Good size. What do you guys think? Take your guesses. How long do you think he is? Considered a steelhead? No, steelhead is a ocean run rainbow trout. These have no direct path to the ocean, so they are always rainbow trout. Place your guesses, we're gonna measure it. I'm saying 20. 20, I'm gonna say. Ooh. Quack. But yeah, you can see definitely different shape of the jaw. This one is entering the end stage of its life cycle. What do you guys think? Very pretty. We're gonna get it back in while you guys make your guesses. This one, it's perfect size to keep, to eat, but it's so old. I don't keep old fish. A lot of them will grow this size and bigger in a couple of years. This one's probably, I mean, if it's reaching the end stage of its life cycle, it's, you know, multiple years past its prime for eating. Put him back. We did, Mia. He's back. Pretty one though. Real nice. Same here after Vail. Everyone have a great day. Thanks for coming to hang out, Redacted. Merry Christmas again. Have a wonderful day. Well, gotta go. Have a good Merry Christmas. Thanks, El Dabo. Watching from Corpus Christi, Texas. Hey, Steven. Oh, what were our guesses here? 16 and a half, 22 and a half, 8, 7 pounds, put them back, 23. You all are wrong. I was wrong too though, I guessed 20. It was 19 on the button. Which is pretty surprising for a fish that's starting to, I gotta look up and see what the life cycle of trout is. But I would expect for one that's developing the jaw, you know, towards the end stage of its life, that should be bigger than that. That was a fairly stunted growth, I think. 19 inches though. The Wicked Weasel, hey, want a Merry Christmas? Hey, what's up, The Wicked? Merry Christmas to you as well. All right, that was rainbow trout number 4. How's the weather at Holter right now? So it's getting a little chilly. It's not super bad. I would say probably high 30s. The wind has picked up a little bit, the wind is what makes it cold. There's wind here in Montana, it just cuts right through you. Surprisingly decent fight though. He put up a decent fight. All right, we're gonna let her pull out some more line there. I was out about 100 foot. What did you catch that one on? The double wedding ring, the fluorescent orange, the one that always catches the fish here. We've got 3 of the 4 off of that one today. The only other one that we caught was off of, what did we catch that other one off of? What were we running? Oh, another double wedding ring, but white. We're gonna let that back out to about 100 foot. We caught that one over about 80 foot bottom there, so not shallow at all, but high up in the water column. Real, can you add one more rainbow? That was our fourth one. Christopher says, I like the channel name. Thanks, Christopher. Yeah, that the channel name was born out of pure frustration with YouTube and every goddamn name on the planet you can think of being taken already. I got to the point where I was like, there's no way this one's taken, and it gave me a green check mark, and I laughed to myself, and I said, that's the one, we're doing it. I get mixed reactions from it though. Some people love it, some people not so much. This mic has been a champ though today. We're on almost 4, so we're almost at 7 hours battery life on this mic. That's 2 hours longer than what I was getting on the DJI Mic 2s. I should so bad today I couldn't love watching you fish. Steve, well, I'm happy you're enjoying the stream. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Merry Christmas to you. How far is Holter Lake from where you live in Great Falls area? It's less than 60 miles. Usually it takes you roughly an hour to get here, maybe a little bit less. But again, today it took 3 because we got stuck because of ice. Sat on the side of the road for 2 hours. But it's not super far. It's like 50, 60 miles. Any of the mods still in here? If so, could you add that 4th rainbow trout catch, please? That's another thing I want to code into the bot logic for next year. The new setup that I have has real-time subtitles, so whatever I'm saying, it's reading, and I want to code into it to where the mods don't even have to type the catches anymore, that I can just say bot add 1 rainbow trout, and it should read that and automatically add it. At some point in time next year we will have that. Real Midwest, thank you. You are a good man. I appreciate you hanging out and helping mod today. All right, let's catch another one. What is that? 196 likes? Yeah, 196. So close to 200. I hope you guys are enjoying your Christmas. Thanks for coming out and hanging out and fishing with me today. I still can't believe I'm fishing on Christmas. It's just so weird to me that the water body is fishable right now. But it's cool that so many of you are coming and hanging out and fishing today. No worries, man. I've been popping in and out throughout the day. It's all good. All right, one more fishy. That was a nice one, though. That actually, it felt nice. That's the first grandpa trout I think I've pulled out of here. I've never. I'm trying to think if any other trout I caught a brown trout once that was starting with the hook jaw. I've caught Kokanee salmon that were spawning and had the full-on hook jaw. But that might be the first grandma or grandpa rainbow that I've ever caught. He didn't have the full blown, but you could definitely tell that it was starting to crook, and the bottom of the jaw was, it wasn't just flat, it was angled. He was starting to turn gnarly. Usually I think that happens, you know, in their last couple of years of their life cycle, when they're near death. Trout is delicious. Yeah, they're not one of my favorite fish to eat. Rainbow trout, at least. I've never eaten brown trout or brook trout or cutthroat. I'll eat rainbow. They're not bad, but they're not one of my favorites. They tend to be more gamey than some of the other fish that you can eat around here. I prefer Northern Pike, walleye, or even a small channel catfish. Getting a bite? No. When there's a bite, you'll know. It's not so. I try to explain this. I don't know if you know what a lake troll is or a cowbell. So it's a series of blades, either willow blades or Colorado blades, and they spin and they create a flash in the water and a vibration and a thump. But on this particular one, there's 4 blades, Colorado blades, and they're about 2 inches. And they don't all spin at the same time, so you don't really get the, like with a crankbait, normally you'll get a pretty rhythmic bob when you're trolling. When you're trolling with a lake troll like this, they oftentimes are going to spin at different intervals, and you have all 4 of them, so you get a more erratic bounce. When you get a bite, the drag is set fairly loose on these, and these trolling poles have what's called a clicker. It's an audible noise when the drag comes out. You'll hear the zip. When there's a fish on there, you'll hear it. Sometimes if you get a baby on there, they don't have enough strength to pull out the drag. But again, I can with my pinky pull that out. There's only a pound, less than a pound of pressure required to pull drag out. So if there's anything more than just an itty bitty baby, that pole's gonna zip. You're gonna hear it. So you kind of ignore the bobble of it. That's the motion from the lake troll. Yeah, cowbells. Some people call it a pop troll. Some people, a lake troll. There are more generic terms, but this particular one is a Lure Jensen cowbell. And it hammered brass. And it's kind of my go-to for this particular water body for trout. Great explanation. You definitely know what you're doing. Oh, thanks, Ben. Ohio fishing. What are you fishing for? So if you type .target or .targets, I might have it set up for both. Nightbot will tell you what we're fishing for. Anytime you come in here, you can see what by typing .caught or .catches. You can see what we're targeting by typing .target or .targets. You can see where we're fishing at by typing .where. So feel free to use those commands, and if you type .help, Nightbot will spit back a whole bunch of other commands that you guys can use in the chat as well. But to answer your question, rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, and northern pike is what we've been targeting. But let's be real here, we're trolling in a boat using a lure that any fish that's in here might bite off of. So we could say we're targeting something, but it's whatever bites on the end of the pole. Does that rig make it harder to keep your bait down in the water column? Lake Erie, so it does create some drag and it has some weight to it. So like for example, we're running two separate rigs right now. We have the lake troll, the cowbells on this pole, and we have the small Dodger on this one. It's like a diamond shaped. This one weighs 2 to 3 times as much as that one. It creates more drag, more resistance. This one actually goes, I guesstimate, 5 to 10 foot down in the water column, just because of the drag, and it depends on how fast I'm going, but it creates enough drag, and just the way that it flows in the water, it pulls it slightly down. If I speed up a bunch, it will pull, that resistance is gonna pull it back up in the water. It's only gonna go so low. On the other pole, when we're using the Dodger, That one has, you know, a fraction of the weight. It, you know, has a fraction of the resistance. It just does this. And if I go too fast, it brings it all the way up to the surface. You know, if I'm like right now, I'm doing 1.8 miles an hour. If I go 2.3, that one gets 0 depth. It's literally at the surface of the water. I have to troll it really slow for the resistance that it places in the water to give it enough to pull it down a couple of foot. So this one is never more than a couple of foot deep. This one's usually 5+ foot deep. So it doesn't hurt your dive depth. It actually helps as long as you're going slow enough that you're not creating too much drag to pull it back up to the top, if that makes sense. I'm tempted to try that rig for walleye. I'm worried about the drag the blades will create and being able to keep it down on the bottom. So again, you could use a lake troll. If you're trying to bottom fish with it, I would probably run it off of a bottom bouncer or a snap weight, preferably a bottom bouncer. I've caught quite a few walleye off of it, usually as a bycatch. Another option other than that usually works real well that I haven't fished as much this year, but creates way less drag, are these. It's Max Flashlight. So same basic concept. Spinners, nice flash. It doesn't have the thump that these do, which is what I think these lake trolls do so well, but these create almost no resistance. And oftentimes, I run these on lead core line. The lead core helps drag it down in the water column, because this one, because there's no drag, it almost always just floats at the surface. So a lot of them you'll see I have, you know, a 1 ounce or a 2 ounce or a 3 ounce weight tacked onto the paddle on these. But these are also very effective for trout, and I've caught quite a few walleye off of these as well. But the lake troll, I'd be a little hesitant running it on a bottom bouncer because it does have enough weight and drag itself that it oftentimes tries to pull it further down. You would probably lose that, snag that way more often running it on a bottom bouncer. These I would run on a bottom bouncer all day. I would just get rid of the weight on it. So you'll get your bottom bouncer that brings you down to the bottom. This, because of your trolling speed and the very little resistance, it tends to float more up in the water without something dragging it down. So it would get you, you know, your bottom bouncer's bringing you to the bottom. This is bringing you back up, you know, 2-3 feet off the bottom. So I'd go with that guy for the walleye. And they make them in a whole bunch of different colors. You can get them in 2-blade, 3-blade, all the way up to 5 blades. But I like those because they create such little resistance that I could troll them way faster without them, without really fouling up what they're doing. The lake trolls, you can only troll so fast. You can't fish, son. What's up, cowboy? Show flies, what's up, show flies? How you doing? Merry Christmas. Good to see you. What depths do you get most of your pipes? So today, most of the fish that we're seeing, I'm fishing over like 60 to 70 foot bottom, but we're not fishing deep at all. We're fishing, again, this one is 5 to 10 foot from the surface. The pole behind me is more, you know, like 2 to 5 feet, probably 2 to 3 feet. They're all over in the water column. We've been marking them all over the damn place, anywhere from, you know, 5 foot all the way down to 60 foot. But in general, fishing towards the top end of the water column here has produced more for me in the past, at least for rainbow. The kokanee, oftentimes you'll have to fish deeper for. This time of the year, though, they do come up quite shallow. But most of the time, the kokanee, you're targeting down, you know, 30 to 60 foot, sometimes deeper here. Hi from Melvin, Gulp, New Mexico. What's up, Melvin? We're in central Montana here, fishing Holter Reservoir. Thanks for explaining. Bottom bouncers would probably be the easiest to rig up. Yeah, unless you have, you could skip the bottom bouncer. You could run, you know, a deep diving crankbait beneath that, and get down to decent depth. Again, it creates very little resistance. So you could, any rig that you're using that you're getting down there already, you can almost pop that guy in and not really impact the cadence, the action, you know, the depth that you're hitting already. It does create some drag, which in most cases is going to bring it higher in the water column rather than lower. So it would work. They do work decently well on a bottom bouncer. That would be how I would rig it if I was going for walleye using them. How do they work with Dipsy Diver? The Dipsy Diver has so much more drag on it that whatever drag that create or either of these create is gonna be almost negligible in comparison to your Dipsy Diver. So again, you can pretty much figure whatever your Dipsy Diver is running at, this is gonna impact it, not enough to make a drastic difference, maybe a foot to 3 foot difference in height, and I would expect with the Max flashlight probably a foot to 3 foot higher in the water column, whereas the Cowbell, the Lake Troll, I would anticipate, we're getting something bumping it there. I would anticipate that the Cowbell rig would probably bring it, you know, maybe 1 to 3 feet deeper in the water column, unless you're going super fast. But yeah, you would run your Dipsy Diver, then your snubber, if you're going to use a snubber, depending on whether you're using braided line. Braided line, you would want to use a snubber. If you were running mono or fluoro as your main line, you wouldn't necessarily need the snubber, though I don't think it hurts. So you would run your Dipsy Diver, your snubber, then your either the Lake Troll or the Max flashlight, and then a leader to whatever you're running afterwards. Either, you know, your crankbait or your worm harness. I don't run crankbaits behind the Lake Troll or the Max flashlight all that often. No particular reason. I tend to gravitate towards worm harness rigs when I'm running the lures, the attractants like that. Now, I'm honestly not sure why that is. But I've seen people, like we're allowed, for example here, 2 poles, 2 hooks. I've seen guys fish their 2 poles, 2 hooks, 2 pole, 1 hook, with their actual lures on it, and then throw 1 or more poles back there that literally had nothing on it other than, your Lake Troll or your Max flashlight, just purely to use it as an attractant. Again, just running them, that flash or the thump from it is enough to bring shit in, and then they see your other stuff that's lagging behind it. So you could try that as well. And in most states, most jurisdictions, I think it's perfectly legal to do that. As long as that extra pole that's out there doesn't have a hook on the end of it, it's perfectly legal. It just, like on my rig here, I would do it, but I get tangled enough with just 2 poles out here when I'm fishing by myself. A 3rd pole, I would end up creating more of a mess than what it's worth. James, we're Central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir on Missouri River system. I think I've seen you use snap weight. Yeah, you can add snap weight to almost anything. I add snap weights to crankbaits. I add it to worm harnesses. Yes, snap weight is just, I normally would not use a snap weight if I were trying to bottom bounce. I use a snap weight just to bring me further down in the water column. If I was trying to bottom bounce without a bottom bouncer, instead of using a snap weight, I would probably opt for a 3-way swivel, with a light mono leader and, just a plain sinker, a 2 ounce, 3 ounce, 5 ounce, whatever you're looking for, on, a 2 foot or a 3 foot, lightweight mono leader, so it breaks off if you get snagged. And then from the other, you know, eye of the three-way, you would run your leader to your crankbait, to your worm harness, or whatever. I know that there's a name for that. I don't know what the hell you call it. But it's another, I mean, it's a way of bottom bouncing without a bottom bouncer. But yeah, I tend not to use snap weights to get to the actual bottom because oftentimes your weight, so like I let 30 foot of line out, then I put a snap weight on, or I let 40 feet of line out, then I put a snap weight on, and I don't want that weight hitting the bottom and then having another 30 to 40 foot of line past that doing God knows what. You're gonna lose shit. If you want a bottom bounce, normally you want whatever your lure is, whatever your rigging is, you know, within a few feet of your bottom bouncer, not 20, 30, 40 foot out. You could run the snap weight closer. You could do it like that. It's just, if I were to opt to try it that way, I would either do, you know, a drop leader on it that could snag and get busted off and I wouldn't lose the whole rig, or use a proper, you know, bottom bouncer. Steven, Merry Christmas, one and all, been fun being with you. Merry Christmas to you as well, thanks for hanging out. Glad you're enjoying yourself. We are 4:07, so we have about 35 minutes of daylight here left. Not a whole lot. I would love to stay until past dark here today, but I got real sketched out on the drive in here. I think we're gonna try and, I'm basically gonna point in the general direction of the boat launch here and start slowly working our way over. It's probably gonna take us an hour or so to get over to the boat launch. But I think we're gonna head over that way. I'm slightly sketched. I know it's warmed up quite a bit. I don't know how dry the roads got. I mean, we're still above freezing. I would like to make it out of here and down the side of the mountain before the roads turn back into ice skating rinks. They usually use about 50 foot leaderless snap weights. Okay, so you're running it 50 foot up. Yeah, there's, again, people use precision trolling data app. There's, you know, half a dozen different apps that tell you, you know, how far. I've always questioned the accuracy of those. I mean, I know that they help. They're a good generalization of where to start, but there's so many different factors that play in, and speed is one of the biggest. Speed, line size, I mean, there's so many different factors. But I would use that as a baseline, a guesstimate of where you're at, and then you run it enough, and you'll figure out how deep it actually is when you start snagging up on shit. Can get confusing, oh, for sure. Again, that's why I always, when people ask me how deep I'm fishing, I give them a range. You aren't gonna know 100% of the time. You can get a pretty good idea, you know, based upon the amount of weight you have out there, the speed you're trolling at, what the, you know, the dive of the crankbait you're running is. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of fudge factor in it, and most of it is a best guess. And after running, you know, a rig, a setup for long enough, you get a general idea of where it's running. We got something's nibbling there. Did we catch a baby? We're only, we can speed up. I mean, there are some ways. They make, oh God, what the hell is it called? Fish. I forget the name of the brand. They're little digital. If you've seen my underwater camera, it's just an inline, you know, a little black tube, and it clips onto your main line. Then you clip your lure onto the end of it. They make little gauges. Fish. It's not a fish hawk. Maybe it's a fish hawk. I think that might be the brand name. But they're little. They're like, you know, a couple of ounces. So they don't have enough weight to really affect you that much in the water column, or, you know, too much drag that they're putting you somewhere different. And you can snap them inline. Troll your rig for, you know, a few minutes, pull it in, and then you can look at it, and it will give you, you know, the depth it was running at, the temperature of the water, you know, at the depth that it was running. They're really cool, but the base model, the cheapo ones, because they make them all the way from, you know, cheap little ones up to, you know, whole systems that cost thousands of dollars. The cheap little ones that are like $100 or cheaper, they're all sold out. You can't get them anywhere right now unless you can find new old stock somewhere. And they're not making any more of them. They have the Gen 2 that are to be released at some point in the future, you know, undefined date. Sometime 2026, I think it said. I usually use about 50-foot leader. Yeah, there's a whole formula to it. Can get confusing. 78 caught. Today we've got 4 rainbow trout. Danielle, what do you mean it's 78? Yeah, so I'm riding just along the dam here, so you can see the buoys over there. Coming into view here will be the dam in a second. Where are you at approximately? Mr. Cold, we're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's about 10 miles outside of Wolf Creek, Montana. It's on the Missouri River. Adventure awaits. Merry Christmas. Oh, thank you, Adventure awaits. Merry Christmas to you as well. So yeah, that's the dam. We're, you know, 50 yards, less than 50 yards away from the dam right now. Wow, this battery's still kicking. I think it's time for a fish whistle. We need at least one more fish. We need an outro fish here. I'd prefer it to be a nice fat kokanee, or would be really nice if we could finally land a Northern Pike out of here. We got bit off once, and we had one at the back of the boat the last time we were here, but this season I've had 0 Northern Pike in the boat at this water body. We're coming right up on where I hooked up on one the last time we were here, though. Putting in some work. Oh, we always are, Scott. We're having a blast, though. I just subscribed. Oh, thanks, Mr. Coldwater. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Earlier in the season, usually I try to stream 2 to 3 times a week, sometimes more. We do marathon streams on this channel usually. It's rare that we stream for less than 8 hours. More common that we stream for 14 to 16 hours. So if you like fishing, you like live streams, you found the right spot, my friend. We fish all sorts of different things. We do lakes, rivers, reservoirs, pond fishing. You know, we fish out of the river, sometimes the boat. We're all over the place here. Mainly central and western Montana. Though next season I am going to make it a point to get over to eastern Montana. I really, really want to fish Fort Peck and some of the water bodies around there. But this time of the year, with the weather how it is, being so unpredictable, it's much fewer and far between with our streams. But definitely, if you like this kind of content on YouTube, hit that sub. Come back and fish with us sometimes. We usually have a good group of people in here. Lots of knowledgeable people. Lots of really friendly people. We all hang out and bullshit and hopefully catch some fish. Always interested in different places. Oh, it's a blast. I love watching. In fact, recently I started watching. YouTube started feeding me South Korean fishing lives. And I can't understand a damn thing any of them are saying, but they catch some of the coolest fish. I love it. Yeah, I did. I thoroughly enjoy watching it. But it doesn't matter whether it's, you know, people here in the States fishing for catfish or sturgeon or pike or trout or fishing's fishing, man. And I'm the type of guy that, you know, when I'm out fishing with other people, I don't get butthurt if I'm not catching fish and other people are. I celebrate everybody's catch just like my own. Which makes, you know, watching somebody stream and it's, yeah, I mean, same thing. I love seeing people catch fish, especially big fish. But this will probably be our last boat stream for the year. I can't believe we have a boat in the water on Christmas. It kind of blows my mind. Normally we would, these mountains you see would be covered in snow and we'd be iced over here. So it's crazy to me that we're fishing and it was a nice day here too. We had a bit of wind, it's chilly. I mean, it's winter time, but it's fishable still. Anatoly says, Cali. No, we're in central Montana. I'm in California, I do fishing. Oh, okay. We're at in Cali. I actually, just a few years back, I moved back here to Montana from California. I lived in Orange County for 12 years. So I'm fairly familiar with places around Southern California. Not so much Northern California, though. Dam areas are usually always good. Yeah, lots of trout to hold in the dam areas. Not necessarily the biggest trout, but most of the kokanee that I've pulled out of this water body have been pulled out in the basin here. Though they're kind of hit and miss. They're all over in here. There seems like there's a really decent population of them in here, and they get big. Like I said earlier, some of the big, not just in the state of Montana, but some of the biggest kokanee in the world come out of not just Montana, but this water body and one water body up. Holter Reservoir and Holter Reservoir have some of the biggest kokanee salmon in the world. I mean, they don't get massive. Kokanee in general aren't a huge fish, but they get good sized. Hey, look at that. We smashed 200 likes. Y'all are awesome. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me on Christmas, you guys. All right, we need another fish. What do we got? 419. Anybody got a minute? My poor fish whistle is on its last leg here. We're almost out of fish whistle. Curious how many of you guys fished today. Am I the only person fishing on Christmas? That might be something. I got a steelhead 2 summers ago in Lake Erie. It was so much fun. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, we don't get the steelhead here. We don't have any access to the ocean, but we do get our rainbow trout here. The record for rainbow trout is just obscene. It is so big. Over 30 pounds. Somebody type dot record, no space between the dot and record. So dot record, space rainbow, space trout. And Nightbot will tell you the state record for rainbow, which is same thing as a steelhead. It's just a rainbow never goes to the ocean. A steelhead does. They're the same exact species. But I think over 30 pounds. Just absolutely monstrous. They've got a lot of variety. Nobody? Nobody's gonna type dot record rainbow? Y'all lurkers, come on. One of you guys can type. You can do it. It's dark as fuck for me. I can't fish, sadly. Oh, man. Yeah, it's 4:20 right here. Sunset is 4:44. So realistically, last light's probably gonna be around 5. Maybe a little later. So we have half an hour-ish of daylight here before we gotta get back on over towards the boat ramp. I was gonna stay and fish later into the dark here. We did, the last 2 times we've streamed from here, we streamed at least a few hours past sunset. The roads were scary coming in here today. And I don't want to do it in the dark. Plus, the temperature right now is dropping rapidly, and whatever water is on the roads right now is going to quickly turn back into ice. And we almost didn't make it here this morning because of that. So I don't want to try scaling down the side of the mountain here, dragging my boat if it's going to be a sheet of ice. We're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's a reservoir on the Missouri River near Wolf Creek, Montana. North central Montana. It's dark for us at like 4 or 5, super dark at 6 though. Yeah, our sunset tonight, the forecast said 4:44 p.m. And then you usually get, 15 to 30 minutes of twilight after that. So we got a little bit of time here left, hopefully for at least one more fish. We've had a bit of a slow day here today. Started off real good. We had 2 fish in the first hour, fish in the second hour, and 1 fish 5 hours after that. We had a real big dead period today. It happens sometimes. The last time we were here, we caught 16, it was either 13 or 16 rainbows and one kokanee. So some days they're biting, some days just not so much. I'm little Giovanni, I don't understand what you're saying. Central Montana, I'm surprised it's not snowing out there. I drive semi. Yeah, it's typically this time of the year. I mean, you can see that the mountains around us, the peaks have snow on them, but we've been having, just freeze-thaw cycles. It gets cold for a couple of days, it snows for a couple of days, and then it gets warm for a couple of days, and all the snow melts. Typically this time of the year, though, all this would be blanketed. We'd probably have a foot of snow and it'd be, you know, 10 degrees outside right now. You know, -10 with the wind chill factor. We've had a really abnormally dry and warm winter so far. Which, as much as I'm loving it right now, because that means I can fish, it's gonna suck next year. We've recently I started really reading into and more paying attention to the water levels of some of these water bodies. This particular, a lot of the reservoirs that are on the river system here stay fairly stable. Their depth, you know, it doesn't change all that much. It's basically a pass-through. Whatever water is flowing through, the dam allows through, and they keep the water level fairly, you know, constant. So many of the water bodies that I fish, though, are irrigation reservoirs, and they'll be overflow at part of the season, you know, just absolutely overflowing, and towards the end of the year, they drain them almost completely. But over the last 10 years or so, every year the end of the season, the water level is just a little bit lower and a little bit lower and a little bit lower. Like, one of my favorite water bodies to fish is Kokanee Reservoir, which is a couple hours from here, northwest from here, more towards Choteau, Montana. It's almost 15 foot below its average level. Compared, you know, over the past 10 years. And every year it just gets lower and lower and lower. Willow Creek Reservoir that I fished at earlier this year is at 16% capacity. 16. 13% is the kill zone. That's where everything in the water body dies. Well, effectively speaking, everything, not literally everything. You know, Kokanee Reservoir is at like 40 or 50%. Whereas 10 years ago at the end of the season, it would be at 70%, 80% of capacity. So when we have dry years like this, it's just, that's how those reservoirs fill up, is snowmelt, precipitation. And when we don't get the precipitation, they just, every year they get lower and lower and lower. Which means most of the time you get fewer and fewer days to fish it, because there comes a certain point where it gets too low to launch your boat in it. You flat out can't get your boat into the water. You can't get it off the trailer. You're in East Tennessee, okay. I lived in Knoxville for a couple of years when I was younger. I was like 25 or so. Been years since I've been down that way, though. What's up, juicy guy? Hey, Gia. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we got a Christmas fishing trip. The last one was Thanksgiving. And then we had almost an entire month of bullshit weather. We lucked out and had a decent day today, so this, I think, is going to be our last boat stream of the year. Fishing hasn't been great. We've only caught 4, but we're out here fishing. We're catching. Merry Christmas, happy late birthday. Thank you. Same to you. Now you missed a shit show this morning, though. Holy crap! It's sleeted last night. The ground was dry. I mean, we've had past few days have been moderately warm. All our snow is melted. You know, the ground has been dry. We had a little bit of sleet last night, and I woke up to just a sheet of ice over everything. And there were, oh my God, on the way here, there were probably 3-4 semis in the ditch. Cascade, all of the, I mean, there was like 30 plus, where the hill in Cascade is, there's like a little hill and then a valley, and then it kind of goes up further. Both sides of the road were just semi. There's, you know, highway patrol cop cars. Everybody stopped there. I'm like, oh shit. I made it to Craig. You know, the roads were slippery, but not, I mean, I wasn't fishtailing all over the place. I was, you know, it was a little sketch, but not bad. I got to Craig. I turned the road to Craig. Almost blew through the stop sign at the off-ramp. I turned, skated down the whole road, got to the bridge, almost lost my shit on the bridge, and I'm like, holy crap, this is slippery. Got to the, you know, the turn at the end of the bridge where you turn right to, you know, head up towards Holter. And I mean, I was creeping there. I slid right through the stop sign. I turned and I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is slippery. And you get, you know, a quarter of a mile down there and you have your first like incline. And I made it about a third of the way up the incline, lost all traction. Four-wheel drive was not getting me anything. You know, I'm just creeping, crawling. So finally I had to, you know, gently apply the brake and started sliding back down the incline, all the way back down the incline. And the whole time I'm sliding, you know, the road is off to the, you know, slanted off to the right slightly, and there's a 40-foot drop off an embankment there. And I'm sliding back down the hill, creeping ever closer to imminent doom. Finally, there's like a patch of grass before the embankment, you know, dumps off. And it's not a sheer cliff, but it for all practical purposes, it might as well be. It's, you know, 40, 50 foot to the bottom and like this. But there's a patch of grass that's like a foot wide, and I caught on that. But by the time I stopped, my boat trailer was jackknifed. It wasn't sliding as fast as I was, so I'm jackknifed. My boat trailer's on the other side of the road. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So I took a few, I smoked a cigarette. I bumped the truck slowly up, and my boat trailer just, I was stopped, and the boat trailer just started sliding back around. And I'm like, oh great, now the boat trailer's gonna end up in the ditch and drag me down with it. And it was just every level of fuckery imaginable. Finally, I got stopped. But even still, I had the emergency brake on, but if I let my foot off of, I had four-wheel drive on, the moment I let my foot off the brake, your parking brake, I think, is only your rear tires. When you press the brake, you're getting brake on all four wheels. So as soon as I let off the brake, I started sliding again and again, inching even closer to doom. So I held my foot on the brake pedal for a half an hour before finally I stopped. And yeah, it was just all sorts of sketch. And it got funner from there. Even funner. About 30 minutes later, because I mean, it was at that point, it's like, all right, well, I guess I get to wait till the sun comes up so some of this melts so I can get up this hill. And then God knows if I'm actually going to be able to get up the even steeper hill that goes to Holter, you know, on Bear or Claw or whatever the hell the road is. But about a half an hour later, in the distance, I can see a snowplow, you know, the green, orange, big flashing lights. And I'm like, well, on one hand, that's good. You know, maybe he can ice the road, but on second thought, I bet you anything, when that fucker comes over the crests the top of this hill, he's gonna join the fuckery. And it took about a half an hour for him to get there afterwards. I had completely forgot about it. I thought he turned up the Holter Road and, you know, was not coming. And he hit the top of that hill, and he had to have been doing at least 50 miles an hour, just flying. And I got, you know, there's no shoulder on the side of the road there. It's a 2-lane road, a foot, and then a cliff. I had my, you know, emergency lights on. I started flashing my headlights, and I could just tell the moment he crested that hill, he lost any and all traction he had and just started fishtailing. So now I'm sitting at the bottom of the fucking hill with I don't know how much one of them big plows weighs, but, you know, 5 times the size of my truck. And he's dancing both lanes of the road, just doing what he can to keep it on the road, and I'm right there. He came that fishtailing into me and shoving me off the side. He ended up sideways once he passed the truck. I pulled the camera out of the phone case and I'm like, we're fucked. And I'm recording him, and I turned around and was recording him as he went by. I thought for sure I was a goner. But he ended up sideways at the bottom of the hill. There was another car that had parked on the side of the road because he also couldn't get up. And so the tow truck almost creamed him, and then ended up coming to a stop at the, at the very, very end of the hill with two tires in the ditch. And it was just, oh my God, man. Yeah, I could just, as he passed me, I'm looking, it's just like slow motion. I'm looking towards him, and he's looking at me, and like our eyes locked, and his eyeballs were, just, I mean, huge. But he ended up, it was half an hour, 45 minutes late. He ended up backing all the way back up the hill past me. I was like, yo, bro, did you have to go change your drawers or what? Oh yeah, it was, oh God. But it's crazy. So the temperature there at that particular spot was 34 degrees. So 2 degrees above freezing is what my truck temperature said. The truck gauge. After, I don't know, I sat there, I was stuck there 2 hours. After I finally, it started melting enough, the sun came out, and he had backed up and he threw some, gravel and stuff up the road. I finally started going up, and as soon as I crested the top of the hill, 44 degrees, or 42 degrees. So at the top of the hill, it was, almost 10 degrees warmer. And the roads were, they were fine from there. A little bit slick, but not bad the rest of the way. But yeah, holy crap, man. It was a beautiful day out here, though. I mean, there was a point today where I almost had to start taking off layers. I got hot. Fishing hasn't been great, though. We've only landed 4, and I think we've had about 4 other bites that we didn't land. Not nearly as good as the last time I was here. Should be good going out. I hope so. Because again, this where you crest over the top of the hill to come down into the valley here for Holter is the steepest part, and it's steep on both sides. I parked my truck at the crest of the hill, put my flashers on, and I got out. I walked, 150 foot down the road and turned back around just to make sure that I wasn't busting my ass. Because it's the side of the cliff and then goes into the lake. There's no guardrails, there's no nothing. But it had all melted. I can't stay here too long because we're down. It's got to be getting close to freezing temperature here. If they're still wet on those roads, they're going to turn into an ice rink here real quick. I think we're taking probably our final pass here through a couple of spots that I've marked. 4 or 5 minutes, it's technically sundown, and then we'll probably have another 15-20 minutes of twilight afterwards. Oh. Yeah, it was sketch. Oh man, that black ice is just so scary. But we made it. We're fishing. Yeah, I was trying for one last fish here. Would like to get an outro fish for the stream. But you missed the last trout. It's probably one of the oldest trout I've ever caught out of this water body. It didn't have a full on, the gnarly hook jaw that they get. But it had definite pronounced, the start of the hook jaw. So it's grandma or grandpa rainbow trout. Wasn't super huge, it was 19 inches. Nice football, nice fat trout. probably a solid 3.5 pounds. But I've caught brown trout that had, you know, the hook jaw. I've caught kokanee salmon that had the hook jaw. I don't think I've ever caught, I've seen them, you know, if you go up to Giant Springs, they're breeder ponds. They're full of the, you know, the ancient ones that have the full-blown pronounced. But I've never actually caught one, you know, that had the, it was truly, you know, an elder. Good fighter too. I was convinced that it wasn't a trout. Felt like a trout at first, but then I started fighting and it's like that. This does not feel like a trout. But I guess that's because I've never caught grandpa trout before. So speaking of Giant Springs, so you have Giant Springs, the hatchery there, and then if you walk, you know, you go through past the Row River or whatever, the actual springs, and if you keep on River's Edge Trail there and go up about another quarter or half a mile, there's a pond that they built, a kids fishing pond on the left-hand side. So you got the river on the right and then the path, and then there's it's a really, I don't know, it's maybe 100 yards long and 20 yards deep, but it's just a small pond there. But this year they started stocking it with some of them fat fucking fish from the feeding pond. I've seen probably 3 or 4 people on Fish Brain this year that have pulled out like 8, 10+ pound rainbows out of that little pond. I mean, twice the size of, you know, the biggest trout I've ever caught. And they're all, you know, the big, gnarly. They're not the big ones from there, but they're, you know, they're stocking them from the hatchery right down the way, which is pretty cool. I mean, can you imagine being a little kid pulling a 10-pound trout out there? I mean, I would be stoked to get one on the line. But yeah, they started stocking, and I've never seen anybody pull anything but itty bitties out of there before. Normally, they just put the trout minnows in there. But for whatever reason this year, they put a handful of them fat feeder bastards in there, and the kids are catching them. Yeah, for the first time, I fished it for the first time this year. I've been by there, you know, tons of times over the years. I always thought it was, they call it a kid's pond. I assumed that adults couldn't fish it. But I actually asked them down there this year, and they said, you know, it's built, it's mainly meant for the kids, but there's no restrictions on it. Anyone can fish it. But there was a FWP bulletin that came out that said that the recent survey that they had done in that pond, they found illegally introduced walleye as well as northern pike. So somebody was catching fish in the river, turning around and then throwing it in the pond, and they were asking that if anybody caught them to please either take them home and eat them or put them back in the Missouri River, and please stop putting them in the fucking pond because they're eating all of the fish. So I started fishing it, hoping that I would catch a fat old, you know, walleye or maybe a northern pike out of there. And I suspect that might be why they seeded that pond with some of them fat fish. That's the only reason I can think of that they would, other than just to fuck with people. You know, people are down there expecting to catch the typical, you know, ooh, I caught a 6-inch rainbow trout. Ooh, there's a 4-incher. Little Timmy down the way pulls in a 12-pounder. But I'm guessing that's why they put them in there. Is either they couldn't get all, you know, the pike and the walleye out of there, so they put some fat rainbow trout in there to bully them, or I don't know. But I kind of want to go fish there now. I want to catch a 12-pound rainbow. it's just a dinky little pond. I mean, it's got like one, two, I think three little docks that hang off of it that, you know, is big enough for 2 people to stand on. So it's just a few little, and it's not deep. It's probably, you know, 5 to 10 foot deep. And again, about maybe 100 yards by 20 yards. Just this skinny little puddle at the bottom of the hillside. 10-hour marathon at the kids' pond. Yeah. No, we did. I've streamed from there a couple of times this year. From Giant Springs, that is. We spent, I don't know, maybe a couple hours at that pond. That was again after I read that announcement from FWP. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna go catch me some pike out of the kid pond. I've always joked that I wish somebody would make a frickin' pike pond around here. That I might sneak a pike into one of the water bodies. I guess somebody had the same idea and actually did it, though. Is there a spring in the pond? Yeah, there's the hillside. During the winter, you'll see, you know, frozen ice coming down. So there's some kind of spring uphill from there. It's in between Giant Springs and the Interpretive Center. So there's some kind of natural spring up there that feeds that. Because it's not connected to the Missouri at all. But I don't think there would be fish in there if they weren't stocking it with something. I mean, maybe carp. Carp end up in any water body everywhere. But there definitely wouldn't be trout in it. All right, it's 4:47. It is officially sundown. We're about, I don't know, quarter, maybe half a mile from the ramp here. We're gonna troll in a little bit further and then I'm gonna pull the lines in. I'd like to get the boat on the trailer and out of the water before it's actually black. We only probably have 15-20 minutes of light left. So we're gonna fish for a little bit longer. We might luck out and pull one last fish in on the way. But otherwise, I wanna thank you guys for all coming and hanging out on Christmas with us. Hope everybody had a fun day. You guys got some cool stuff for Christmas. As I said, this will probably be our last boat stream for the year. I figured our last stream on Thanksgiving was for sure going to be our last boat stream because we had 12 to 14 inches of snow coming that night. In fact, we got hit with it. It cut our stream short because it started snowing and raining. So I figured that was our last stream, but here we go. We're now Christmas. We got a fishing trip for Christmas. But it'll probably be our last boat stream for the year. Who knows though? Our weather's been crazy. I probably will not be chancing Holter or Hauser or anywhere real far away if we do another boat stream. If we do another boat stream, it might be at the Missouri River. I'd actually like to do another Missouri River stream. There are real fat pike down there, and this time of the year is when they come out. But otherwise, it might be, my next stream might be when stuff ices over, which will probably be mid to late January. We're gonna try and do a little bit of ice fishing this year, I think. We could do some bank fishing. If we get a decent enough day, but the boat streams are almost certainly done unless we get one nice oddball day that I can put in at the Missouri River in Great Falls. But otherwise, we'll probably see you guys on the next stream when stuff is iced over. So there's probably going to be a gap, but at any rate, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And if you did, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button, hop over, subscribe to the channel. Come hang out, come fish with us again. We'd love to have you. But we're gonna still continue to stream here. I'm not cutting the stream just yet. I just wanted to to thank y'all, and holy shit, we are shallow. 10 foot. 10 foot. Or I'm babbling at all you guys, and I'm running aground here. These poor bastards that live in that house over there. They must hate their life, right? Look at this. Oh. Oh, shit. Please snag. Snaggy, snaggy. Snaggy, snaggy. All right. Well, that's all she wrote. Let's see if we can not lose that. Damn, I thought we had an outro fish there for a second. Oh, did I pull it loose? Nope. No, it's not a fish. I snagged. We went over a shallow area there, and I had this pole's got leaded line out and quite a bit of it. Whoa! We survived. Oh. Hey, we didn't even lose a hook. Good to go. All right. Well, that's all she wrote, folks. We got about 10 minutes, maybe a little bit longer of daylight here. So we're gonna head back over to the boat launch. All right. You missed most of the live stream, yeah. No, it's okay. I was gonna stay longer today, but being as how sketchy it was coming in here, I don't want to be trying to get back out of here in the dark, and I don't know, trying to get out of here before the temperature drops too much to ice everything back over again. We've probably missed that window already. All right. Hang on there, folks. We're headed back over to the boat ramp now. Alrighty. All right. Oh, knock it off. Shit. Oh. Well, caught the net on the side there, and now I got blown off the boat ramp. I gotta take another pass around here. Shut up. There's so much more wind over here than there was where we were fishing. It'd be nice if they had a dock in here still. I'm attaching the front of the boat to a freaking cable that's coming off the end of a rock. Walleye, there are walleye in here. We didn't manage to catch any today though. Oh. There we go. All right, we are strapped up. Let's get a few things put away here. Bear with me for a few minutes here, you guys, while we get wrapped up, and we'll get the boat trailer in the water. All right, I'm gonna go grab the boat trailer. I will be right back, you guys. My shoelace got stuck. All right. What's up, Gary? Welcome to the stream. Quiet day. Oh, there's nobody. There was one other person I saw here today, and they were here for 2 hours and then left. Hunter, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Has the walleye population decreased? I think so. There's lots of walleye in here. The state record was just caught out of here a few years ago. I think 2021. Give me a sec here, guys. Let me get this strapped up and the boat out of the water. All right, I'm gonna pull the boat out. Hunter, Merry Christmas to you as well. Anglers Management, Merry Christmas. Hey, thanks, anglers. Right back at you. All right, I'm gonna pull the truck out. Give me a sec. Wow, that wind is really starting to pick up too. I think we timed our exit perfectly there. Doesn't want to budge. All right, you guys, almost done here. I just gotta move backpack and the Starlink to the truck. So the Starlink is going to crap out for a couple of minutes while I move it over to the truck. The stream will resume as soon as that as it boots back up. Alrighty guys, we are back. All packed up. Oh, I need a drink. Merry Christmas, brother. Hope you had some decent luck. Regardless, relax tonight. Thanks, reviews. Yeah, we caught 4 today. Not a super busy day, but yeah, the wind really picked up. Can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me? Yes? No? All right. Looks like my DJI Mic 3 finally died. Bows more like rain, yes. I don't know. I mean, we had a decent bite today. It wasn't terrible, but it definitely wasn't great either. We ended up landing 4, and I think we lost 4, maybe 5. I did catch, I think, the oldest rainbow I've ever caught, though. I caught one that was starting to form the hook jaw on it, which is pretty cool. I've seen them before. I've never caught one like that, though. Drink of choice. We're just drinking the dew right now, reviews. What's up, Muddy Waters? How you doing, buddy? All right, what did I miss here? Wind is whipping. I now live in Wisconsin. Okay. Livingston. All right, Tom. Yeah, that's fairly close. Got a chimney on that boat because Santa's gonna fly on by. All right. Yeah, it was a fun day out on the water. Real sketchy getting here this morning. Hopefully not as sketchy getting home. What the hell is that? Lake Erie sent mystery gift. I've never seen that one before. Thank you, Lake Erie Lee. Good, been watching as you can today. Seen 3 of the 4 cut. Oh, nice. Yeah, if you missed the last one, you missed the best one. It was a cool looking one. Not super huge, biggest one of the day. It was 19 inches, so not a real monster, but it was old. It was old enough that it was starting to form the hook jaw. Real crazy, pronounced hook starting and some gnarly teeth, and nice football though. Oh, one missed first. Oh, okay, you missed the first one. Let's see. First one was decent. Yeah, in fact, I think the first one was trying to think here, 17 inches. No. The first one was smaller than that. I don't remember. None of them all that impressive, except for the last one. I think the last one was the coolest catch of the day. All right, these roads look fairly dry here, so I think we might be good. Yeah, for those of you guys who are members of the Rod Squad, I did a members only live stream this morning on the way here. If you haven't already, like most of the driving streams really aren't all that exciting. They're not, unless you like the scenery, but they're not all that exciting to watch. This morning's, I would suggest you go watch it though. It was It was insane. We had black ice all the way here. There were cars in the ditch everywhere. We almost went in the ditch. We almost got taken out by a snowplow. It was quite the morning. We need a little bit of snow, hopefully. Yeah, it's supposed to, I think, snow a little bit here tonight. But yeah, we are in dire need of some moisture. As much as I hate the snow, we need it. So many of the irrigation reservoirs are so low this year. And they're, I mean, like Willow Creek Reservoir is getting to the point where we have another year like we had this year, and it's going to kill off the fishery. I mean, they're at like 16% of capacity, where kill zone is 13%. You know, so it's just a few points shy of the salt or sand. Yeah, it's a sand mixture. There's something else in it. You'll see them going around, and sometimes they're dropping sand and they're squirting a liquid out the back, but I don't think it's actually salt. It's some other kind of de-icer. Potassium? That could be. But yeah, they often spray that. Ooh, there's deer. Muley. All I saw was the ass end of it. I didn't see if it was a buck or not. Almost as bad as salt. Yeah, well, on days like today when the road is that treacherous, I could give a shit less if they were spraying the roads with battery acid. Like, they need something. Anything. Less than 10 minutes after I left, you slid off the road. Yeah, I think you left right before I took the Craig exit, and it started getting hairy there. That was really my first real slide of the trip, and I slid right through the stop sign at the bottom of the off-ramp. I hung a left to get on the road to get into Craig, and basically fishtailed it all the way through Craig. There's the bridge that crosses the Missouri after Craig, like right as you're exiting Craig, and mind you, I'm doing 5 miles an hour. Like, I'm just crawling, and just all over the road. I could not keep it anywhere. And there's a stop sign right after the bridge, and I slid right through that, thought I was going to go into the ditch. And it was at that point where there's the right-hand turn, and I made it maybe a quarter of a mile past that, and I was done. And that's where Final Destination fucking Part 9 started. Oh, okay, so you saw me skidding frickin' around the stop sign and skating over the bridge, and yeah, there was just the stop sign right after that. And I mean, couldn't have been more than a quarter of a mile, and that's where starts the bottom of it wasn't a big hill. I mean, not a tiny hill. It's the hill we're going up right now. I mean, we're real close to where I got stuck. I'll stop at the top of the hill and show you where I got stuck. I don't know, we're maybe a mile out from it right now. But yeah, this is the direction the tow truck was coming from. And he was just flying through here. He had to have been going at least 50 miles an hour. I mean, I'm doing 50 right now. He was basically doing the speed that I'm doing right now. Which is, I mean, it's within the speed limit. I'm not speeding. But to the left here is a sheer drop off. It's, you know, all right, so we're coming up in it. I think, is it right here? Yeah, I think. So it's not even a super steep hill, but he came over the top of here, and I'm sitting like right before the curve there, I think. And he started fishtailing here. He was all over the road, back and forth, sliding all the way down this. And you can see right here is where it starts to get steep, the drop off. Let me pick it up. You can kind of see out there. It's not, I mean, it's not a sheer cliff, but it's a good, you know, 30, 40 foot down the embankment there. I mean, it's basically a drop off. And yeah, so I was sitting, let's see, there was a mile marker. This is it, isn't it? Yeah, I was sitting like right here. Right here is where I almost went off. And he started skating past me. Dang, why'd that get so blurry? Hold on a sec, you guys. There we go. No, it was further down. We're not at the spot yet. Hold on. I'm telling you lies right now. That was not the spot. Because that was the pullout that I came to afterwards. Yeah, we went across this bridge. I think this is the hill. I don't know. Long story short, God, why is that so blurry? Stop being blurry. All right, it's trying to focus on something. I got something on the camera here. Give me a sec, guys. Jesus. Are you done focusing, stupid? What was that? Yeah, this can't be it. It's further down here. It was a steeper hill than this. Yeah, because we weren't to this pullout yet. Maybe it's after this little. I think it's around this bend here. Not speeding for dry roads. Fair point. Fair point. Yeah, I would love to see that Sun River drainage at some huge snowpack this spring. Oh, for sure. It needs it. That's because it was 54 degrees today. Not a place you want to go. Okay, so I think this is the hill here. Curvature of the wind. Nah, I think I had some bullshit on there. Yeah, so I think this is the start of the hill. It kind of comes around the corner here. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so I was down at the bottom of this. And you can't really tell the slant from the camera there, I don't think. So not a super steep, but steep enough. And I was on the opposite side of the road here, right at the edge of the freaking fall off. I don't know, go back and watch the members only live. It was sketch. I basically almost died like 3 times. A snowplow like literally almost creamed me. Yeah, because that's where the second guy was parked. He was sliding all the way down this. He ended up sideways somewhere around here. Watch for the... Yeah, the road's perfect now. Not even slightly slippery. As I say that, the road gets dark here. Got a little bit of water. Curvature of the windshield. No, I think I just had some bullshit on there. I don't know what that was. My sleeves are wet. I think maybe when I was trying to show you guys out the window, I got some fish goo on you. Ground warmed up a bit. Oh, for sure. What is it outside right now? Yeah, my truck thermometer says 51 degrees. I don't know if I believe that or not. But it was 34 this morning. So it showed 2 degrees above freezing. So it was just enough for the ice to start melting, so you got that slippery layer of water on top of the ice, which makes it even slipperier. I had the same problem years ago when I had my first child with my sister. That's unfortunate. So how does it feel being Uncle Dad? Ground below freezing. Oh yeah, sure. We had I mean, it got down into the teens last night, I think. Most nights here, it's been getting well below freezing. But then once the sun comes up, it thaws again. Well, we didn't just have frost. We had, again, the whole night before. I mean, it was a 1/4 inch plus thick of ice everywhere. Everywhere was just a sheet of ice. That's the most treacherous I've seen roads in a long time. I mean, just short of, you know, a whiteout blizzard. Yeah, it was bad. All it took is just a little bit of moisture, a little bit of rain, a little bit of sleet. And it just, oh, there's more deer, more deer. 2 of them. Oh. You see him? He's just standing there staring. SoCal, hop out and grab him, tackle him. There's your deer. Even a mule deer. Still wet roads. Yeah, a couple of spots there are still a bit moist. There's some wet patches. But again, it's 51 degrees right now, or I mean, so the thermometer says. So it's just wet, not really frozen. Lake Erie Lee sent the oh deer. Yeah, the last time we came up here, there were some really nice bucks running across the road. We got a couple of shots of some good 4x4s, 5x5s. Nothing real monstrous, but decent bucks. Careful in the canyon. Yeah, I will definitely we'll go slow. Oh, there's more. Ooh. Missed him. Shit. There went my other phone. Oh, that was my soda. I need to get my, I guess I probably shouldn't. It's illegal to spotlight deer. I forgot. I was gonna say, hold on, let me get my my headlamp on and we'll show you. And as I'm saying that, I'm thinking, oh yeah, spotlighting is highly illegal. I feel like I'm driving in the passenger seat. Well, we have, I don't know, a 45-minute drive or so, a little bit less than that. So we're turning, we're just entering into Craig, Montana right now. This is kind of the fishing mecca of central Montana. This is where everybody around the world comes to. When people say I'm going to Montana to fish, this is 9 times out of 10 where they're going to be going to. If they're not going here, they're probably going to Fort Peck. But most of them are coming through here. This is, I guess I should say if they're fly fishing. This is the fly fishing mecca of Montana. You have like 2 or 3 bars, 2 or 3 bait shops, a post office, and I think a restaurant, maybe I think a couple of these outfitters have motels. But yeah, it's all fishing. That's Craig, Montana is. I think the only reason it exists is fly fishing. And there it is. It came, it went. All 6 seconds of it, you guys just saw. Really old town, yeah. It's a pretty nice little town. Again, there's a lot of money that comes through that little town. Again, the people that come here to fly fish are spending, you know, thousands of dollars a day to rent a boat and an outfitter to paddle them down the river and provide the gear, and it's big business. Yeah, I don't know if they have a dispensary there. I don't know. At least 3 bars and a post office, though. Maybe a church. I don't know. But the rest of it is, there's got to be like 3 or 4 bait and tackle shops there. There's a couple of outfitters. There's a couple of, I think some of the outfitters have, you know, like nightly accommodations. So it's basically like little motels attached. And I think 1 or more of the bars has a restaurant in it. There's a little tourist town. But the highway that we're on basically curves along the Missouri River. And we basically follow the Missouri River all the way back to Great Falls. Really nice area of Montana. This stretch of Montana is pretty. You got Craig, Montana, then coming up here you have, here in a little bit, Cascade, Montana, which historically has been a pretty small town. Here in the last 10 years or so, though, tons of people from out of state have moved in, and they've built, you know, dozens of $1 million plus homes in there. Bunch of real nice spreads all along the Missouri River. No, I think we come to Dearborn first, then Cascade. Yeah, we'll be coming up on Dearborn here shortly. Funny thing, roads in Montana look exactly like California at night. Yeah, they do look a lot alike at night. Yeah, you missed the good part. Not only did you miss me almost getting off like 9 times on the way here, but when I actually started driving again, you missed the daylight time. You actually missed the good scenery. This shit is real pretty if it wasn't pitch black out here. Again, we're following along. There's basically a canyon road right along the side of the Missouri River. And you have all the, you know, the rocky mountainsides and sheer cliffs and forestry and absolutely spectacular sunrise. for sure you missed the beauty of what the actual scenery of this trip that you guys never get to see because I'm always driving in the pitch black. I'm here driving in the morning when it's dark, and I'm driving home when it's dark. I don't know, one of these days, I took a trip up, I can't remember if it was at the end of last year or earlier this year. The drive from Great Falls to Gibson Reservoir, going basically up the entire Sun River drainage, has got to be some of the most just absolutely epic, stunning views in Montana I've seen in my entire life. Just incredible. I had no idea how pretty the Sun River actually was. I've lived around, you know, Great Falls, Cascade County most of my life, and oh shit, I gotta stop and put some oil in. This goddamn truck is burning through oil. But yeah, I'd never actually taken that trip all the way from Great Falls, you know, the back roads up to Gibson Reservoir, and man, just driving mile after mile of the Sun River Basin. I know it's huge, it's wide, it's a big river. It turns into, you know, a muddy little nasty river once it gets, you know, down past Vaughan and towards Great Falls. And I always thought that's just what the Sun River is, you know, it's chocolate milk. But you get up closer to the source of the Sun River, and oh my God, it's crystal clear. It's, you know, half a mile wide. Just absolutely spectacular. And it looks like some incredible fishing up that way too. I drove up that way. I was scoping out. I want to camp at Gibson Reservoir. I want to put my boat in there. But that's like the reservoir at the top of the chain, and it's broken. It's, you know, it's at like 10% of capacity, and even, you know, after the snow melt, it gets to like 25-30%, something like that. And then they drain all the water back out of there to feed into the Sun River system, to all the other irrigation canals. Could always do Bean Lake. Is there God, I haven't been to Bean Lake in so long. I think the last time I was at Bean Lake, I was like 15 or 16. And we went there to fucking pick magic mushrooms. And we floated across, I don't even know what the hell river that is. I don't know if that's Dearborn Creek or some other tributary. But it was springtime, and it was just raging waters from the mountain of snow runoff. And we had the bright idea that the mushroom picking would be better on the other side of the river. So we blew up the air mattress with the exhaust from Cody's car, and tried floating across the river on the air mattress. And immediately, both Chris and Greg fell off the mattress and got swept away by the river. Both of them nearly drowned. It's been a long-ass time since I've been up there. But I think Bean Lake has a boat launch. I don't know if it's... Is it fishable with a motorized boat, or is it non-motorized only? So, huh. Yeah, no, been a long time. I don't remember it being a particularly pretty lake or a big lake. I don't think I ever fished out of it. We camped by it a few times. I don't remember ever fishing it. Google says it has a launch. Yeah, I think it has a boat launch. I just don't know if it's... there are some water bodies that they have a boat launch and you can launch a boat, but there's restrictions that it's, you know, non-motorized boats only, or boats with, you know, 5 horsepower or less motor. And a lot of them, it's just because the launches are way too shallow. A bigger boat won't, I mean, you wouldn't get your boat in. No, that's right near Augusta. You got Bean Lake, Willow Creek Reservoir, and now what's the other one that's over there? Is it Eureka? I'm thinking Eureka, but that might be wrong. We're fishing when you caught Dad in the head with your fishing hook. I thought that was Pishkin, but I think he said it was Holter. I thought for sure it was Pishkin. I was little though. I had to have been what, 4 or 5? Maybe I was a little older than that. I want to say I was quite little. My memory from that little is pretty. Was it Holter? Yeah, I don't know. There are very few memories stand out from that period in my life. I mean, I have memories of earlier than that. The house that we lived at on the north side, next to Mrs. Bailey, I had to have been, what, probably 2 or 3 there? And I remember Mrs. Bailey, I remember her scary-ass basement, and I remember we had big cast iron, I don't know if they were cold air returns or the heater vents, but I remember them being scary. They made weird noises. That's about all I remember from there. I remember Sun Prairie when we lived in the trailer, sticking the key in the socket. I remember Mom mowing the lawn with fucking, I don't know, the bangles or some shit like that blaring from inside so she could hear it while she was mowing the lawn. And I remember Grandma bringing us Garbage Pail Kids. And that's like it. There's just like a few, you know, very odd memories of places. But like fishing with you, I mean, again, very few and far between the memories. I remember the hook incident, vaguely, that you kept telling us, we're on a boat, you're in the middle of the fucking lake, you don't need to cast it, just drop it over the side of the boat. And I had spent like all weekend at Grandma's house in the park practicing casting, and I wanted to cast the goddamn pole. And we all know how that ended. And I remember a Pishkin trip because of the long-ass road. The endless road, and every corner we went around that we saw a mud puddle, you said, is that it? And that went on for an eternity because it's 15 fucking miles of dirt road. It takes like 45 minutes to go 15 miles. And I remember, I swear, I think it was Pishkin, but it might have been somewhere else, where we got there, the battery was dead. You had to swap the battery out of the van into the boat. We got into the water. It almost immediately started storming, and then we left, or something like that. I don't remember ever actually catching a fish, other than the trips that we took to Craig. Fishing for perch by the railroad tracks. Yeah, the white old van. Nylon, there you go. Yes, Nylon. Thanks, Born. Nylon Reservoir. I knew Eureka didn't sound right. Yeah, so again, Nylon has a boat launch, and I fished it a couple of times from the shore. I've never tried to put a boat in there, but the only boats I've ever seen floating around Nylon were canoes or, you know, very small boats that had, you know, basically just a kicker, you know, I've got 5 horsepower, a 9 horsepower little prop on it. So I don't know if the water level has just been too low there to actually launch a full-size boat, or if that's, you know, there's restrictions on it. But I know that Nylon produces some nice trout. I've seen some really big rainbow, and I think maybe even brown trout come out of there posted on FishBrain. When I fished there last year, I fished from shore. I think I caught 4 or 5 rainbows, good sized ones. But I got rained on and rained out. Willow Creek, which is again right by there, is honestly surprised the crap out of me. They had to drain that reservoir a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago maybe now, to repair the gates on the dam. They said that they couldn't, it was too dangerous to send divers down to do it, and they couldn't just do one door at a time, so they basically had to drain the reservoir almost empty. And it supposedly killed off almost everything that's in there. But 2 of the biggest trout I've ever caught in my life came out of there this year. And I mean, they're only, I mean, it's been almost 3 years since they did the repair on it. So in 3 years, it's produced, you know, 5+ pound trout in there. Get engine oil. Yeah, I know. I gotta pull over once we get to the next exit. We should be coming up on the Dearborn here in a couple of miles. I knew it was gonna be low. I was gonna put some in yesterday, but then I ended up, I don't know what the hell I was doing. Something else. I don't go fishing much. It's one of my favorite things to do, to bold. I get out fishing as often as I can. Are you getting ice fishing tonight? No, unfortunately, Bear, we haven't had an ice over yet here in central Montana, other than some of the smaller ponds and creeks and slow-moving rivers, like the Sun River in parts has frozen over. But I don't think any of the bigger bodies, the Missouri River, you know, none of the lakes and reservoirs, there's not enough ice to ice fish. I don't think we're going to get enough true freeze over until probably mid to late January. We fished all day at Holter Reservoir. We're headed home now. Used to love it when I was a little younger. I used to go with my dad all the time. Sometimes we'd fish with the net, believe it or not. No, yeah, it's I don't know, some people don't enjoy it. I think I've loved fishing from the moment that I caught my first fish. I don't know what it is about it that I enjoy so much, but I thoroughly love it. It's one of my favorite things to do. I like just being outside in nature in general, especially around water. And fishing, it's just fun. It's relaxing, it's exciting, it's... I don't know, it gets me away from the damn computer. I have spent so many hours over the last 2+ decades parked on my ass inside in front of a computer. It's nice to just unplug and get away from it. 23-foot poles on each end. It's about 20 feet long. Oh, that's crazy. Why are you streaming? Oh, we're driving home from the fishing hole. I usually when I stream I do a members only stream oftentimes on the way to the fishing hole, and then we start a public live stream. We fish all day. If you're familiar with my channel, we typically do marathon streams. Most of our live streams, it's quite rare for them to be less than 8 hours. Most of our fishing streams where we take the boat out, it's anywhere from 12 to 16 plus hours. But usually, you know, when the day is up and we're done fishing, I stream the ride home. Some people like to hang out and chat. Some people like to, you know, watch this scenery. And there was my damn exit. Shit. I don't want to change or add oil on the side of the frickin' road here. I think there's 2 exits for Cascade, I think. No, that's not Cascade. That's Dearborn. What am I thinking? I think there's a pull-out coming up here. Semi-pull-out. Both great-grandfathers fished for a living. Oh, really? Stop at Ulm. No, we gotta stop before there. There we go. 3/4 of a mile for the... Oh, shit, I thought we were at Dearborn. I'm not paying attention here. This is Cascade, so we're at the second exit of Cascade. I'll pull out here. I just gotta throw a quart in. Yeah, I don't know. I could see fishing being a fun job. Owning your own boat and just fishing. I'm down. So a Flathead Lake has, oh God, what do they call it? Something days. It's like a 3-month-long period where the Sequamish, whatever the hell the tribe is there on the southern side, have cash prizes, and they pay you for every lake trout you pull out of the water body, which is kind of crazy. But some of the, I mean, like, it's a per fish prize, a per week or weekend, like biggest fish prize, another prize for, you know, most fish during the period, biggest fish during the period. It's something like $50,000 or something like that worth of cash prizes that they give out every year to incentivize people to not just catch the lake trout, but get them out of the water body. And I didn't know about it until after I fished there this year. I started reading about it when I got home. Like, shit, man. 50 grand, I'll spend all season next year up at Flathead catching every damn one of them. It's crazy. They have 100 lake trout per person per day is the limit there. So many lake trout in that water body. Mac days, yes, that's it. Thank you, Born. Mac days. But it sounds fun. All right. Damn it, where's the hood pump? There we go. All right, you guys, give me 5 minutes or so here to add a quart of oil in. I'll be right back.
motion detected in the side yard.
All right, I can't see a damn thing. I need my headlamp. All right. All right, bullshit mission over. We have oil, $10 a gallon there next summer. Yeah, we finally dipped under $3 a gallon here. We've been $3 a gallon for the whole last year. Here in the last couple of weeks, it's dipped under. But again, that's for a regular unleaded. Most of these places advertise the regular unleaded at $2.89, and you know, the 91, the high octane, the premium, ends up being $1 more a gallon. I remember when it used to be, it was like a nickel or a dime, you know, more per gallon for mid-grade, and then again for premium, and it's like $1 more a gallon at most of these gas stations for premium. Sinclair, more like mid-clear. Alright, so for those of you guys who either haven't been paying attention or just joined us here, we're passing through Cascade, Montana right now. On the way back to home base, which is around Vaughn, Montana. So we still have, I don't know, 25 miles or so. Made you choose Vaughn? My mom lives there. I grew up in Great Falls, which is about 15 miles or so away from Vaughn. Vaughn's kind of a suburb of Great Falls. But my mom lives out there, and I ended up buying the house that she lives in, and basically renting it back to her. And then there's a house next door to her that had been abandoned, you know, for years. And I kept driving by it, and I finally had my agent, you know, figure out who owned it and see if they wanted to sell it. So I ended up buying the house then right next to her, door to her house. I don't know, I was sick of Cali. The cost of living there is just atrocious. I wanted to buy more property, but I didn't want to spend, you know, $1 million plus on a freaking shack. So I decided I wanted to move back to Montana. I wanted to buy some real estate, and Vaughn just happens to be, it's close enough to Great Falls, which is, you know, a bigger city, 50, 60,000 plus people there. But it's far enough away that I don't have to deal with the traffic, the bullshit, the, you know, crime. So it's a quick hop on the freeway and to Vaughn. It takes less time to get from Vaughn to Great Falls than it does to get from one end of Great Falls to the other side of Great Falls. And I mean, that's like 5 miles. So it takes less time to drive 15 miles on the freeway than it does 5 miles across town. I don't know, there's not that many people in Great Falls, but the traffic there is just insane. you know, morning rush hour, 5 o'clock traffic. It's just bumper to bumper, and there's no reason for it. So I didn't want to. I was looking. I thought about buying a couple of places inside Great Falls, but it just turned out that there was a parcel real close to one that I already owned, and it was I mean, I bought it for the same price they paid for it, you know, 10 plus years earlier. So I got it for next to nothing. But yeah, there's nothing in particular about Vaughn. There's nothing really there. It's just kind of it's a couple of gas stations on the side of the road with a post office, a school, and like 800 people. It's just a tiny little town. How did fishing finish up? We only ended up with the four rainbows. I don't know if you were there for the last one or not, live outdoors. We caught wasn't a monster, it was like 19 inches, but it had the starting of one of the gnarly hook jaws on it. Had some big old gnarly teeth coming. Real cool looking rainbow. You missed them all? Shit. Well, good job, live outdoors. Yeah, and I'll try and clip that one out. I tried to get some decent pictures on the stream camera as well as the GoPro that I had running. That's the only rainbow trout I've ever caught that had, you know, was end stage or starting end stage life cycle, where they start growing, you know, the gnarly hook jaw and the big old teeth. And I've caught trout way bigger than that, but not that old. Dave, it's nominal. It's purely so I can write off the expenses of fixing the house. I can't treat it as an investment property if I don't rent it at somewhere close to like a reasonable retail rent rate, which is very, very low. But the place, it was basically gutted. It was a remodel that got stopped halfway through, so it was bare. There was nothing was finished. None of the rooms, none of the floors, none of the walls. Plumbing still needs to be finished. I mean, it was basically half finished. So the only way that I could float being able to actually afford to buy it and have some benefit of, you know, a tax write-off for the improvements done to it was to treat it as a rental. So I mean, she pays very little. What's up, Angela? I've got a Master Angler Award in Michigan for rainbow trout that was going through that change. Oh, really? Yeah, it wasn't super, I mean, it wasn't super far into the process, but you could definitely tell the jaw was starting to hook. You know, instead of it being, you know, a flat line, it was, you know, a very distinctive point at the bottom. The big gnarly teeth were starting. And I need to look up, I don't know offhand what the life cycle is, like how long a trout lives. I want to say it's probably, you know, 5 to 7 plus years. I know that they tend not to start into that change until they're basically, you know, in those last couple of years of their life cycle. And it's a fairly dramatic and fast change. And kind of like how the kokanee are, you know, once they start spawning, the males just, like overnight, the crazy hook jaw and the colors change and the big teeth come. But yeah, this one was definitely, it's the first rainbow trout I've ever caught that had any signs of that. I've seen it over the years. The Giant Springs, the state park, the hatchery where I've streamed from a couple of times, they have those feeder ponds of the breeder fish where they're you know, it's just full of all adult, you know, end stage rainbows, and they have, you know, the full-on hook jaw. They're, yeah, the jaws, the teeth at the end are coming up damn near poking them in the eye. Like, they're big, they're gnarly. So I've seen them over the years, so I know what they look like. I've never pulled one out of the water that, you know, had any signs of those changes happening, so that was really cool. My mother-in-law asked if she could move back into our house. We told her it will snow in hell before that happens. Didn't she move to, what was it, Arizona you guys moved her out to? Or was that, yeah, that was your mother-in-law. That was your wife's mom. I think you said Arizona. What's up, Angela? Welcome to the stream. What was the length again? It wasn't long. It was only 19 inches. Like 19 inches on the button. I expected it would be way, way bigger than that to get to be on, you know, its end stage. It was a healthy fish. I mean, it was a legit football, fat old belly, you know, nice proportions. It was 19 inches and it had to weigh over 3 pounds. But, you know, I've caught adolescent rainbows that are bigger than that. So for whatever reason, it was fairly stunted in growth, but it was 100% going through that change. It's distinctive enough that you're not gonna, you know, misrecognize it, you know, just maybe a deformity or something like that. It definitely wasn't. It was the start of the gnarly hook jaw thing. I don't even know what you call, you know, that stage in their life. Redmond, welcome to the stream. Live outdoors, I can remember the length, but I know it was over 20 for mine. Came out of Lake Michigan. Okay. Was it like full on snaggletooth and everything, or was it, you know, just partially changing? This one, it was still very healthy. I mean, the skin on it, the coloring, you know, it wasn't all beat up and ragged. But as soon as I held it up to the camera, I was like, oh shit, man, the hook jaw is starting here. Hope you had a wonderful day fishing. Oh, thanks, Josie. Welcome, welcome. We had a real fun day. It was, it had its ups and downs. We'll definitely say that. But as usual, I had a blast. We had a sketchy morning getting there. Could have done without that. One of my trolling poles now lives at the bottom of Holter Lake, so we also could have done without that. Other than that, though, it was a fun day. The weather was real decent. We caught 4 nice rainbows. Not a super active fish bite day, but man, I was just happy to get out there. Always happy to get out on the boat. Can't remember length. Over 20. Okay, so yours was big. See, and that's what I expected. All the ones that I've seen that are at that stage in life are big old fat hogs. You know, they're big. And this one, it was stunted as shit. But I'll clip out, I'll try and clip out that fish and post it as a short so you guys can take a look at it. I mean, as far as I could tell, it was starting, you know, the hook jaw. I don't think it was just a deformity. I've never seen them do that at such a small size. Oh, being a dumbass, I got hung up on my lines. Yeah, it was just a slight hang up. and I got the first pole reeled in, dragging it up the line of the second pole, got it untangled, stepped down from the edge of the boat back to the center of the boat, pulling the pole in that I just untangled, and while doing so, tipped up the second rod that was in the pole holder. And the pole holders that I have, if you lift from the front of them, they come right out of the pole holder. That's how they're designed. It's a quick and easy release. And I just happened to catch it just right with the pole that I was taking out of the water, and lifted it up high enough that the drag from, you know, the lure that I was pulling in the water snaked it right out of the pole holder and into the lake. I don't know, I'll cut that one out too and probably post it. It's fitting though, it serves me right. Like literally 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes before that, the chat was talking about losing gear, losing poles in the water, and I had mentioned that I lost a cheapo pole in the water last year, no biggie. It just sucked because it was a brand new pole first day out that I had it on the water. And I said, you know, thankfully I haven't lost anything this year besides, you know, a handful of expensive lures. And then 10 minutes later I sent it wasn't brand new, but the newest poles that I've set up. I just set those rigs up. I bought 2 of them identical maybe, I don't know, 3 months ago. So it's been on the water, you know, I don't know, 4, maybe 6 times. Basically new. So yeah, I sunk that to the bottom of the lake 10 minutes after saying, oh, I haven't lost any gear yet this year. That's alright. Shit happens. But there again, that's why I was explaining, that's why I use cheaper gear. And that's what started the conversation, is somebody was saying, you know, I lost my $1,200 rod and reel. And, you know, it just makes me sick, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh yeah, I lost one last year. It's, you know, like $100 rig. My trolling rigs, I run Okuma. They're not high-end rods or reels. They're real nice. I think you could put them up next to the $1,000 to $1,500 trolling rods and reels, and they would put up a fair competition. But I mean, it's like $200 all in, $40 for the pole, maybe $140 for the reel, you know, $20 in other odds and ends. So you know, it's $200 at the end of the day. Lesson learned. I've almost done that same thing multiple times this year and last year. So I've been lucky that this is the first one that I've actually lost that way. Let's put it that way. I've been due deep 60 in a pole or two. Just sheer dumb luck. I've managed to recover. You know, the past few times I've accidentally done that. I know a lake in Canada that has quite a few reels and rods, tons of lures and sunglasses, and a trolling motor in 135 foot of water. Yeah, I'm usually, I don't know, I get lucky often, I guess. Like I said, I've bobbled that pole multiple times this year and almost lost it, doing almost the exact same fucking thing. Lifting the cooler lid, you know, brushing by it, walking by, and accidentally hitting, you know, the front end of the pole. And I've always managed to grab it before it hit the water. Today, it went in super slow-mo, and I saw it. I saw it happening, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. It's alright though. Again, it's $200. It's not the end of the world. Sure, I would love to have kept that $200 in my pocket, but like I said earlier today, it's kind of, to me, $100, a $200 rig it's a throwaway. You buy it, you replace it at the end of the season. you accidentally step on it, oops, you know, that sucks, you go buy another one. It's $200. It ain't $1,000, you know, it ain't $1,500. That's all good. Got a small bungee cord for the holder. Yeah, so you could do that. I would probably tangle some stupid shit up on it. Honestly, what I need is just like a beer koozie or, you know, some kind of flotation thing that I could stick on the reels, or not the reel, on the rod, the bottom of the rod. Force it to float if I accidentally fucking deep six it. That, or I've been thinking about switching over to a different style of rod holder. I really like these rod holders. I don't like rod holders that it takes, you know, multiple seconds of fighting the rod trying to get it out of the holder. That shit drives me nuts. The first couple that I used that boat, I had rod holders like that, and they drive me crazy. So I like the design of them. I don't know. I'm clumsy sometimes. I think we all can be. But what I want, I don't know what they're called. They're, oftentimes they're like chrome or silver. It's a tube on a hinge. And they mount on the gunnel, or sometimes people will mount them like on the rear bench seat. And they swivel, I think 90 degrees left to right. And then they hinge back and forth, like down towards the water, but not towards the water. It stops at like a 5-degree angle up, and then it tilts back towards you, almost to a 45-degree angle towards you. It's either straight up or 45 towards you. But you basically, it's kind of the same thing. Instead of having to fight the pull and move it forward to physically get it out of the cylinder, the holder that it's in, you pull the whole rod and the rod holder back, and it hinges towards you, so you can release the tension on it. You're pulling it, towards you or straight up rather than away from you to then bring it back towards you. It's called a rocket launcher. Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, I've been looking. I've watched a whole bunch of videos of people use them. They look really handy. They're fucking expensive. They're like $150 a pop for a rod holder, which I mean is cheaper than a new rod at the end of the day. I don't know. No snow there? No, it's supposed to snow again tonight. It was black ice on the whole way from there this morning. It was a freezing rain last night. It was just a sheet of ice from home all the way up to the lake today. Which is why I said we had a very interesting morning getting there. We got stuck on the side of the road for 2 hours waiting for the fucking ice to melt. But no, I think it's supposed to snow tonight and off and on throughout the next week. But it snowed multiple times here. It hasn't stayed for more than a couple of days. It snows and then it melts, and then it snows and then it melts. We get well below freezing every night. But during the daytime, it's been heating up into the 30s, 40s, occasionally up into the low 50s. Really weird winter we're having. Rocket launcher. I'm gonna have to look that up. Had them on the saltwater boat. They're pricey, but work awesome. Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably the style of rod holder I want to switch to. But again, I wouldn't be able to mount them where I have my current rod holders. They would have to go probably on my back bench seat. don't know, I keep talking about all these customizations I want to do to this boat when the reality is I need to buy a bigger and better boat. I have customized the crap out of this tiny little boat, and I'm only going to get a fraction of what I spent back when I go to sell it. It's not worth it to throw a whole bunch more money in this little boat. It's a nice little boat. It's done me well. I think I've outgrown it. Farmington, 61, 94 humidity. That is moist. 12.2 mile an hour gusts. It's not too bad. That sounds like a nice day. You should have been out fishing today, Josie. That's where I am with my boat. No more money into it, not worth it. Yeah. A set of custom trolling trees on my boat. Position, but I love. Hold on. Let me get past this truck here. Stack 4 rods vertically. Fixed position, but I love the lack of horizontal space. Oh, for sure, yeah. If you can see, and that's my biggest problem, and that's what that would fix. Is the way my rod holders are set up right now, especially the trolling rods. They have, I mean, the butt on those poles are. They gotta be 18 to 24 inches. They're long. And they stick way into the boat. So, moving around again, opening the cooler lid, trying to walk by, I am constantly snagging myself on the handle, the butt of the poles. So those rod trees, they just get everything up and out of the way, so you actually have the full width of your boat to move around in. I don't know, I just, the gunnel on my boat is super thin, and it hangs over the outside of the boat and the inside of the boat. So you can't really drill into it. Like I would imagine that the mount for a tree like that, or the rocket launcher style, it requires way more mounting surface area and clearance, for the bolts and, what holds it onto the gunnel, than the rod holders that I have. That's why I said, if I were to get the rocket launcher style, they would probably have to go at the rear of the boat, and they'd have to sit on the back bench seat instead of on the gunnel. Or, I could maybe throw a set of them up on the bow of the boat. But again, on the bow, not the gunnel rail. I run the same rods as you do, so no rods sticking into the boat. Kids can't accidentally bump, and can run 8 rods stacked, 4 per side. If I were you, I'd do trees and 12-inch track and put them on the mid seat. Oh God, it's so cramped. I know I've asked you this before, but I forget. What are the dimensions on your boat? Are you running a 1650, 1648? Are you running, is it bigger than that? I feel so cramped. The next boat that I get is not going to have a bench seat in the middle. I'm going to get a cockpit, either on the on the side or in the center. I want to be able to walk around on the boat and not have to step over fucking seats and I don't know. I've thought about picking up one or more rod trees and mounting them on the back seat, on the back bench. But I don't think I could. It would be in the goddamn way of everything, trying to mount something on the center bench. Lone crossover, 18 foot 10, so almost a 19 foot boat. What's your width on that though? Is it a 1860 and 1872? You do them with a track, the trees come off. Yeah, but that's the problem. My gunnels are 3.5 inches wide. They're skinny little things. Most of the rails that I've seen, I mean, you need like a 6-inch plus wide gunnel rail. Otherwise, it's gonna overhang. It's not wide enough to mount anything on. I'd have to do some bullshittery and customization to get a wide rail set up on it. And I don't think it's worth it. Alright, attempt one, fail. Let's try this one more time. I have such a stupid layout in my driveway. Plus I got all these goddamn tractor accessories taking up half my frickin' driveway. Yep, some days I get her on the first try and sometimes it's on like the 19th. And today's one of them days that it's going to be like the 19th. I need to just pull it all the way back out and start over. Alright, close enough. So half a Bitcoin and upgrade the boat. Yeah, I could, SoCal. The problem is right now Bitcoin's sitting at like 82,000 instead of 125. And I'm not selling half a Bitcoin at 40K below top. That's throwing 40K in the trash. What's up, Mark Clapper? How you doing, buddy? We're just finishing up our stream here. If you do them with the track, the trees come off. 95 with, holy shit. 95. God, you could live on that shit. 19 foot, 95 width. The Mod V that I was looking at is a 1872, and looking at that thing compared to mine, it's like fucking a monstrosity. A 1995. Wow. Merry Christmas. What's up, Randy? Merry Christmas back at you. I wish It was warm enough to go fishing. How you been? Merry Christmas. Yeah, it was actually gorgeous out there today, other than the fact it was a sheet of ice getting to the lake this morning. Once we got on the water body, it was a little chilly, a little bit windy, but it warmed up midday. There was a point where I was contemplating taking my jacket off or some layers. Yeah, we're still not lined up right. I think I can probably squeeze her in there. Maybe. Oh. Yeah, we're a wee bit off. I don't think you guys have ever been part of Rod's garage here putting things away. I usually cut the stream before I get here. Oh. Alrighty, we're back. All right, you guys. Well, thank you again for joining me today and hanging out and fishing. Again, hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas. Got the two stray cats here, Dumb and Dumber, Mr. Squisherton and Miss Sassafras. I went outside. Squishy, squishy guy. Yeah, come here, buddy. What's it? Come here. What are you doing? It's only 7. It ain't nom time yet. Not yet, buddy. No, it's not time yet. That's my tractor. I bought it this year. I have a little over an acre to mow here and a whole bunch of land. I need to flatten it out, regrade it. I have to dig some trenches for running. I need to rerun electrical from the house here over to the shop. There's a whole bunch of trees I need to dig up and replant. So I figured for as much as it would cost for me to rent the damn thing to do all the things that I need, I'd be better off just buying one. Yeah, and it's an acre of gopher holes, and it I don't know, the grading of the land is terrible. When we get a good rain here, all the way from the edge of the driveway there, all the way through here, is a big belly. You can kind of see the ditch there. The main sewer line runs. In fact, I dug all this. I had to tap into the main sewer line and rerun all the way into the house. But this whole area here is just a big belly, and it turns into a lake. And it gets up to the point where it just starts coming in the shop over there. And I have this whole, I want to dig this out. I hate this driveway. It like curves around. I have like this weird curve that I gotta back shit into. So I wanna cut this back, this whole embankment here, and put in a retaining wall and a set of stairs that come down. And the house had foundation issues, so I have a ditch dug out here all the way along, and I had to have helical piers installed. So I gotta regrade all this shit. I gotta fill all that all with gravel instead of dirt, and then I gotta do the same thing on the other side of the house. And it's just, I'd be tens of thousands of dollars in equipment rental, trying to rent it for a day here, 2 days there, trying to do all the shit that I need to do. And then the rest of the yard is like landmines. We have gophers, skunks, and some other goddamn digging mammals that dig all over the yard, and it makes it freaking impossible to walk around or drive a regular lawnmower through. So yeah, but yeah, it's not bad. It's a Coyote KL 430. I got the excavator attachment on the back. Got my bucket up front, and I just picked up, if you see over there, oops. This one is a ditch bank mower, and this one's a 5-foot rototiller. So the plan is I'm going to take the 5-foot rototiller and basically just till the shit out of the entire yard to break it all up, because it's rock and gumbo and crap. Regrade it, and then instead of me having to spend a week with a push mower mowing my lawn, I could use the ditch bank mower and mow it, in a couple hours. Did I win the lottery? No, I just, I invested, well, I didn't invest. I started mining Bitcoin in like 2013 through late 2015. So almost 3 years that I mined Bitcoin while it was, very small still. Bitcoin cost, anywhere from $100 to $1,000 while I was mining it. So I have a fair amount of Bitcoin that I collected over the years. And I have managed to hold on to almost all of it. This was one purchase, this and the accessories for it. I had to sell some Bitcoin to buy it. But it's a nice little rig. I haven't got a whole lot of use out of it yet. I've been fishing all year instead of fixing shit. But there's a plan. Eventually. But I want to set up a camera in the back here. Almost every night we get herds of deer that come straight through here. I have a ring camera on the back of the house that sees, right down into where they come to feed. There's like 10, 15 acres of open land back here. You can't really see. It's a park. They call it a park, but it's just a field. But they come through here and come and graze in my backyard. I want to set up a 24/7 live cam so you guys can watch the deer come through. There are some really nice whitetail bucks that come through. Earlier this year, there was like just a thick, wide 5x5 whitey, just monstrous, full velvet, and he came over almost every day. Just absolutely magnificent. Whitetail. We do get muleys that come through sometimes, but most of what I see around here is whitetail. Sassafras, don't you go on the road. You stay out of the road. All right, y'all. Anyways, thank you for coming and hanging out, fishing with me today. I'm gonna get the flock out of here. I'm gonna finish putting stuff away, charge some batteries, get something to munch on. But I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Christmas. Again, we probably won't be live on the boat anymore this year, unless we have, a freak couple of days where it's nice out. I am gonna try and do some ice fishing, but again, you guys can see we don't even have any snow on the ground right now. It keeps melting. So most of the lakes and reservoirs that I would be ice fishing from, it's probably not going to be until mid to late January till we have a full ice over and can get out on the ice and fish. Unless I want to drive, a few hours to get somewhere up in much higher elevation where it's been cold and stayed cold. We might have a stream in between now and then where I'm just doing some bank fishing, either at the local river or one of the reservoirs around here. But at any rate, thank you guys again for coming and hanging out. It's been 2025 has been a fun year fishing on YouTube, you guys. And you guys coming and hanging out are what makes it so enjoyable for me. So thank you guys for coming and chilling. But we will catch you on the next one. I'll see you guys in Crappy Man Jigs or SoCal or Josie's or Skipjack City, whoever's. You guys know me. I make the rounds. But we'll see y'all on the next one. Merry Christmas, all. Peace.